Chapter 5. Within the savageThor boarding house, Stefan could be seen sleeping within a chair, an open book balanced on his leg. Though it was night, the one time he should be most active, Stefan had apparently fallen asleep reading and thus was awoken as the book fell to the floor with a thump. Instantly awakened at the interruption of his peace and quiet, he blinked himself into full wakefulness and reaching down picked up the book and placed it on the table to his right. Standing to his feet, he stretched only to stop as the sound of laughing, a female laughing, reached his ears. Turning, he took a few steps towards fireplace only to stop as a noise from his left caught his attention. Looking towards it, he was greeted to the sight of a now open window, which he then moved over to close. Making his way out of the living room, he stopped and looked up to the balcony of the second floor as another noise caught his attention. "Damon!" called the young-looking immortal, only for another noise to come from behind him. As he turned, he found nothing there, yet found himself knocked to the floor as something slammed into him. Catching himself on his hands, he quickly flipped himself onto his back just in time to catch a figure leap onto him. Managing to catch her hands, he found himself looking into the eyes of a vamped-out female. "Lexi," said Stefan after a moment, getting her face to return to normal as she smiled. "Hi," said the newly named Lexi, sitting back so that she was basically straddling his lap. "What are you doing here?" questioned Stefan in surprise before being picked up at super speed as Lexi got them both on their feet, still holding his hands. "How could you even ask that?" questioned Lexi, pulling him into a hug. "I missed you," said the usually brooding savageThor. "Happy birthday." Later on, as the early morning light of the sun shined over the world, the two found themselves laughing as they relaxed on Stefan's bed as Lexi knocked his hand away from her. "I don't know, okay. If some freak shot at me with wooden bullets, I'd bail in under 60. And why is a news reporter hunting vampires?" said the girl. "I don't know. Who knows about us? That guy did. There could be others. Do me a favor, while you're here, please be careful," said Stefan. "Why stay?" asked Lexi with a groan, sliding off the bed and onto her feet. "I'm headed to New York for the weekend. Bon Jovi in the garden. Wanted Dead or Alive. It's our theme song. It'll be a blast. Do you think he would actually remember us? That was a pretty crazy weekend, huh? We can make him remember us," said Lexi, absently reminding him of what a wonderful thing compulsion is. "Come on. Let's go. I mean, what's keeping you here?" questioned the girl. "I told you. Her name is Elena," said Stefan. "Well, let's hope she's better than the last one you got all sprung over," stated Lexi, holding up Catherine's picture for him to see. "You didn't even know Catherine," said Stefan with a smirk as he walked over and took the picture from her. "'Cause if I did, I'd have kicked her ass, little bitch." "Speaking of, where's Damon?" stated Lexi, transitioning into a question. "Inflicting misery somewhere. You gonna be okay here alone? 'Cause I got some things I gotta take care of. It's not exactly like I can go anywhere. And you and Damon are the only ones with these nifty little daylight rings. I have a mood ring from 75. Trade ya," said Lexi. "Doesn't work that way and you know it," said Stefan. "Yeah, I know," said Lexi. "Still, Lexi, I'm really glad you're here," said Stefan. "Okay, what are we doing for your birthday? It's not every day a guy turns 162 years old," said the girl, getting a groan from Stefan. "Really? Oh yeah." Meanwhile, Naruto and Matt could be found within a garage looking at a car. The garage itself could store up to 4 cars comfortably, as it had once been an auto repair shop but had since been shut down. Naruto had just recently bought the place. Initially he had been renting it out, but he had decided to just buy it outright after learning about Matt and Vicky. "Sweet ride, oh one?" questioned Matt as he looked over the car. "Good eye. When I got it, I was told it was a 2003 model, but some people just don't have that eye for detail," said Naruto. "It's going to need a lot of work though before it's roadworthy," said Matt. "True. I hope you're up for it," said Naruto, causing the younger blonde to stop and stare at him. "The car and the garage are yours. I'll pay for the parts, but I want you to fix it up, make it your own. As for the garage, this place will be going back into service. I'll update it and get some better mechanics in here to run the place. That should take care of your college tuition and any bills that need to be taken care of. Explained Naruto. You're serious, stated Matt after a few moments. Despite the fact that I didn't know about you, the fact remains you're still my son. In the time I have lived, the fact remains that never once have I not been there for my children. As an orphan, I understand the pain of being alone more than anyone. That said, you worry about being a kid for now and enjoy it. In the meantime, when you're not in class or at practice, you'll be either training with me or working on this car, said Naruto. Thank you, came Matt's response, knowing how close he'd just come to losing his future with Vicky no longer around. Don't mention it. One day when you have kids of your own, you'll understand. Now I have a few things to take care of. You need a ride back, was Naruto's response. No, I'm meeting Tyler at the grill in a few minutes. I'll just head over that way, stated Matt. Naruto nodded as it made sense, seeing as the Mystic Grill was across the street, which was why Naruto had bought this place. The grill had only recently become a local hangout, and it would be great business to get those customers into the garage. All right. The guy from the bank is supposed to come through tomorrow with the last of the paperwork so we can get the deed. Make sure to be here, said Naruto, tossing Matt the key to the place. Meanwhile, back at the boarding house, Lexi shifted slightly in her sleep as she rested on Stefan's bed. Turning over onto her other side as she tried to get comfortable, she was greeted to the sight of Damon lying there. Boo, said Damon, getting a groan from Lexi, who forced herself into a seated position. Hello, Lexi. What an unexpected surprise, stated Damon. Unexpected surprise? I think the wrong brother went back to high school, quipped Lexi. In the 100 and some odd years she'd known Stefan, she'd never missed his birthday. How long are you here for? Questioned Damon. Just for Stefan's b-day. Oh, you mean you didn't come all this way to see me? Mocked Damon, faking a pout. That's it, Damon. After a century I finally realized death means nothing without you. Do me, said Lexi before snorting and turning away from him. Why are so mean to me? Have you met you? You're not a nice person, said Lexi. Because I'm a vampire, said Damon, as if that explained everything. But you're only the bad parts, said Lexi. Then teach me to be good, said Damon, leaning over as if to kiss her. In an instant, so fast Damon had missed it, Lexi had moved and had him by the throat as she pinned him to the bed. I'm older and that means stronger than you, stated Lexi, her tone completely serious as she held him in the chokehold. Sorry, wheezed Damon. Don't ruin my time with Stefan, 'cause I'll hurt you. And you know I can do it, said Lexi, leaning down to whisper the last bit in his ear. Yeah, stated Damon before Lexi released him. Well, I see you two are getting along, came Naruto's amused voice from the doorway, getting both to look at him. Your brother's an asshole, stated Lexi, making her way to Naruto and giving him a hug before leaning up and kissing his lips. I should have known, said Damon, rolling his eyes at the sight, causing them to break the kiss. Yes, you should have. All of my women are feisty, said Naruto. This was true. Even Hinata, who was usually kind, held a feistiness to her that only seldom came out due to her upbringing. That of course isn't to say he had a lot of women, which he doesn't, as despite her openness he knew Hinata would only tolerate so much, but she also knew that she alone, despite her prowess, could not sat his carnal desires. She had tried, and for years she had been enough, but over the centuries his appetite for female flesh had grown and Hinata simply couldn't keep up anymore. When he had rendered her incapable of walking for a month despite her healing, she had given up and suggested he find other lovers, something he had been adamant against in their human lives when offered the opportunity. There had also been the fact that once she had realized she wasn't enough and one of their daughters had offered to help, Hinata had thrown a line in the sand. He could have any woman he wanted, but he could never touch any of her daughters in such an intimate fashion. Naruto had been like-minded and had easily accepted her terms more out of fear of doing just that. While neither of them had anything against incestuous couplings, having lived in a time when it was accepted, encouraged, and for all intents and purposes expected, neither had ever looked at their own children in that way. At first he had begun splitting his consciousness, and for a time that had worked. Clones would go out to the human world, spirit world, or even the demon world and do all manner of things before dispelling, and he would gain their memories and be fine. When that stopped working well enough, however, he'd ventured out and after a time had slowly began to accept that facet of his life, though he can say with certainty he had not laid with anywhere near as many women as B had. Of course, B during the Bronze Age had developed this problem of disguising himself as some woman's husband and getting her pregnant. While he had done so once or twice on dares at B's urging, he'd never felt comfortable with the idea of a woman calling out another man's name while he was making love to them. That, however, was beside the point, which was Naruto had more than one or two women, and while nowhere near the 20 or so that most harems he knew of consisted of, or the dozen or so some of his siblings had, his 5 with Bonnie's recent inclusion was fine with him. You still wouldn't have a shot, Damon. If I wasn't Naruto's woman, I'd probably be Stefan's, said Lexi, unknowingly causing Damon's inferiority complex to flare and breaking Naruto from his thoughts. Oh right, I got you a present, stated Naruto, jumping back into the conversation. What you get me? Questioned Lexi, a light of eagerness in her eyes. Nothing much, just a daylight ring, stated Naruto, causing her to squeal and leap onto him, pulling him into a deep kiss. Someone had clearly missed being out in the sun. Once she got off of him, Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out a case, handing it to her. Opening the box eagerly, she found that inside rested a ring with a round blue topaz stone surrounded by 8 smaller arches marked with 2 smaller stones. The band itself was actually white gold. All in all, she thought the ring was beautiful, which was good considering she would be wearing it for the rest of her immortal existence. Ah babe, how'd you get this? I thought you said you didn't know anyone who could do it, said Lexi. No, I said I didn't know anyone who would. But this little baby I won as part of a poker bet with this vampire I met in New Orleans a couple months back. He had a spell to make them but needed to find a capable witch. I gave him that ring and about a week ago this arrived in the mail, explained Naruto. Okay, but how do you know it actually works? Questioned Damon, reminding them of his presence. Ah well, it's simple. After that thing with Tanner I knew I needed to test it. Even if the guy did give his word, the witch may not have held up, so to be safe I tested it on you while you were unconscious. Slipped your ring off and slid this one on around your neck with a necklace. Placed your hand in the sun and it worked like a charm, explained Naruto, causing Damon to blanch. Elsewhere, Bonnie could be found packing her clothes into a bag within her Graham's house as the woman walked in and saw her. You leavin'? Questioned Sheila from her position in the doorway. Dad doesn't like it when I stay here too much, stated Bonnie. Because he misses you or because he doesn't trust me? Questioned Sheila, causing Bonnie to turn and face her. Your father's problem is he lacks imagination. He thinks I fill your head with my witchy juju, finished the grandmother. He's right, remarked Bonnie, grimacing slightly. He's always right. That's his other problem, stated Sheila, getting Bonnie to laugh as she turned and tossed the last of her things into her bag, revealing a necklace with a yellow stone sitting on the bed. You need to be wearing that, stated Sheila as Bonnie went to pack away the necklace. I gotta give it back to Caroline. It doesn't belong to me, stated Bonnie. Truthfully, the necklace had been given to her by Caroline after the blonde had determined to not see Damon again when he was held prisoner in his house's basement. Caroline had helped him steal it from the Lockwood mansion during the founders' party, though technically it wasn't stealing as Damon had been the one to put it there over a century prior, none of which Bonnie actually knew. Yes, it does. It was your ancestors and now it's yours, said Sheila. Emily was your ancestor too, why don't you wear it? Said Bonnie, offering it to her. It didn't find me, it found you, protected you. A witch's talisman is a powerful tool, don't be giving that back to anybody, said Sheila, gathering Bonnie's hair and holding it up so that she could put the necklace on. Okay, I just wish it was prettier, said Bonnie with a sigh. So have you spoken with your boyfriend lately? Questioned Sheila. Not really, it feels kind of weird now and I don't really know if that's the life I want, said Bonnie, causing Sheila to raise an eyebrow. Don't get me wrong, I like him, I do. Plus I knew that he's like way older than me, but it didn't really hit me until we found out he's Matt's father, stated Bonnie. Well, I always thought that boy resembled him, stated Sheila, the revelation not really shocking the elder that much. That's it, questioned Sheila. I hate to say this, Bonnie, but truth of the matter is anybody could have been that boy's father. His mother certainly wasn't known for keeping her legs closed, said Sheila. Okay, but Matt's my friend and now I'm hooking up with his dad, said Bonnie, which Sheila admitted to herself was a strange situation and she could definitely see the problem now. Plus, did you know aside from Hinata, he has 3 other girlfriends, said Bonnie, causing Sheila to immediately focus on that situation. Back with the subject of their conversation, Naruto grunted as he slammed into the ground, though didn't complain as Lexi, straddling his waist, was soon bent over his front, the two of them engaging in a deep kiss. The two of them had taken the opportunity to head outside and wander the property, allowing Lexi to break in her newly given daylight ring and enjoy the feeling of the sun touching her skin for the first time in 3 centuries. Pulling back from the kiss, Lexi wasted no time pulling her shirt up and over her head before tossing it aside. As the sun's rays hit her bare skin, she took a moment to enjoy it, which allowed Naruto to sit up and attack her neck with kisses. Bite me, stated Lexi, causing Naruto to nip at her neck. Bite me, for real, said Lexi, tilting her neck further in offering. Confused but willing, having done so before to Hinata plenty of times, Naruto allowed his teeth to change into fangs before sinking them into her neck. The reaction was instant and not one Lexi was expecting, as her body locked up before it shook due to the power of the orgasm that hit her at the action as her moans escaped her. At the same time, her own body reacted as her face changed and she buried her own fangs into Naruto's neck. Finally, her shaking ceased as her orgasm faded and she released the hold on his neck, however upping the intensity as she again pulled him into a kiss, neither of them caring about the blood they could taste on the other's tongue. Pulling back, feeling a sudden lack of pressure on her chest, she pulled her bra off and tossed it aside to join her shirt, allowing her full breast capped with light brown nipples. Sliding down his body, Lexi made quick work of undoing his pants and reaching inside freed what had been hidden therein. Moving off of him and to the side, the vampire took a kneeling position before lowering her head and placing a kiss on the head of the monster she was dealing with before running her tongue down the side before reversing directions, all the while stroking him slowly. Naruto shivered at the action as she slowly coaxed him into a full salute at a full 10 inches. Seeing this, Lexi slid her hand down to the base and once satisfied placed him into her mouth before sliding down several inches before pulling back up. Gathering her hair up in his left hand, Naruto watched almost enraptured as Lexi feasted upon him, her mouth gliding up and down his shaft, taking in more and more with each downstroke. His right hand, however, was not idle and had found its way to the juncture between her thighs and was now rubbing her center through her pants. Lexi moaned at the feeling and spurned on, increased her pace, only barely keeping herself outside of the enhanced speed being a vampire gifted her with. At the same time, her hands moved as she used them to swiftly undo the button and zipper on her pants and push them down, allowing for Naruto's touch to come directly to her core, blocked only by the thin fabric of the lacy black panties she wore. Running his fingers over the cleft of her core, Naruto smirked, finding that she'd already soaked right through her panties due to her unexpected orgasm earlier. As Lexi removed her mouth from his own organ, Naruto blurred into speed and in an instant was behind the girl. Blinking yet feeling him behind her, Lexi planted both hands to the ground to support her as she was already bent over, and Naruto didn't waste another moment. Sliding the crotch of her panties aside, he ran his length up and down the length of her slit twice before pushing inside. "Oh yes," said Lexi, the words coming out softly, carried by the breath she released as he entered her. Naruto slid in slowly, which Lexi would admit she was thankful for it. When she'd been turned, she had been a virgin, as back then taking a lover and not being married was simply not done. Of course, in time she'd lost her virginity. Being immortal, she could do pretty much whatever she pleased, but her body, thanks to her healing factor, would always retain the tightness that made it seem like she rarely engaged in the activity. As he sawed himself in and out of her, Naruto began to gradually increase his pace as Lexi's body adjusted to accommodate him, while she herself did her best as she enjoyed the ride. Within the Gilbert house, a short series of knocks upon her bedroom door had Elena looking over just in time to see Bonnie poke her head through. "You up?" called Bonnie as she peeked inside. "No." Entering the room, Bonnie sighed as she found Elena still in bed and under the covers, at least until the girl pulled the covers up and over her head. Considering how late in the day it was at this point, had Bonnie nearly rolling her eyes as she moved over to the bed, grabbing the covers to pull them off of her friend. No, no, called Elena, trying to fight her off, settling for allowing them to pull at her chest, allowing Bonnie to see her face. Why haven't you called me back? Questioned Bonnie. I'm sorry. Are you going to stay in there forever? Yep, came the quick one-worded answer, causing Bonnie to sigh. Move over. Sighing herself, Elena eased over, allowing Bonnie to hop in with her. All right, I'm officially worried. What's going on? Asked Bonnie as she faced the Gilbert girl. I'm tired of thinking, of talking, started Elena, only to cut herself off. Okay, can I get a version where I can at least pretend to be helpful? Said the Bennett witch. Stefan and I broke up. Said Elena, causing Bonnie's eyes to widen in shock. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Right, stupid question. Replied Bonnie, though the last bit was hastily added upon her receiving a look from Elena. Well, what happened? Questioned Bonnie, causing Elena to sigh. It's Vicky. Stated Elena, causing Bonnie to nearly flinch. She nearly died, Bonnie. She got lucky. Anybody else in her position would be dead. What would have happened if she had? I wouldn't have been able to tell Matt, and I definitely wouldn't have been able to tell Jeremy. It would have just been like she vanished and no one would know anything. What happened with Caroline was bad enough, but keeping something like that a secret. Explained Elena, cutting herself off and releasing another sigh. Naruto has a wife. Said Bonnie, after turning so that she was lying flat on her back and looking up at the ceiling, her words immediately causing Elena's head to snap in her direction. He has a what? Exclaimed Elena in shock. A wife and 3 other girlfriends on top of that. From what he told me, it was all his wife's idea after his sexual desires grew to be too much for her to handle on her own. Explained Bonnie. When the hell did you find this out? Demanded Elena, anger and hurt burning in her veins on behalf of her friend. He told me the same day we found out about Matt and Vicky. It's why we haven't really been talking lately. I needed time to wrap my head around this whole thing. Said the young witch. Relationships suck. Stated Elena with a pout. Back at the savageThor house, Stefan, Lexi and Naruto could be found sitting within the living room. So this Elena girl, she'll come around, I'm sure of it. Have you had sex yet? Stated and questioned Lexi as she walked over towards Stefan. No, said Stefan, sitting up from his position, lounging on the couch. Sex always works. I mean, you'll rock her world so hard with your vamp sex, she'll be yours forever. Said Lexi, sitting herself down in Naruto's lap. Yeah, but see, this isn't about sex or compulsion or any of our other tricks. She has to want to be with me on her own terms. Said Stefan. Wow, that sounded all mature and grown up. Said Lexi, reaching over and picking up a blood bag from her bag that was sitting beside her. I'm not getting any older. Stated Stefan, eyeing the bag as she punched a hole in it with a straw and took a drink. Want some? Questioned Lexi, seeing the look. No, thank you. Said Stefan, getting up and moving away. Relax, I didn't kill anyone for it. This phlebotomist I went out with a few times, he's my supplier. Stefan, have I ever told you about the trouble I had learning to control my power? Questioned Naruto, breaking into the conversation. No, said Stefan, intrigued by the topic. Well, up to the time I was 16 I could only control up to 3 tails. Any more than that and the malice within the power would overwhelm me and I would attack anyone, friend or foe. I didn't learn to control the power until I was forced to, in order to stop a threat to the entire world. To do that I had to confront and acknowledge things about myself that I had tried to ignore. I think until you do the same you'll never be able to control it. Said Naruto. Still, Stefan, I'm jealous of your restraint. I have none. I delight in hedonism. Speaking of which, what are we doing tonight? Funny you should ask. Came Damon's voice as he entered the room. Well, I wasn't asking you. Said Lexi. There's a party at the grill. You'll love it. Banquets, tacky wait staff, all of Stefan's friends. Yeah, I don't want a birthday party. Said Stefan with a frown. Well, it's not for you. It's a party. No one's gonna know it's your birthday. Caroline's throwing it. Explained Damon. Stay away from Caroline. said Stefan. We're friends, it's cool. It's important for the town to see us out and about like normal folk. We need to blend, stated Damon before glancing at Lexi's stash of blood bags. I prefer mine at 98.6, stated Damon before leaving the room. Let's go, please, said Lexi with a small pout at the look on Stefan's face. Nearly 45 minutes later found Lexi emerging from the bathroom and into Naruto's room clad in only a towel. I'm almost ready, said Lexi in a sing-song voice. I can't believe you actually think that we should go to this thing, said Stefan with a frown as he placed down the book he'd been reading. Hey, it's not like I'm asking you to run around town midday without your daylight ring. I mean seriously, it's a party, said Lexi. A party that Damon wants us to go to. So my question is why? I think he's up to something, stated Stefan. Who cares? What can he possibly do in front of all those people in a public place? Said Lexi. He knows how to keep a low profile. Believe me, said Stefan. He's not going to do anything, he's already done it, said Naruto, slipping his phone away into his pocket. So what's he up to? Questioned Stefan. According to my sources, Damon was spotted leaving the sheriff's office earlier this morning, whom he'd supplied with some vervain. Most likely after you got shot last week, he's trying to end this situation he's put us in. We already know that they're looking for a vampire, so obviously he's trying to supply them with one to end this search they're on, said Naruto. There are only 3 vampires in town, said Stefan with a frown. I've already taken measures to counter Damon and still get the sheriff and the Founders Council off our backs, so we're going to the party, said Naruto. Hear that it's already taken care of, so come on. One day a year I get you, one day that you're not brooding and existing in your own head, said Lexi. It's my birthday, yeah, said Stefan. It's my day, and that guy that jumped naked in the Trevi fountain, and got drunk on the torch of the Statue of Liberty, that guy can take a break from all of his worrying for one night and go to a stupid party. So quit your whining and go get ready, stated Lexi. Fine. Not long later, a dark blue Ford Escape could be seen pulling up in front of the boarding house. As it pulled to a stop and the power was cut, the driver's side door opened, revealing Elena stepping out while Bonnie stepped out from the passenger's side. The truck itself had been her father's before he had passed the previous year. Now it was Elena's, though she usually rode with Bonnie and hardly drove it. As the two girls approached the door, they shared a quick look between each other before Elena rung the bell. It's open, come in, came the call from inside, the female voice catching both of them off guard. Once again sharing a look, Elena pushed the door open as the two of them made their way inside. They'd taken only a couple of steps past the entrance before they stopped as the towel-clad form of Lexi appeared walking towards them before she froze upon seeing Elena's face. Oh my god. How, who, stuttered Lexi, actually at a loss for words. I'm Elena, and who are you? Returned the Gilbert girl. Lexi, Naruto's girlfriend, well, one of them at least, stated Lexi before her eyes landed on Bonnie and she walked towards her. Bonnie frowned as the blonde approached and actually began to circle her as if she was doing an inspection. You must be Bonnie, said Lexi. I am, said the Bennett witch, watching the other girl warily as she came to a stop in front of her. Naruto's told me about you. I was afraid you were scared off, stated Lexi. Is Stefan here? Questioned Elena, breaking the stare down the two girls were having. He's in the shower, said Lexi, not breaking eye contact with Bonnie until finally she smirked and looked away. You've got some fire in you. For a second I thought he may have made a mistake, said Lexi. And why is that? Questioned Bonnie, her eyes narrowed. Naruto, even his clones, typically doesn't go after teenagers. You're all so full of drama that he likes to avoid you lot. Of the other two, for one of them I could see why he made the exception. Didn't like it at the time but could still see, and the other it took a while for me to understand. But you, I can see why he likes you right off the bat. You'll make a good addition to our little family, said Lexi. How long have you two been together? Questioned Bonnie. Officially going on 30 years, unofficially nearly 60. Stefan actually hooked us up, which is weird since it isn't often your best friend sets you up with his brother, said Lexi, causing both girls to go wide-eyed due more to the first sentence than the second. You're a vampire, said Elena. Yup. Anyway, I need to go get dressed. You guys can wait around if you want, we'll be ready to go in a little bit, said Lexi. Go? Questioned Bonnie. To the party at this grill place. You two were going, right? Retorted Lexi. Hadn't planned on it, said Elena. Well, you should. I'm only here for tonight. You guys should come hang out with us. Help me get Stefan to stop brooding for a while, said Lexi. Nearly 2 hours later found the grill packed and the party going full swing. From his position in the back of the room, Naruto took a moment to once again take in his surroundings. He could see Matt and Tyler over to the left occupied with a couple of girls he had sent Matt's way. He could see Caroline looking pretty good in a purple dress as she made her rounds around the place. Stefan and Lexi he could see on the dance floor, with Lexi trying and failing to get Stefan to loosen up a little and dance while Damon was prowling around the place. To his right he could spot Bonnie sitting at a table with a few other girls with a drink in front of her just as Caroline spotted her and made a beeline for her. Bonnie, I've been looking for you, called Caroline, grabbing her friend by the hands and pulling her to her feet. I'm totally sorry to do this, I know it's so Indian giver and I know we're not even supposed to say that anymore, but I need my crystal back, said Caroline after leading her a few feet away. Why? You said you hated it, retorted Bonnie. Then I saw it on you and I realize how great it is. And I've got 3 outfits I can coordinate it with, so, ranted Caroline only to be cut off. I can't give it back to you, said Bonnie, causing Caroline to frown. Okay, well, I didn't want to tell you this, but I'm your friend. When you wear it makes you look fat. There, I said it, but it's because I'm your friend, so, tried Caroline only to once again be cut off. Caroline, I'm not giving it back. I'm sorry, but I can't, said Bonnie. What do you mean you can't? Bonnie, it's mine, said Caroline. Firstly, I thought you said it was Damon's, started Bonnie. It is, blurted Caroline. So he's the one who really wants it, deduced Bonnie. No, maybe it's, started Caroline, trailing off as she couldn't find anything to say. As such, instead she reached for the necklace only to immediately pull back after touching it. You were really going to try and pull it from my neck? What the hell is wrong with you? Questioned Bonnie before walking off. As she stormed past, Naruto managed to stop Bonnie and pull her over to him. Allowing herself to be wrapped up in his arms, a small smile slid across the young witch's face. I thought you told Damon to stay away from Caroline, stated Bonnie, seeing Caroline now standing right in front of him. No, Stefan did. Don't worry though, her part is over, said Naruto. What do you mean? Questioned Bonnie with a frown, watching Damon walk away from Caroline. He just showed her his true self. Give her some space but be her friend. Now walk with me. Saying this, Naruto led her back onto the dance floor by the hand and soon they were just beside Stefan and Lexi. As they reached them, a new song came on which he recognized as the Black Eyed Peas song Boom Boom Pow. Almost immediately those gathered inside cheered and the energy in the building seemed to build. Check out the dude at the bar, edge seat our end, said the blonde, catching the attention of not just the two vampires but of Bonnie as well. Is that Caesar? Questioned Stefan after a few moments. What's that son of a bitch doing here? Demanded Lexi. Stefan, go see Damon, he just stepped outside, said Naruto, getting both vampires to smirk evilly as Stefan left to do as told. Who is that guy? Questioned Bonnie. He is called Caesar. No one knows his real name. However, he is universally hated by all as he has made a name for himself over the last 200 years due to his choice of prey, said Lexi, glaring. She spoke freely, having no worry about being heard as she, with the music, even her superior hearing could only pick up so much. Outside, Stefan had found Damon just as he was getting ready to come back inside, however before he could, he pulled him to the side. We have a problem, said Stefan. What is it now? Questioned Damon, exasperated. Look at the bar, left edge seat, said Stefan. Going inside, Damon did just that only to come back out a few moments later, the side of his mouth twitching as he tried to contain his anger. What the hell is Caesar doing in there? Questioned Damon, more to himself than to Stefan. I don't have to tell you how his presence changes things, said Stefan. Damon said nothing, because nothing needed to be said. There were some vampires that due to their actions over the years had reputations that preceded them. Stefan, as much as Damon hated to admit it, was one such vampire. However, whereas Stefan's reputation was considered a good one among vampires, especially of one so young, Caesar was one who people knew of not out of respect but out of loathing. Say what you will about them and their lack of morals, but Caesar was considered the lowest of the low, as he only targeted kids 8 to 13 years old and took a sick pleasure in torturing them. Go back inside. I'll take care of him just as soon as I rein in my temper a bit, said Damon, getting a nod from Stefan, who went back inside. While he did so, being sure to keep an eye on the rotten seed of the vampire community, Damon walked back from whence he came, finding a girl crying and hunched over the deceased form of a boy with a big chunk bitten out of his neck. Speeding over to her, he looked eyes with her as he edited her memory by way of compulsion. Back inside, Stefan soon found himself joining Naruto and Bonnie at a pool table. Bonnie had a small altercation with Caroline, however the girl had stormed off before Bonnie could explain the situation. Still, that didn't stop her from asking Naruto to pound Damon again. Anyway, as Stefan joined them, he was surprised when Lexi came up with Elena. Naruto meanwhile had his attention stolen by Matt, who was carrying a clearly hammered Caroline out of the place. As they left, however, Damon entered and came up behind the group. Watch the door, the show's about to start, said Damon. True enough, not but a few moments later in walked the sheriff along with a pair of other officers, escorting a clearly distraught girl, who pointed over to the bar area where a young-looking male that appeared to be about 16 with dark brown hair was chatting up a pretty brunette. Before he could react, he had been stabbed in the thigh by a needle full of vervain before the sheriff had him dragged out, as he was now clearly out of it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to make sure the job is done, said Damon before leaving. What the hell just happened? Questioned Elena. Meanwhile, though it had taken a bit of time, Matt had driven Caroline home and currently found himself carrying her into her room and onto her bed. Placing her down, he made quick work of removing her shoes while she groaned, showing she was still awake. Are you okay? Questioned Matt. No, responded Caroline with a sigh. Do you ever feel like there's not a person in the world that loves you? Questioned the girl. Life can be rough, said Matt. I just wish. What? Questioned Matt after she trailed off. Just wish that life was different, admitted Caroline, though half asleep. Yeah, I know the feeling, said Matt before getting up and moving to leave, only for Caroline to grab his hand. Please, don't leave me alone, mumbled the girl. For a few moments Matt was still before removing his shoes and climbing onto the bed, and she rested her head on his chest while he wrapped an arm around her. The following Monday found Naruto up bright and early as he went about his training. Across from him, Matt was panting from exhaustion and covered in sweat, yet he was smiling, which was another sign that he was his child. The weekend had actually been quite good. Along with Lexi, Stefan, Elena and Bonnie, he had spent the weekend in New York, where the five of them had gone to see the Bon Jovi concert, where they had gotten the full VIP treatment. Naruto had spent much of the concert making out with Bonnie and Lexi, with the two girls often giving each other some love in between. After the concert and the after party, where they actually partied with the band, the group had crashed in a penthouse Naruto kept in Manhattan. They had left Sunday with the four of them heading back to Mystic Falls, while Lexi had headed off to Georgia. Once back, Naruto had called Matt and told him to be ready for a 5 a.m. pickup. Since then they had arrived on the old savageThor property, where Stefan had told Elena of his origins, with Naruto instructing Matt on the beginning stages of Konoha's Academy Taijutsu. Thankfully Matt was already in pretty good shape thanks to his football training, but Naruto knew that there was room for improvement. Sit down, Matt, said Naruto as he himself stopped his own movements after dispersing the last of his clones, while Matt collapsed as if boneless at his words. You look exhausted, stated Naruto, sitting down across from the teen. I am. I've never felt this drained in my life, said Matt, struggling to catch his breath. Good, that will make this next part easier. You read the scrolls, one left for you this weekend, right? Yeah, yesterday, answered Matt, no longer breathing as heavily though no less exhausted. Good, that means I don't have to go through all the boring explanation. Now what I want you to do is meditate, and as you do that I want you to focus inward until you can feel a warmth, that is your chakra. Find that and embrace it. Call it out. Guide it, but don't try and force it. At his direction, Matt did as told, forcing himself up and into a meditative position. Naruto was quick to do the same, and in seemingly no time his appearance changed as the area surrounding his eyes had turned red, and if he opened his eyes one could see they had turned toad-like yellow in color and the pupils stretched sideways. Finally, after nearly 15 minutes, he opened his eyes as a surge of power escaped Matt, covering him in a dome of blue energy for several seconds before it faded and the teen opened his eyes, breathing heavily. That was incredible, spoke Matt, a grin on his face despite his shortness of breath. That was only a taste. One day the power you just felt, the rush that accompanied it, one day you will discover the true depths of your power. Today, however, you've taken your first step into a new world, and it is a wonderful world at that. A few hours later finds Naruto and Bonnie within the school parking lot sitting in Naruto's car. Naruto sighed after the weekend they'd spent together in New York. Bonnie should have still been pretty pumped up. Instead, he's come to find out that she was being mystically stalked by a witch. The latest incident, however, had been the worst, and she'd woken up outside the ruins of the old Fells Church. Have you asked her what she wants? Questioned Naruto as Bonnie. Not really, it's creepy, said Bonnie, causing Naruto to sigh. You said she was asking for help, right? Questioned Naruto, getting a tentative nod from Bonnie. Emily's not haunting you. Most likely she knows there's something wrong and is trying to get you to help her fix it before there are any problems, said the blonde. Or you can always go over there and tell her to quit stalking me and let me get some sleep, said Bonnie, causing Naruto to sigh. I can't speak with her. I can't cross over to the other side, explained the blonde. Yet you've just spent the last 100+ years in the spirit world, said Bonnie, her raised eyebrow telling him all he needed to know about her current thought process. I see how you could be confused, but they are two different places. The spirit world, or heaven, or whatever you want to call it, is where most souls go when they die. However, the other side, it's a prison created by a band of witches. That prison is where those witches and their descendants and anything those descendants created, such as vampires like Stefan and Damon, end up when they die. It is unnatural, and thus it has unbalanced the spiritual and physical worlds. It's my goal to see that the place is torn down and those souls are released and allowed to pass on, but until that time I am unable to commune with anyone there, explained Naruto. Are you sure there's nothing you can do? Questioned Bonnie, biting her lip nervously. Not this time, you'll have to do this one on your own. Still, I promise you there's nothing to be afraid of. You're a Bennett witch and future high priestess, you can do this, just relax, said Naruto, pulling Bonnie's head up by her chin and planting a kiss on her lips. Better? Questioned the blonde upon breaking the kiss, getting a dazed nod from the girl. Come on, we've got class. Right, class, muttered Bonnie absently, her mind still in a daze even as she collected her things and climbed out of the Camaro. Several minutes later, as they entered their first class of the day, being history, and settled into their seats, they were just in time for the bell to ring, signaling the start of classes and the school day. At the same time, a new figure entered the room just after the last of the class's stragglers. The figure was that of a man who stood at about 6'2" in height, with an athletic build. He's short, brown hair that is gelled on the top and has blue eyes, and wore a pair of black slacks with a dark blue dress shirt, the first two buttons of which were left undone, and with the noticeable absence of a tie, over which he wore a dark jacket. Good morning, everyone, called the man as he entered, making quick work of removing his jacket and tossing it onto the chair behind the teacher's desk and turning to the board, proceeding to write his name upon it. All right, my name, as you can see, is Alaric Saltzman. It's a mouthful, I know. Doesn't exactly roll off the tongue. Saltzman is of German origins. My family emigrated here in 1755 to Texas. I, however, was born and raised in Boston. Now the name Alaric belongs to a very dead great-grandfather I will never be able to thank enough. You'll probably want to pronounce Alaric, but it's Alaric, okay? So, you can call me Rick. I'm your new history teacher. Elsewhere, a pair of women sat within the home of Sheila Bennett, one of which was obviously the woman herself, while the other was a younger woman who was in fact her daughter Abby. From her position on her chair, Sheila sat with her back straight and her face a mask that was nearly emotionless as she presented a regal air about her. Abby, on the other hand, looked to be a jumble of nerves, though she was not shaking. Her eyes were darting this way and that as if seeking out escape routes. I have spoken at length with the other elders of our family regarding your actions, which had led to our current predicament, stated Sheila, causing Abby to tense. For the most part, people have mixed feelings concerning you. On the one hand, you alone managed to take down the original vampire Michael and have been guarding over his tomb for the last 10 years. On the other, you abandoned your daughter, my granddaughter, and have not so much as even attempted to make contact with a single member of our family. You bring both pride and shame to our family for your rash actions. You have been stripped of your rightful place as my successor, and while the ancestors have agreed to return your powers to you, you must start over from scratch and retrain your powers. None shall help you in this task. Furthermore, as you abandoned your daughter for a decade, 10 years' worth of energy shall be taken from your life force and given to another. You will personally explain to Bonnie the reasons for your actions, yet you will omit the truth about her friend's nature. Do you understand these terms set down before you? I understand and will accept these terms, stated Abby, getting a nod from Sheila, who quickly found herself relaxing into her seat. You're lucky I've gotten older, otherwise I'd beat your ass worse than the time I caught you, Miranda, Jenna and Elizabeth sprawled out naked on my couch, said Sheila, causing Abby to blanch. She'd been in high school at that point, and after a particularly good party had gotten thoroughly smashed and ended up along with her 3 friends getting fucked hard in the living room by Naruto, or one of his clones. She still wasn't sure which. At the time, he'd been going by the name Minato and had just been passing through for a funeral when the 4 girls had met up with and proceeded to seduce him. Her mother had come home to find all 4 of them passed out and covered in cum. From what she later learned, she hadn't been the only one to get such a particular beating either. You know he's dating Bonnie now, said Sheila, breaking her daughter from that particular set of memories. Who? Questioned Abby. Naruto. They just got back from a weekend in New York yesterday, said Sheila. Back at the high school, lunch was in full swing and Jeremy found himself wandering the halls until he came to an open door to find the new teacher calmly eating his lunch. Hey Mr. Saltzman, I'm Jeremy Gilbert, you wanted to see me, called the teen, only for the man to motion him to enter the room before placing down his sandwich. You know that your old teacher had a jackass file. No joke, it's typed on the label, said Alaric, holding up said file for Jeremy to see. It has all the troublemakers in it. But really it's just an opus, to you, stated the teacher, getting a look of alarm from Jeremy while Alaric stood and, approaching the trash can, proceeded to drop the file inside. Don't worry about it. I'm not him. You've got a clean slate. Now let's talk about grades, said the teacher, turning back and sitting atop the edge of his desk. I know it's been a rough couple of months, but I've been trying to turn them around, said Jeremy. Yeah, I saw that. But the problem is, we're halfway through a semester and half a fail is still pretty bleak. This is the part where you say to me, what can I do to change that? I'm glad you asked. How do you feel about extra credit? Yeah, totally, whatever, spoke Jeremy, still in a bit of shock. Good. Write me a paper, then. About what? Questioned Jeremy. History. Pick a topic, keep it local, and no Wikipedia regurgita. These old towns have a rich history, so just get your hands dirty, make it sing, and you're back on track. Deal? Yeah, deal, said Jeremy, standing and shaking the man's hand only to notice the ring on his finger, which was silver with a blue stone and a strange design on it. That's a cool ring, said Jeremy as he grabbed his back and pulled it over one shoulder. Oh, thanks. It was my father's. A little garish, but family, you know. Anyway, you've got a week, said the history teacher. Later that day, outside the school, Bonnie was walking through the parking lot back towards Naruto's car when Damon appeared in front of her. Okay, it's your last chance, stated Damon calmly, causing Bonnie to jump in fright before stepping around him. I'm going to scream, said Bonnie. Oh no, don't do that. Let's stay on point. I want my necklace, said Damon. Too bad, you can't have it, retorted Bonnie, walking away only for Damon to follow after. I can't take it, but you can give it to me. I'm trying to help you. Here. I don't want your help, said Bonnie, walking even faster. You do want my help, and you don't even know it. You know why, you little witch. 'Cause you've stumbled into something you need to stumble out of, said Damon. Damon, leave me alone or I swear, started Bonnie, only to be cut off. Don't. No threats. Look, A, you hurt me last time. B, I wish you no harm. Believe it or not, Bonnie, I wanna protect you. Let me help you get Emily off your back, said Damon, stepping in front of her to force her to stop. Okay, first off, it's not your necklace. It was Emily's, you stole it, I have it and now it's mine. Secondly, what is or isn't happening in regards to her is not your concern. Now back off, otherwise I promise you will not like the results, said Bonnie, glaring at him. Look, Bonnie, let's be honest, I know more about that crystal than you do, and I know that she's using it to creep inside of you. You put on a brave face, but deep down I know how scared you are. And you should be, because I will get that crystal, even if I have to wait for Emily to give it to me herself. So, next time she comes out to play, you tell her that a deal's a deal, said Damon S. You know, Naruto told me Emily made your daylight ring. I'm sure if I ask her she'll tell me how to turn it off, said Bonnie, walking around him once again, with Damon turning only for his words to die in his throat, seeing Naruto seated calmly atop the hood of the Camaro. What the hell does he want with this thing? Questioned Bonnie almost as soon as they entered the car. Emily used it for a lot of things. From what she told me, she once let Catherine wear it, and while she did so it hid her from any type of mystical sensors, explained Naruto. Catherine, that's the bitch that caused this whole mess, right? Questioned Bonnie. It's a bit more complicated than that, and so was she. In the beginning, before she was turned, she was very much like Elena, only a lot more self-confident and less judgmental. That's the version of her I choose to remember. Later that night within the Gilbert house, Elena, Caroline and Bonnie could all be seen within the kitchen as they went about preparing dinner. Having been friends since they were all in diapers, this was not the first time that two or all of the girls in the group had been in an argument with each other. Because of this, it only took a look from Elena thrown at Caroline to get the blonde to sigh, admitting defeat. I'm sorry. There. I said it. If you want the ugly ass necklace, keep it. It's yours, said Caroline. Care, I'd have given it to you if I could. Thing is, it belonged to my ancestor and was stolen over 100 years ago. My Grams recognized it as soon as she saw it and told me not to give it back. Besides, you don't want it anyway. Things been giving me nightmares lately, explained Bonnie, making Caroline feel even worse as the blonde remembered Bonnie trying to explain only she'd flubbed her off due to Damon at the party. Alright, screw it. Are we doing manicures or what? Who has their kit? Questioned Caroline, the fact Damon handed her stolen property making her wash her hands of it. Mine's in my bag, said Bonnie. Bonnie, if the necklace is so important, why is it just sitting here? Questioned Caroline, pulling it out and turning towards the other two girls, causing them both to gasp in shock. Okay, what the hell? Exclaimed Elena. See, I'm done, exclaimed Bonnie, throwing her hands up in exasperation. I thought you left that thing at home, said Elena, turning to Bonnie. I did, locked up in a jewelry box, said Bonnie. Then how'd it get here? Questioned Caroline, clearly frustrated. Emily, said Bonnie with a frown. Who? Demanded Caroline. The ghost, said Bonnie. Oh, so now there's a ghost, exclaimed Caroline, her frustration rising. Caroline, please, said Elena, raising her hand, motioning the blonde to calm down. Why won't she just leave me alone? Questioned Bonnie, turning to Elena. What is going on? Why am I not a part of this conversation? You guys do this to me all the time, exclaimed Caroline. No, we don't, said Elena quickly. Yes, we do, said Bonnie to Elena just as quickly before turning to Caroline. I can't talk to you. You don't listen, said Bonnie. That's not true, said Caroline, getting Bonnie to give her a look. I'm a witch, said Bonnie. And don't we all know it? Retorted Caroline immediately. See, that's what I'm talking about. I'm trying to tell you something and you don't even hear it, said Bonnie before walking out of the room. I listen, Elena, when do I not listen? Questioned Caroline, only for the Gilbert girl to blow out a breath. Meanwhile at the savageThor house, Naruto sat calmly within his room, the door closed and the room sealed as the walls glowed, showing the fuinjutsu that was securing the place. He sat within what could only be described as a throne covered in furs, as surrounding him were 8 mirrors, each showing the image of a different person inside. "Brothers, sisters, it is good to see you all again," said Naruto. "You as well. What's it been 100 years since the last time all 9 of us spoke?" stated the figure in the 4th mirror from the left edge. The figure was that of a man with long red hair held in a tail that started at the top of his head and fell to his mid-back, who wore a classic kimono and sat in a seiza position. "Indeed, it has Roshi, just after the American Civil War ended, if I'm not mistaken," said another redhead, only his was cut short and he had dark rings surrounding his eyes. "That's fine with me, Gaara. As long as we don't make a habit of meeting in person too much, less chance of all of us getting too drunk," said a female voice, this one in the 2nd mirror on his left near the edge, from a blonde woman. "Ah, Yugito-chan, you don't really mean that. Those meetings are fun," came a female voice on the right one mirror from the edge, this one with short green hair. "If I remember correctly, Fu-chan, each time we do that a new religion is founded and we become new deities. First we were Shinto gods, then we were Greek gods, then Roman gods, then Viking gods. I'd prefer if we didn't tempt it again," came a new voice, which was softly spoken from the 3rd mirror on the left. "Don't hate Haku-chan, you know those were good times," came a voice from the mirror on the right edge, this one a large dark-skinned male with white hair. "You're just saying that because somehow you ended up as Zeus and Balder," said the voice from the 2nd mirror from the right edge. "Really, Utakata, you're against me too? What happened to the bro code?" questioned B, crossing his arms over his chest. "To be honest, I didn't mind the Greek and Viking ages. The Romans were too stuck up and full of themselves for my taste though," came the voice from the innermost mirror on the right. "See, at least Han agrees with us," exclaimed Fu. "Right. Well, does anyone have any worldwide apocalyptic news to report?" questioned Naruto, only to have silence all around. "Seriously, nobody?" exclaimed Fu, a giddy smile on her face. "Do you guys realize what this means?" questioned Gaara, a small smirk on his face. "No paperwork," spoke Haku softly, all of them breathing out sighs of relief and smiling. "Does anyone have anything interesting to share?" questioned B. "Well, a couple of archaeologists almost found Suna. Unfortunately, they triggered a trap and caused themselves to get eaten by scorpions," said Gaara, causing several of them to deflate. "Aw man, when are the stupid mortals going to make it to one of the villages? That's like the 45th time," exclaimed Fu in frustration. "So close," mumbled Utakata. "Well, 5 more chances and I win this bet," said Naruto with a smirk, causing Yugito to pale. "Somebody had better find one of those villages soon," said the blonde, almost frantic. "Ah, calm down, kitty cat, we'll win this," said B, only for her to glare at him. "Shut up, asshole, you're the one who got me in this mess. If he wins this bet, I'm fucking you up the ass with my tail," exclaimed Yugito. "Careful, Yugi-chan, your nerves are showing," said Fu with a smirk. "It can't be helped, Fu-chan. She's about to lose not 1 but 2 bets," said Haku, smirking herself. "2 bets? I knew of the one, what's the second?" questioned Gaara. "Well, about 1,000 years ago we made a bet that whoever mothered 9 children for Naruto has to marry the Biju of our choosing. Yugito already has what, 6 or 7? Explained Fu with a grin. "Let's see, she had 2 as Athena when he was Poseidon, had another 2 when she was Jarnsaxa and he was Thor, and she recently had another 2 as Uzume," said Haku, causing Yugito to blush. "So what, both of you have 5 each? Either of you could overtake me soon," exclaimed Yugito. "Not likely. You forget I'm working as a Shinigami right now. Naruto doesn't frequent Saraite, as it's in a completely separate realm than where the shinobi spirits are," said Fu, sticking out her tongue. "Yes, and I'm currently teaching at Yokai Academy myself. You're the only one in the human realm," said Haku. "Let's get this conversation back on track, shall we? Events of interest," said Naruto, reminding all of his presence. "Well, a scientist in Japan came up with an actual practical design for a mobile suit. He was killed by Yakuza in a restaurant before he could shed light on it, however. Said Roshi. Things on my end are getting interesting. The Corvinus vampire elders Amelia and Victor were killed recently, and there's even a hybrid running around. Said Utakata. Well, it's about time, after what that bastard did to his own daughter. Said be getting agreements all around. Anyone else, or is it my turn? Questioned Naruto after a few moments of silence. Very well, first, the Sunnydale helmet has been destroyed. Said the blonde, getting stunned silence from everyone. Not only that, but everyone who is a potential slayer has been magically activated. At this point there are around 200 of them. Said Naruto, getting a whistle from B at the news. How the hell did they destroy a helmet? Questioned Gaara. Sunnydale is now nothing more than a giant crater. I've already taken the liberty of moving the Seed of Wonder to Kumo just as a precaution. Said Naruto, getting everyone to nod. After all, without that seed, magic would be as lost as chakra to humans. Secondly, the charmed ones have completed their so-called destiny. That said, all of the high-level demons are pretty much taken care of. Said Naruto. I also recently learned that the Michael Mikhailson has been desiccated and entombed. Finished the blonde, causing everyone to go silent. You're kidding, someone actually managed to take him out. Said Yugito in shock. A witch. Abby Bennett alone and by herself. Said the nine-tailed Biju before taking a sip from the glass he'd placed on the table beside him. A Bennett witch, actual witch royalty. Said Utakata, his tone thoughtful. How long has he been down? Questioned Haku. Nearly 10 years now apparently. Answered Naruto, before the sound of shattering glass echoed from one of the mirrors. Hayate, get in here now. Came an angered voice, causing Naruto to wince. I hope Tamari goes easy on the kid. Said Naruto, only a pained expression on Gaara's face killing that hope. Why are all of your children such hellraisers, Naruto? Questioned Gaara. It's the Uzumaki genetics, I was the same way as a kid. Explained the blonde. Back at the Gilbert house, a frowning Bonnie could be seen sitting within the living room on the couch, her left leg pulled up her chest and wrapped by her arms, holding it in place while her chin rested on her knee. A series of clacking sounds echoed through the silent room as Caroline made her appearance. Bonnie, called the blonde as she entered the room, getting said witch's attention. Look, it's just not me. I don't believe in the woo-woo, said Caroline, her awkward ghost impersonation getting Bonnie to roll her eyes. But, if you do, then, okay. I'm in. That's all it takes for me to jump on board, because I consider you to be my best friend. And I'm saying this, knowing that Alina's in the kitchen listening to my every word. Continued the girl, getting a small smile from Bonnie as she knew it was true. I didn't know how real this was for you, but I'm listening now. Okay. Finished the girl, opening her hand and holding out the necklace, which after a moment Bonnie took, prompting Caroline to call in Elena. There is just way too much drama in this room. So, what do you guys wanna do? Questioned Caroline, getting twin shrugs from her friends before the blonde gasped. I have an idea. Why don't we have a seance? Said the blonde, standing to her feet. I don't think that's a good idea. Said Bonnie nervously. Come on. Let's summon some spirits. This Emily chick has some serious explaining to do. Exclaimed Caroline. Not long later found the trio sitting within Alina's room, which was now shrouded in darkness with the exception of the trio of lit candles that the three girls were surrounding. They had been trying to summon Emily, Bonnie, half-heartedly for the past 10 minutes with no luck. Finally Bonnie sighed and, remembering Naruto's earlier words, spoke up. Emily, I know you can hear me. I know there's something you need help with, and I could help, but I need you to talk to me. I'm new to this magic thing and you've honestly been freaking me out. Said Bonnie. For several long moments there was silence before the lights on the candles flared, blinding the girls. When their collective visions returned, all of them were surprised to find themselves standing outside in the woods. After a few moments they noticed another figure, this one being a young woman wearing a long-sleeved white shirt tucked into an old-fashioned striped skirt that went to her ankles. Emily. Greeted Bonnie, recognizing her from a picture her Grams had shown her. Hello Bonnie, I apologize if my previous attempts at communication frightened you. I was only just made aware of your particular situation before you called out for me," said Emily. "You must be Elena. You really do look like Catherine, only more innocent," said Emily, surprising. "You knew her?" questioned Elena in surprise. "Quite well. I was drawn to her, as Bonnie was drawn to you," answered Emily. "As for you, stay away from Damon. His obsession will lead you to your death," said the ghost, eyeing Caroline before turning back to Bonnie. "So what's going on? Why all this trouble over the necklace?" questioned Bonnie. "Deep within Mystic Falls there is a tomb holding many vampires, the exact number of which I am unsure of, though it is over 20. 145 years ago I was able to empower the amulet using the power of a passing comet to seal the vampires inside. Damon hopes to use the amulet to unlock the tomb in order to be reunited with Catherine. However, the amulet does not possess the power to reseal the tomb, meaning all vampires would be able to escape," explained the witch. "I can see how that would be bad," said Bonnie. Naruto had told her a few horror stories about vampires. Bad is not the half of it. Many of them hated humans when they were thrown in. Imagine how much rage they feel having been trapped for over a century. Elena, with her close resemblance to Catherine, would probably be the first to die, if not the last, so they could make her suffer more. I imagine both Damon and Stefan would be killed as well," said Emily. "So what do you want from me?" questioned Bonnie. "I need to destroy the amulet. Unfortunately, Sheila does not possess the power to do so, and while you do, you would not be able to as you lack experience, knowledge and control. As such, I would like to borrow your body just long enough so that I may correct my mistake and destroy the amulet. If you allow me this, then I shall gift to you all of my knowledge of magic," said Emily. "Damon said to remind you that a deal was a deal. What did he mean?" questioned Bonnie. "Back then, when the town was in its mass hysteria, vampires were being killed left and right. Soon enough, anything they deemed abnormal had to go as well. I knew they would come for me, so in return for making sure Catherine survived the ordeal, he made sure my children survived. I have already fulfilled my end of the bargain," explained Emily. Several hours later found Bonnie relaxing, being held in Naruto's arms on top of his bed. She had agreed and allowed Emily to use her body to destroy the amulet. Damon had stumbled upon Emily as she was doing the deed, however. Bonnie, meanwhile, had gotten a passenger's experience from her own body and had to admit privately that Emily was amazingly powerful. Damon had at one point tried to attack her, only for Emily to throw him away like a ragdoll using her powers, at which point Stefan had showed up and gotten the full scope of the situation. Most impressive of all was that with but a single word she'd managed to destroy the amulet, and true to her word, Emily had left her body right after. Unfortunately for Bonnie, Damon had not been down for the count and had chosen to feed on her, and if Stefan hadn't been there to pull him off, she'd have probably died. Stefan had healed her right up by feeding her some of his blood, which led her here to now with Naruto. In order to make sure she didn't die with his blood in her system and turn into a vampire herself, Bonnie was lying in bed with her boyfriend, who would ensure that nothing happened to her. They'd also learned, thanks to Jeremy, that his Aunt Jenna had just spent the night out with their history teacher. Whatever the case, Damon had said he would be leaving town, and Bonnie couldn't wait for Normal to come back. Unfortunately, none of them realized that their problems were only just beginning. Chapter 6. As the early morning sun rays shined down upon the town of Mystic Falls, Virginia, two people could be seen within the grounds of the old savageThor property. Of the two, one could be seen sitting unmoving, his eyes closed as he rested in a meditative pose, while the other was in constant moving, throwing out punches and kicks with wild abandon as he fought his invisible opponent. His limbs were a blur as they cut through the air with the enhancing aid of his chakra. For his part, though his eyes were closed, Naruto was monitoring the boy closely as he went about his training. It had been nearly a month since the episode with Emily destroying the crystal, and in that time not much had happened. Damon had left town the day following the event, however Naruto knew how stubborn he was and as such figured that once he finished sulking he'd go looking for another way to open the cave. That said, he'd decided to up Matt's training and as such currently had him on a 16-hour training schedule from 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening, with an hour-long break for lunch during the week while letting have the weekends to himself. For school he'd created a pair of clones in their places. The technique Shinokage Bunshin, True Shadow Clone, was an upgraded form of his favorite childhood technique. This technique instead of a pure ninjutsu was a ninjutsu fuinjutsu hybrid that created actual clones. Originally he'd created the technique when he was about 23 so that he could take Hinata and his first child on a small vacation to Moon Country and yet still be on top of things in the village. However, unlike him, Matt wasn't an immortal demon, and as such his clones only lasted for a day before they had to be created once more. Sure, he could make them last longer, but like its parent jutsu, the Shinokage Bunshin transferred memories upon being dispelled, and that much of a bombardment would do serious damage to the boy's mind. Still, in that time they'd been able to get plenty done. Already Matt had gotten a decent amount of control over his chakra as he had just recently learned the tree walking exercise. He had also already gotten him through the basic 3 techniques and even some supplementary ones like the rope escape technique. However, most of their focus had been physical. Naruto wanted to build up the boy's speed and strength. Initially he had wanted to teach the boy his own sword style. It had been over 100 years since he'd learned it and he had never passed it on, but he had decided against it. Instead he had decided on something a little closer to his heart, and as such had put heavy emphasis on building his strength to match the speed he'd started towards. It didn't hurt that the boy had little talent for the sword, and with his style it would be detrimental. Time, called the blonde, getting the teen to stop mid-motion before moving over to take a seat. For the last few weeks I have been trying to figure out exactly how I would train you, stated Naruto, absently pulling at the hair of the small beard he currently sported, having aged himself to his older form as he tended to do when alone with Matt. For a while I thought I would train you in my own kenjutsu style, but you don't have the talent for it. I'm still going to teach you to fight with a sword, but a katana isn't the right fit for you. You did pretty good with the staff, so I'm definitely going to work with you on bojutsu. Personally, Naruto was pleased by this as he himself had developed a love for the staff when he was 17 after the very first time he'd utilized the Gudodama during the 4th Shinobi War to create the Rakudo no bow. Later on, Tenten had made and gifted him with his own bow staff that with a twist to the center would split into a pair of rods the same length he'd used in his 6-path sage mode. Shaking the thought off and turned his attention back to Matt. Over the next few months I will begin seriously teaching you everything you will need to survive the mystical elements that will soon be coming. At the end of that time you will be the hunter, and everything else your prey. Finished the blonde before tossing a bag over which Matt caught by pure reflex yet was surprised by its weight. The contents of that bag are for your eyes only, tell no one you have it. When I have declared you ready you will keep those items with you at all times. In the meantime familiarize yourself with its contents, examine everything thoroughly, and when you are ready we will begin. Within her own home, Bonnie stood within the confines of her room, a towel wrapped around her body and her still slightly damp hair as she searched her closet for something to wear that day. Hearing the alarm on her phone going off, she quickly moved over to stop it and, feeling a bit mischievous, held it up over her and snapped a quick picture before sending it off to Naruto before turning her attention back to her wardrobe problem. Finally she settled on a simple pair of blue jeans and a black short-sleeved t-shirt. For her the last few weeks have been good, especially with Damon gone. She had taken her grandmother's advice and was keeping her nose out of vampire business and instead focused on her training. According to Sheila, she was a natural at witchcraft as her training was going smoothly. With her help and tips from her boyfriend she had learned to create fireballs in her hands, and she was currently learning fire throwing, which was creating streams of fire from the hands. She had begun learning how to cook and developed a fondness for it, which was good as according to Naruto it would later help her when it came to brewing potions. Outside of that she'd split her time between school, spending time with her friends and going on dates with Naruto. The weekend following Damon's departure he'd surprised her with 3 tickets to see Taylor Swift down in Virginia Beach, a concert she, Elena and Caroline were all too willing to attend. The next week he'd flown her out to Los Angeles where they'd gotten the full VIP treatment for the Beyoncé concert at the Staples Center, and then they'd been in New York to see the Black Eyed Peas, once again full VIP. She had questioned it, wondering why he was spoiling her. The answer had made her focus even more on her training. According to him, the period of peace they were enjoying was temporary, the figurative calm before the storm, as he had no doubt that upon the vampire's return things would pick up once more. Her thoughts on that matter, however, were quickly broken by the ringing of her phone. As midday rolled around, Naruto found himself sighing as he stepped out of the shower. Since it was the weekend, he and Matt had called it a day after a few hours of training and gone back into town, as a few of his spy clones had warned him of another vampire in town. The vamp in question had turned out to be Logan Fell, which was weird because Damon had simply killed him, meaning the man had died with vampire blood in his system. He'd probed his mind but had come up with nothing, much to his annoyance, as the man honestly didn't know how he'd been turned, and the only vampires he'd knowingly come in contact with had been his brothers. As he entered his room, he was surprised to find Elena standing within it, looking at several of the pictures he had on display. "This one is Sakura, right? And this is Hinata?" questioned Elena, holding up one of the frames. "Yeah, that's them," said Naruto, smiling softly. "Your book descriptions really did them justice," said the girl, placing the picture back down. "That one was taken a few months ago. We had a picnic before I came back. It was good to be surrounded by all of my friends again," said the blonde, making his way to his closet to pick out something to wear. "How do you cope with it, knowing you'll live forever?" questioned the girl. "I try not to think about it for the most part. It can be both a blessing and a curse. I had a front row seat to the most historic events to happen in the last few thousand years and seen things that would leave you in awe. I lived a human life during the Italian Renaissance. Both Leonardo da Vinci and Lorenzo de' Medici were personal friends of mine. At the same time, I lived during the worst of times, the Holocaust, Hiroshima. I even fought in the Meiji Revolution. I've seen humanity at its best and at its worst. You want to know what King Arthur was really like? Or how about what killed the dinosaurs? Did man really land on the moon? I know the answers to all of it," said Naruto. "Stefan told me I was adopted, but that doesn't explain why I look so much like Catherine. I've tried looking her up, but there's no information out there that links me to her," said Elena after a few moments. "Why come to me with this?" questioned the blonde as he turned to face her. "I don't know why, but something tells me I can trust you. Just being around you makes me relax, makes me feel safe, so I know you'll give me the entire truth," said Elena. Naruto was surprised at that. The girl's instincts were really good. Despite everything that should say otherwise, she was still comfortable in his presence, most likely a subconscious reaction. "It's no surprise you can't find anything on Catherine. She's gotten pretty damn good at covering her tracks, and what she misses I generally clean up." As he said this, he moved over to a bookshelf and removed a rather thick one, which he leafed through before removing a trio of discs. "I'll give you something, and in exchange I want you to learn everything on these discs," said Naruto, handing the disc over. "You want me to learn Bulgarian?" said Elena with a frown. Catherine Pierce was born Katerina Petrova in 1473, a noble in Bulgaria. As a Petrova, you are part of one of the oldest currently living families in the world, explained Naruto. "Okay, but why do I look like her?" questioned Elena. "Learn what's on there. In time you can ask her yourself," stated Naruto, causing Elena to slump in defeat at not getting the answer she sought before she slunk out. "Report," spoke the blonde, causing a figure to shimmer into existence from the room's corner, revealing itself to be a clone. "Damon's on his way back from Georgia as we speak," stated the clone. "I take it he's learned of another way to open the tomb then," stated Naruto. "Emily's grimoire," stated the clone, causing the original shake his head. "So predictable. Traveler witches these days lack imagination. Let's put the copy in play. I'm not done with the modifications to the original," stated the original after a moment. "Any updates on our vampire problem?" questioned Naruto. "So far we've found 2 newborns. I've got 2 squads tracking them," said the clone, getting a nod from the blonde. He knew of course he could easily find them if he tried. However, in order to make things a bit tougher for his part, he had sealed off the vast majority of his abilities. He'd muted his sense of smell to that of a well-trained Inuzuka and had created restriction seals for his sensing abilities so that only something within 200 yards could be detected. He had even restricted his physical abilities to what he'd been capable of in his mid-20s as far as speed, strength and reflexes were concerned. Granted, he'd been Hokage by that point, but it's not like he was Guy or Lee, so he considered it a fair level. He'd also sealed away over 3/4 of his chakra, and while his usable reserves were still massive compared to people from his age, it was actually very little for him, about the same as he had in his mid-20s. His thoughts on the matter, however, were cut off as his phone rung, and after checking the display he decided to answer it. "Did you know?" came the angered and distraught voice over the phone. "Hello to you too, Zack. Judging by your tone, I take it you've met Yugito," said Naruto, causing the clone beside him to sigh. "I did. Did you know about the compulsion?" retorted Zack. "Stefan told me the day I got back into town. It's why I got you out of here so quickly when I realized Damon was back," stated the blonde, moving to look out of the window. "I'm going to kill him," said Zack. "Zack, listen," started Naruto, only to be cut off. "He killed my fiancé. My pregnant fiancé. Don't worry about Damon. I'll make sure he's properly punished for it," said the blonde. "I'm not going back. Just ship my things here. Mystic Falls has nothing but heartache," said Zack before the line went dead. "I want you to prepare the package for transport. Let's give Zack a good birthday at least," said Naruto, addressing his clone. "It's 6 months away," remarked the clone. "I know. I'd just rather everything be taken care of by then." "Got it, boss," said the clone before dispersing. Once it was gone, Naruto reached back down into his pocket and pulled out another phone, and after scrolling through the contacts finally found one. Meanwhile, Jeremy was currently at the library preparing to do some researching for his report. With his new focus on studying, the motivation for which only a female could give a man, he had actually been seriously delved into his schoolwork. His teachers had all noted his increased attendance, attentiveness and cooperation in class, and many of them were on board with giving him a second chance so that he could make things up now that he was out of his funk. As for his report itself, well, he was doing it on his family. He'd recently come across a journal written by one of his ancestors during the 1800s during the Civil War, and considering his family was one of the original founding families, he felt it was a good idea. His thoughts on the matter, however, were interrupted as he took a step back as a few books fell out from the bookcase in front of him. Bending down to pick them up, he was spooked when a voice spoke up from out of nowhere. "Oh my God. I am so sorry. There was this one book wedged between the other, and so I pulled, and then kaplunk, kaboom." Are you okay?" spoke the girl in a rush. "Yeah, I'm fine," said Jeremy, giving the girl a quick once-over. From her appearance he would guess that she was about 15. She stood at about 5 feet 5 inches and had long dark hair. With her facial structure he was guessing that she was mixed with something, but overall he thought she was pretty cute. Of course, both of them chose that moment to bend down and collect the rest of the books, causing them to bump heads, though both of them laughed it off. "Ah, I'm Anna," spoke the girl. "Jeremy." Soon enough they had put the books back into their places, and Anna led him over to a different part of the library. "This aisle is local and state history. And Civil War is one over. What do you need?" spoke Anna, gesturing to the aisles with her hand. "Local, 1860s. You work here?" questioned Jeremy. "Nope. You want reference?" "This way. Anyway, I'm homeschooled, so I study here for a mock school environment." "Ah, here we go. Original settlers, town archives, founders stuff. It's all here. So, what's your topic?" "The town's fear and hysteria surrounding the war and how it influenced certain writers of the time." "You might want to focus that," said Anna. "The origin of local folklore and myths." "You mean the vampires?" said Anna, causing Jeremy's eyes to widen slightly. Elsewhere, Matt sat with his eyes glued to the screen and a tub of popcorn in his lap as he enjoyed this short training break. Beside him, Caroline sat with her eyes transfixed to the screen, though every once in a while she would drain a bit of the huge soda she'd bought. Originally he'd been on his way to the garage when the girl had called him up and asked if he wanted to go with her. The movie they were watching was called The Blind Side, the true story of Michael Orr of the Baltimore Ravens. He had been surprised by the offer from the girl, that she'd wanted to see a movie about a football player. However, seeing Sandra Bullock starring in said movie had killed his surprise pretty quick. A soft vibrating had him glancing away from the screen and down to his phone, a small smile coming over his face upon seeing the text. "Who is that?" questioned Caroline, surprising him because she hadn't even looked away from the screen. "It's Vic. Just checking up on me apparently," said Matt, typing a quick response before sliding the phone back into his pocket. Once again, however, he was surprised as Caroline was suddenly leaning into his side while he hesitantly wrapped his arm around her shoulders, unknowing of the smile now on her face. Anna smirked as she made her way down the street. Things had gone very well for her as far as Jeremy was concerned, and by the end of the day she'd had the boy eating out of the palm of her hand. Of course there had been a few near misses and she'd been forced to abandon the seduction aspect of her manipulation, but that was fine. At the end of the day her instincts regarding the boy had been spot on. Initially he'd been a bit hesitant and reserved, but a little patience and the nerdy mousy girl persona she had used had opened him up. Still, she wondered just who the hell this mystery girlfriend of his was. Anything that sounded like even a casual date had quickly been rebuffed, which was odd for her as she wasn't usually one to be turned down. It was as she entered the room of the motel she was staying at that all thoughts abandoned her as she found herself staring down the person already inside. Seated within a chair back placed against the wall so that he was facing the door was a man she hadn't seen in years. Her breath froze in her chest as she took in the deep blue eyes that regarded her, and she found herself unable to move within his piercing gaze. "Hello, Annabelle. Sit." As the words were said, Anna found her ability to move and breathe restored. She moved slowly and cautiously towards the bed, making sure that she made no sudden movements that could be perceived as threatening in any way. She didn't even entertain the notion of making a run for it, as she doubted she'd even get 5 feet away before he was upon her. "I should have realized all of this vampire activity was your doing. After all, you are one of the few people with any interest in opening that place," said the man. "Naruto, I promise I'm just here for my mother. Just let me get her out and leave," said Anna. "Your mother is still on the shit list, so don't expect any help from me in getting her out," said Naruto, causing the girl to frown. "Can you at least not interfere?" questioned Anna, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow. "And how exactly do you plan on getting her out? Last I checked you have absolutely zero aptitude for magic," said Naruto. "I've got a plan in the works, just watch," said Anna. "Nobody gets hurt, understood?" said Naruto as he stood to his feet. "Hi," said the girl with a nod. "I'm serious, one person dies and you will not like the result," said the blonde before his form flickered away, allowing the girl to breathe out a sigh of relief. The stretch of time that followed found Naruto and Matt once again secluded within the abandoned savageThor property, already hard at work. Despite the early start to the day, Matt was already covered with sweat as Naruto had suddenly decided to switch gears. Now he had him sparring with a clone, or if he was feeling particularly lazy or in a humorous mood, he'd summon either a toad or a kitsune as his partner. Either way, the end result was a beaten-up quarterback. At the moment the teen was resting, recovering from one such sparring session and guzzling down a bottle of water. "Tell me, Matthew, what is your purpose for gaining strength? What drives you?" questioned Naruto, a serious air coming over them. "What do you mean? I thought you wanted me to train," said Matt with a frown. "Perhaps, but it is the purpose behind, not the goal itself, which is important. My purpose for training you is so that you can protect yourself in case I cannot be there for you. To that end, I will push you to your physical and mental limits so that you can live through the worst of things to come. The question, however, is for what purpose would you push yourself to those limits, and for what purpose would you transcend them? For what purpose would you fight? Would you kill for? Think on that and come back when you have an answer," stated Naruto before he vanished in a whirl of leaves, only a set of car keys left behind. Elizabeth Forbes was expecting many things when she made it into her office. A mountain of paperwork, new bookings, release forms, prison transfer forms being the most of it. However, what the sheriff wasn't expected was the person standing within her office when she entered. Standing there in a pair of blue jeans and a black shirt, and his red hair was still spiky as ever, hanging down to the back of his neck. As he turned to look her way, she felt her knees weaken as those soulful blue eyes she loved so much regarded her. "Hello, Liz," stated the man with a smile. Well, if it isn't the world-famous author Arashi Uzumaki in the flesh, stated the sheriff, quickly pushing through her initial reaction as she closed the door behind her. You're mad at me, stated the man calmly, who was actually Naruto in another alias. Whatever gave you that idea? Questioned the woman, leaning so that she sat on the edge of her desk facing him. Let's see, you used my full name, and you haven't hugged me yet, stated the man. I'm married, remember? Retorted the woman. Never stopped you before, besides I know what Bill is up to, stated the man, causing her to frown. How long have you been in town? Questioned the woman. Well, I came back for the funeral, left right after, and came back after the signing tour ended last month, stated the man. Funny I didn't see you there, said Liz with narrowed eyes. In response, he snapped his fingers before being surrounded by orbs of blue light which cleared to show a nondescript brown-haired man. He wore the same clothes, but Liz knew that his appearance was so ordinary she wouldn't spare him a second look on a normal basis. Then he snapped once more, and after the show of lights was in his regular form. What was that? Questioned Liz in shock. Glamour spell. Helpful for when I don't want to draw attention to myself, explained the man. So you know magic now, stated Liz, frowning. Just something I picked up along the way during my travels, said Arashi. Bill left me, he found out about our affair and he left, stated Liz after a few moments. Pretty hypocritical of him, all things considered, stated Arashi. However, Liz said nothing, simply continued to frown. Is Caroline my daughter? Questioned Arashi with no preamble, causing Liz's eyes to widen. What? No, said Liz quickly. You know, Kelly said the same thing when I asked her years ago. Turns out both Vicky and Matt are my children, so please do me the favor of being truthful, Liz, stated Arashi. I had the blood test done when she was born. I'd have never kept something like that from you, stated Liz. Good, I figure it won't be long until Matt and Caroline start sleeping together, if they're not already, stated Arashi. So how many lives have you lived? Questioned Bonnie as she lied with Naruto on his bed in the savageThor house nearly 3 hours later. Well, remember, most of my lives are lived by clones, but me personally the most famous ones were Ezio Auditore da Firenze, that one started in 1459. Poor kid was stillborn, broke his mother's heart, so I placed my spirit in his body, no memory of my true self whatsoever. Then in 1693 I became Edward Kenway. Ironically enough, one of Ezio's descendants. I was pirate that time, which was pretty fun. In 1849 I had a clone known as Himura Kenshin, who was among other things one of the greatest samurai of his time. I myself was here living as Naruto Salvatore at least until 1859, when I replaced the Kenshin clone. Elena said you knew King Arthur, said Bonnie. Arturia, yay, sweet girl. Sharp mind, even sharper tongue to match her blade. So why does everyone think she was a guy? Questioned Bonnie, turning so that she was facing him, causing Naruto to pause at the feel of her naked breast pressing against his own chest. Because when they found out about her, it was in an age of chauvinism. In their minds at that time, no woman could be a warrior, let alone unite an entire kingdom. Stupid, really. I never figured out just how that occurred, said Naruto, his voice taking on a thoughtful tone. Have you ever had trouble deciding what you wanted to do? Questioned Bonnie. What do you mean? Questioned Naruto in return. I mean, like what occupation you wanted to take. Like Elena wants to be a doctor and Caroline wants to be an actress, stated the girl. Not really. In all of my lives, my occupation was decided by what was happening around me. But don't think about a job, think about what you enjoy doing and take it from there, stated the blonde. Bonnie frowned as she thought about those words, at least before she gasped and hissed in pleasure. Grinning to himself at putting her mind on other things, Naruto kissed her neck lightly, and for the next 2 hours Bonnie moans and cries of pleasure would echo through the room. Matt meanwhile was taking some time to himself as he sat upon the bleachers at his school overlooking the football field. At the moment the place was empty, leaving him alone with his thoughts, which for the moment was all he wanted. Naruto's words from earlier were still weighing heavily on his mind as he tried to come up with a reason for what he was doing. He had never really been much for fighting. In fact, more often than not he was playing the peacemaker as Tyler caused enough trouble for the both of them. Still, he acknowledged that there was a part of him that wanted what Naruto was ready to offer him. It was strange because he had never really even entertained the notion of fighting. Yeah, he'd wanted to be stronger, but that was the football player in him talking before this point. It was due mostly to his musing that he'd gone out and bought the series of books entitled Chronicles of the Shinobi. Learning that the books were an actual autobiography written by his own father was enough to get him into reading them. Already he was halfway through the first book, and the things he'd read therein had left him feeling a whole slew of emotions. From the tragedy surrounding his birth to his time in the orphanage and his treatment there had given him a type of anger he hadn't felt before. That feeling had only burned even fiercer with what he read about his treatment in the academy from not only the students but the teachers as well. As it was the only positive influence he'd seen so far had been from the Sandaime Hokage. It was only as he neared the end of the book, finishing the part about his mission in the Land of Waves, did he realize and understand the answer to his father's question. Between Haku's sacrifice and the rallying of the people of Wave, he had been given his father's reason for fighting. It surprised him that when he put himself in a similar situation, or even his friends, he found himself wanting to fight for the first time he could actually recall. It was only as he closed the first book several hours after opening it, judging from how late it was getting, that he'd realized just how long he'd been sitting there. Still, as he made his way down from the bleachers and back towards the car, he decided that from this point onwards he would do his best to protect his friends in this messed up situation they were in. The next morning found the group all back in their regular routines. As of this moment the bell had just rung, signaling the end of the day's first class. For Jeremy, that class was actually history, where a stack of papers were suddenly dropped down onto his desk. Glancing away from his bag to the paper, he was met to the stapled sheets with the letter A marked in red ink at the top. Surprised. It's a good essay. Your thoughts are clear, and your argument is well laid out. It's just, you don't actually think there are vampires in Mystic Falls, stated the new teacher Alaric Saltzman as he moved to sit back behind his desk, looking across it to Jeremy, who sat at the front of the class. No, I mean, I think statistically there's been more animal attacks, mysterious deaths and people gone missing than any other place in the whole Commonwealth of Virginia, stated Jeremy. It's conjecture, but creative, which is why you got the A. I just wouldn't get too, caught up in the whole conspiracy theory of it all, said the teacher. I won't, stated the teen, slipping the paper into his back and sliding out from his desk to leave. Oh, and Jeremy, the source that you cited for the 1860s info, Jonathan Gilbert, started the teacher, only to be interrupted by the student. Oh, my ancestors' journal? Questioned Jeremy. I'd really like to see that sometime, stated Alaric. Really? Questioned the teen in slight surprise. Jeremy, I'm a history teacher, meaning I'm fascinated by the subject. You have in your possession a first-person account of the Civil War, reminded the man. Yes, that's true. Still, if you thought my essay was creative, wait until you get a load of this thing, said the teen, reaching into his bag and handing the man the leather-bound journal before leaving the room. So you dropped him, just like that? Questioned Bonnie as she and Naruto walked along the front courtyard about 10 feet behind Elena and Caroline. Yeah, just felt he needed to realize that he crossed a line, and I wasn't pleased, stated the blonde. So how long is he going to be down? Questioned Bonnie. Well, the genjutsu I used is known to cause a lot of strain on the mind. However, do keep in mind his condition and his healing factor. He should have woken up about an hour ago, said the blonde. So have you figured out your outfit for the dance yet? Questioned Bonnie. Meanwhile, a bit further ahead, Elena and Caroline were involved in a conversation of their own. The previous night, Elena had yet another bit of misfortune befall her, as she'd had a run-in with yet another vampire. Only this time she'd nearly ran them down with the car, only to swerve to the side at the last minute. Of course, if she'd known it was a vampire at the time, she'd have run their ass right on over and kept going. Instead, she thought it was a human, and as such ended up flipping her car. It was only her luck that Damon had chosen that time to show up and had scared them off, which is when Elena had realized it was a vampire due to the speed they'd run away. It was because of this that Stefan had surprised her this morning with a stash of vervain, some of which she'd slipped into a necklace that she'd just given to Caroline. It's so pretty. Thank you. God. It'll go with, like, everything. What's the occasion? Questioned the blonde as she eyed her new gift. No occasion. Just a little friend gift. Responded the Gilbert girl as the two reached an empty table. So lesbian friend necklace, 'cause we're freaky like that. Said the blonde with a wink showing she was joking. Well, your friendship is important to me. Said Elena. Okay, why are you being so mushy? Questioned Caroline, grabbing a sandwich from out of her bag. Because you've been avoiding me. I just wanted you to know that whatever is going on with you and Matt, it's okay. Later that day found Matt sitting at the bar at the grill feeling out a few papers when a voice spoke up, catching his attention. Matt Donovan, what do you know? Looking up towards the voice, Matt found himself smiling. Ben McKittrick. What's up, man? Rough season, bud, said Ben. Yeah, it's kind of hard to recover when you have to forfeit half your games, said Matt. You gonna be working here? Questioned Ben. Nah, family owns the garage across the street. I'm just doing some last-minute paperwork so we can get all the tools we need, stated Matt. So what's next for you, man? College? Questioned Ben. That's the plan. I talked to a few of the scouts in state. Basically, if I can raise my GPA to at least a solid 3.0, I can still swing that football scholarship, stated the teen. Good luck with that, bro, said Ben. Deeper in the grill found Bonnie and Elena as they were in the midst of their own meal and conversation. I can't believe you're adopted, said Bonnie in surprise. I never saw it coming, and it gets weirder. I looked at my birth certificate and it lists Miranda and Grayson Gilbert as my birth parents. None of it makes any sense, said Elena. That night found the three brothers gathered inside of the Gilbert house, with Damon pacing the living room and Naruto leaning against a wall while Stefan and Elena sat on the couch. The reason for the impromptu gathering was that Elena had been attacked by a vampire while inside the house. Luckily, Stefan had already been there and had managed to grab him and throw him away just when he tried to take a bite out of the girl. How the hell did he get in? Questioned Damon as he continued his slow pacing of the room. He was invited in, said Elena lowly. He posed as a pizza delivery guy last night, explained Stefan. Well, he gets points for that. Did he say what he wanted? Responded the elder vampire. No, he was too busy trying to kill me, stated Elena as if the answer should be obvious. And you have no idea who this is? Questioned Stefan. No, don't look at me like that, I told you we had company, stated, and then reminded Damon upon seeing his brother's doubt-filled face. You think there's more than one? Questioned Elena. There are two, said Naruto, speaking up for the first time and catching the group's attention. I've got agents out trying to figure out who they are as we speak, continued the blonde while Damon finally sat himself down on the arm of the couch. He was invited in, stated Stefan, reminding his brothers of the worst part of the predicament. So we get him tonight. You up for it? Stated Damon before turning to Elena. What do I have to do? Questioned Elena. Let your boyfriend take you to the dance. We'll see who shows up, said the elder savageThor. That's a bad idea, stated Stefan. Until we get him, this place isn't safe for anyone, stated Damon, causing his brother to frown. Damon's right. It's not like he's actually going to get to Elena. Between the three of us, his chances are less than zero, said Naruto. Later that night found the students of Mystic Falls High enjoying themselves at the school's dance. This dance was called the Decade Dance, in which the students dressed up in period pieces. In this case it was 1950s themed. Having arrived a bit earlier themselves, Caroline and Bonnie could be found dancing with their dates Matt and Naruto respectively. It was only as they saw Elena arrive that the two girls broke off to meet up with the other member of their trio. As the two girls split off and Matt went to go get Caroline a drink, Naruto took a moment to check his surroundings. Of course he didn't really have to do so himself, as he had disguised clones moving around all over the place. Still, he took the moment to look around, spotting the new history teacher chatting up Alina's aunt, and shook his head seeing Anna chatting up Jeremy. If that was her place, she was going to find that was a very steep mountain with plenty of jagged points that she'd have to climb. After all, the kid was still technically with his daughter. Of course, he knew objectively that he could easily find out who these two newborn vampires were. He knew Anna had a hand with them and it would be simple to pull that information from her mind, but he was trying to make things a bit challenging and as such was restricting his usage of magic. That hadn't stopped him, however, from resetting the wards within the Gilbert house. He'd just neglected to mention that fact simply because he felt that the family needed to get their shit together. The fact that Jeremy had invited him in was nothing compared to the fact that he knew that neither of them had even thought to inform Jenna of what was going on around them. It was only nearly 30 minutes later when he'd seen Stefan dash out that he knew it was time. However, unlike his brothers, Naruto decided to stay put. This particular leech had already shown he was kind of smart, so it wouldn't be too far of a stretch if he was using a bait-and-switch technique. As such, he was not surprised when Elena suddenly froze with her phone to her ear and looked back towards Jeremy. Looking back himself, he smirked as he could see Elena's new stalker standing behind Jeremy with a phone to his ear. At least before he saw Elena run out the door out of the corner of his eye. Staying put himself, he watched as the vampire walked out of the room after her like nothing was wrong, while he himself walked slowly after him. Following them at his own pace, he eventually found the two of them in the cafeteria where Elena proceeded to stab him with a pair of pencils. Of course, she hit him in the stomach, so he didn't die, but he was still proud. It was only as she broke the handle of a mop into a makeshift stake and had her weapon taken did he decided to make his presence known. As the vampire lunged, the blonde appeared, catching him easily by the throat and tossed him across the room so hard that he made a small crater against the wall he slammed into. Before the vampire could do more than get to his feet, however, he found himself pinned to the wall by Stefan, who had appeared and slammed the makeshift stake directly into his stomach. Before the vampire could even do more than cry out shortly in pain, his mouth slammed shut regardless of his attempts to do otherwise. "Hello, Noah," stated Naruto, moving forward, surprising everyone, none more so than the currently immobilized vampire. "My name is Naruto. These two are my little brothers, Damon and Stefan. Of course you've already met Stefan's girlfriend Elena," said the blonde, moving a chair over and placing it down before taking a seat. "You can cease struggling now. You won't be able to open that mouth of yours until I allow it. Now then, my brothers have a few questions they'd like to ask you. Of course, I could always simply snatch the information from your mind. You see, I've studied magic in every corner and on every continent in the world. It's a really simple process for me now, but you've provided us with a learning opportunity. This is a school after all." It was only less than 5 minutes later, however, as he looked at the desiccated corpse of the vampire, that he realized that his brothers weren't as smart as he thought they were. "Well, that was a disappointment," stated Naruto as he stood up from his seat, absently conjuring a ball of fire in his hand, which he tossed onto the corpse, causing it to quickly go up in flames. "I thought it went pretty good," said Damon, taking a couple steps back just to be safe. "Yeah, well, thinking has never been your strong point. You asked 6 questions, he answered, only 3 of which only 2 weren't complete bullshit. So what have we learned? Elena looks like Catherine, which we already knew. The fact that he spent this entire time stalking Elena and hiding from you two says he didn't know Catherine, so he's taking orders from someone who did. That person is looking for Jonathan Gilbert's journal, which they believe has the location of Emily's grimoire, which in turn holds the key to opening the tomb," summarized the blonde. "Sounds about right," said Stefan. "So how many people was he working with? Who's calling shots? Where are they based? What's the plan for them to get what they want?" rattled off the blonde, his brothers remaining silent in the wake of his barrage of questions. "That's right, you don't know. You don't know because you dusted our only lead after 6 questions. Good job," finished the blonde, shaking his head as he moved towards the door. As he left the room and pretended not to notice the new history teacher trying to hide from him in the hallway. Ignoring him but making a mental reminder to deal with that situation as well, Naruto continued out and back into the school gym where the dance was still going strong. Spotting Matt and Caroline still out on the dance floor, it didn't take him long to find Bonnie out of that, who quickly broke off her conversation with a group of girls she'd been engaged with and joined him as they made their way out of the building. The next day found several people arriving at the savageThor boarding house bright and early. As she entered the house, Elena found Matt was already in attendance, seated within the living room with Stefan and Damon not too far away. They had barely even entered the room when they were led right back out, with Damon leading the way up the stairs, where they came upon the sight of Naruto seated behind a desk within a study. Though he took notice, he quickly motioned the group for silence with a finger over his lips, turning his head slightly so that they could see the active Bluetooth headset he wore. "Well, it was only a matter of time, we all knew that," said the blonde as he stood up from his chair and moved from behind his back. "No, I'm not saying I like the situation, only that I can understand his reasoning. I wouldn't knowingly let Stefan or Damon rot in some prison like that for a year, let alone as long as his brother was in. You know how far I'd push things for my other siblings. With that said, I agree this situation is dangerous, but it's manageable. Relocate Project Legacy to Site Beta 30 Delta and send a team out to monitor the situation. I don't want them interfering unless absolutely necessary, but I want to be ensured that this doesn't leak out to the humans," said the blonde before taking a small drink before he frowned. "You sound unsure. Do I need to send in a shadow team?" questioned the blonde, only to smirk at the answer he was given. "Listen, I'm not worried in the slightest. Remember when that one vampire tried to blow the lid off of stuff on Jay Leno? We stopped that quickly, didn't we? Just have them keep a monitoring and containing position and they shouldn't run into any problems. Hell, if I have to, I can take care of this situation myself, though I doubt I'll have to," said Naruto. "That's what I thought you'd say. Also send a cleanup crew and collect whatever you can from Ordog's Devil's House, no sense in all of that going to waste. Most of the stuff can go into storage, just send me the good stuff," said the blonde before clicking the button on the device to end the call and moving it from his ear. "Sorry about that. Business beckoned." "What was all that about anyway?" questioned Damon. "A vampire coven in Hungary was destroyed early this morning. That was an assessment and damage control call," answered the blonde. As he moved to look out of the window, those watching were shocked, as for in the next moment he had changed. He appeared older and his bright blonde hair had changed, becoming shorter and white, while his clothing shifted into a black vest and pants suit with a white shirt. He was in this form only for a few moments before he shifted back to his regular appearance. "I received another message earlier this morning. It appears No's collaborators witnessed our short interview last night and would like to meet. They will arrive here in approximately 30 minutes. You will sit down and hear them out. Regardless of what is said later, however, I will not help in any way. I have a few other things to handle, however, should you request it, I will offer counsel. Matt, of course, will not be available to assist as he will also be otherwise occupied. We will be leaving just after the meeting." 30 minutes later on the dot, the group was alerted to the ringing of the doorbell. It was Stefan who went to answer it and came back leading in a girl who looked about 15. As they entered the living room and she was motioned to take a seat. "Thank you for agreeing to meet me, uncle," said the girl, bowing her head slightly in greeting. "I'd like you all to meet my niece Annabelle. Anna, these are my adoptive brothers Damon and Stefan, this Elena, and finally my son Matt," said Naruto, getting the introductions out of the way. "Firstly, I want to apologize for Noah. When I first gave the order for your abduction, it was because I thought you were Catherine. Of course, I realized later that you weren't and called it off. Unfortunately, you had piqued his interest. I actually went to the school last night to stop him, but you guys beat me to him," said Anna. "I remember you. I saw you with Catherine once," stated Stefan, surprising Damon and Elena. "My mother and Catherine were friends for a time. Mystic Falls is my home. I lived here even before what you call the founding of the town. I grew up here, yet since I've been back I barely recognize the place," said Anna. "So why come back now?" questioned Stefan. "Well, in truth, I've been back since the night of the Comet Festival. As for why, the same reason as Damon, I want in that tomb," said Anna simply. "Then you'll be equally disappointed as Damon. The talisman that opened it was destroyed," said Stefan. Perhaps if that was the only way, you would be right, said the girl, catching both Stefan and Elena by surprise. Emily's talisman was a key to unlock her spell. Unfortunately, the key has been lost. However, as with any door, there are still options. You can either use a spare key or you can pick the lock. Emily's grimoire contains a spell that will unlock the cave, revealed the girl. But all of her things were lost, said Damon in exasperation. Not lost, seized. The head of the Founders Council seized all of Emily's things when she was taken into custody. The head at the time was Jonathan Gilbert, said Anna. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. One of the few people I never quite got around to killing, mused Damon. Trust me, a lot of people wanted to kill him, said Naruto. Well, I actually did kill him, said Stefan, shocking Elena, along with Damon and Anna. Problem was he didn't stay dead. Emily spelled a pair of rings which made it so that nothing supernatural could kill him. Because of this, I had to make it seem as if he was insane, said Naruto. Whatever the case, Emily's possessions were seized by Jonathan Gilbert. Among those possessions was her grimoire. I've since learned that he wrote a series of journals in which he describes the happenings of those times. It's my belief that the Gilbert journals contain the location of the grimoire, broke in Anna, bringing the conversation back on track. So if you're right, these journals would be over 100 years old. Who says they're still around, said Damon. They're still around. Jeremy has one of them, revealed Anna. Matt was, to put it simply, in awe. They'd met with Anna around 8 that morning, and here it was barely going on 9, and they were in New York of all places, Brooklyn to be exact. It had taken them barely any time to actually make the trip as well. One moment they'd been at the boarding house and the next they'd been within an apartment in Manhattan. Naruto had simply placed his hand on his shoulder and they'd just vanished in swirls of light. Orbing, he had called it, a teleportation method used by what he called whitelighters, or angels. Following that, they'd traveled by rail down to Brooklyn, and after they'd come out had walked down 2 blocks until they'd come into another apartment complex. Walking inside, he'd led him downstairs to the basement where he'd revealed an elevator hidden in the wall. As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a sea of people moving this way and that. Many of the people they passed were dressed in suits consisting of dress shirt, pants and sports coat or vest, while many others were dressed in black BDUs. The halls and floor were entirely white from what he could see, but he couldn't see everything as his attention was being pulled in many different directions. It was only as he was led over to a rail that he realized they were over an entirely different floor with many more people moving about. Impressive, isn't it? Said Naruto, leaning on the rail and taking in the sights. What is this place? Questioned Matt. The last real secret intelligence agency on Earth. In truth, it's actually the incorporation of several secret societies that fell apart for one reason or another. In the aftermath of World War II, there were a bunch of millionaires who lost their children during the war. Rather than see their money lost or just give it all to charity, they pulled their resources all together to create a place where it couldn't happen again. Because it is privately funded and non-existent with any government, there are no borders which we can't cross into, and over time, of course, the mission broadened and other entities were incorporated or revived, which gives us bases all around the world. Explained the blonde. Spies, stated Matt in surprise. Much more than that. We also monitor and hide the supernatural world from regular humans. Vampires, magic, leprechauns, angels, gods, we hide it all, until one day when people are ready to accept it all. Explained the blonde. Lord Naruto, we're ready, sir. Came a voice, catching their attention. Turning towards the voice, they were greeted to a man who stood at perhaps 6'5" and wore black BDUs. He had chocolate brown skin and a shaved head and a goatee of black hair with serious brown eyes. He had no weapons on his person. Matt, this is Jackson Briggs, the director of our covert field operations. Jax, this is my son Matt, the one I spoke with you about last week. Introduced the blonde. Anyone ever tell you that you resemble the character from the Mortal Kombat games? Questioned Matt. More than once. The character was based off me, stated the man, motioning the two to follow. So I've been looking over your file and I've got to say I'm impressed with your physicality so far. That said, you're a bit behind most of your siblings, but considering your situation, you're pretty good all things considered. That said, just because you're the boss's kid, don't expect us to go easy on you. In fact, we'll push you a lot harder than the rest. I know about the little vampire issue in your town, so expect heavy combat training in your future, so prepare for the bruises," said Jax as he led them down the hall. Before he could continue further, Naruto suddenly collapsed, grabbing his head and screaming, catching the immediate attention of everyone surrounding him. Immediately, Jax called for a medic before crouching down to check on him. Finally, after nearly 3 minutes, Naruto pushed himself to his feet, standing unsteadily and helped by Jax. "What happened?" questioned the man, having witnessed a similar scene before. "Alexander Corvinus just died. Get a cleanup crew there and then erase the ship." "Done. What about Marcus?" questioned Jax, knowing immediately what happened. "Marcus, I'll handle myself," stated the blonde, standing on his own finally, though his eyes glowing blood red, telling all of his anger. "Is Amelia still here?" questioned the blonde after a few moments to calm himself. "Yes. She wasn't scheduled to leave until tomorrow," stated Jax after a moment's thought. "Right then, take Matt for his meeting. I need to have a chat with our guest." With that said, the blonde stalked off. "You know, I've known your dad for over 30 years and I've never seen him that upset. He's scary enough when he's in a good mood," said Jax, motioning Matt to follow. "What was that about?" questioned the quarterback after a few minutes of silent walking. "You know about his cloning technique, right?" questioned Jax. "Yeah, shadow clones. He taught me how to do it," stated Matt, with Jax making a mental note of that information. "Well, he has a more advanced one which lets clones live out entire lives. Alexander Corvinus was one such clone, though he didn't know it. Regardless, anytime one of the clones dies violently, that happens," stated the man. "So who's Marcus?" questioned Matt after a moment. "Someone you'll be learning about soon enough," answered Jax. Naruto meanwhile stalked down the hall, setting a furious pace. Despite the speed of his legs, however, his mind was flying at an even greater pace as he tried to come up with some way to salvage this situation. A few hours after the morning meeting found Stefan massaging his forehead, trying to fend off the current headache. With all of the information Anna had supplied this morning, Damon was once again chomping at the bit to get into the tomb. Elena had been given the task of retrieving the journal, only to learn that he'd loaned it out to the history teacher Alaric Saltzman. Stefan had agreed to follow up on that, only for the history teacher to try to pull off a modern-day Van Helsing. Learning that the man had been drawn into town due to all of the recent animal attacks had annoyed him. Learning that the man had witnessed Damon kill his wife and disappear with her body had pissed him off. Damon had obviously turned her, which had in turn drawn a vampire hunter to their doorstep. If that hadn't been enough, then the fact that the man had somehow lost the journal had nearly made him lose his temper, as it was only the fact that the man had made a copy of it earlier in the day had kept him from losing it. At the moment, he was currently sitting within an armchair back within the boarding house, massaging the bridge of his nose. The journal had been a bit revealing and made him more than a little nostalgic. They'd since discovered the greatest gem. Jonathan Gilbert had not kept Emily's grimoire, instead he had given it to someone who swore it would be secured, Giuseppe Salvatore. "Great. The person I hate thinking about the most," muttered Damon, using a hand to cover his eyes as he slumped over in his own seat. "Was he really that bad?" questioned Elena in curiosity. "The man shot and killed his own sons," said Stefan. "Didn't even hesitate. Didn't even try to wound, went right for the heart," said Damon, frowning darkly. "I know where it is," said Stefan, suddenly getting up and moving to leave the room, with Damon and Elena quick to follow. Before they knew it, the trio found themselves on the old Salvatore property, standing before the grave of Giuseppe Salvatore, with the boys holding a pair of shovels in hand. Elena was of course hesitant upon seeing where they were, but Damon was immediately convinced and proved it as his shovel almost immediately hit the ground. It took a while, even with the two of them working together, but eventually the mahogany coffin was revealed for the first time in over 100 years. Cracking open the lid, they were greeted first with the musk of the rotted corpse, which played murder on their heightened senses. However, in the skeleton's hands was clutched not a large tome but what looked to be folded papers. Reaching for them with a frown, Damon made a quick leap out of the hold into cleaner air before opening the folded pages. Damon, if you are reading this, then I suppose congratulations are in order, as you've no doubt realized that there was more than one way to enter the tomb. However, that said, I could not in good conscience leave Emily's grimoire here with someone as undeserving as your fool of a father. Still, though I know that nothing but heartache awaits you within, I shall gift you with the spell to open the tomb for your hard work. Also included is the spell to reseal the tomb, which must be done if you dare to open it. Though you may have found this in a week or 100 years, know that all questions can be answered if you just ask. Your brother, Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto was a god. No matter what level of restrictions he put on himself or what name he went by at the time, that was one thing that would always remain fact. His power was such that he'd long since surpassed the point to cause natural disasters by flicks of his tails. In fact, at this point he could create and destroy entire worlds at his whim. Even fate herself at this point would proclaim loudly and proudly that she was his bitch while bent over with her ass in the air and her hands spreading her cheeks so as to present herself for him. However, like his elder siblings, as he was the youngest of the former Jinchuriki turned Biju, he had managed to keep himself relatively grounded and had not changed much since his first life. He was a family man first and foremost. However, like all sentient beings, he still had a breaking point, and there were times when he felt statements needed to be made. As such, it was with a clap of thunder and a flash of lightning that he appeared within a hidden section of the Carpathian Mountains. As he made his appearance, all activity in the area stopped as many looked upon his form in disbelief. The current form he took was that of an older man with short-cut white hair and deep blue eyes, dressed regally in a pure black suit. The figures in attendance, however, were a strange bunch. One was a man with deep red hair and ice blue eyes. Another figure was what could only be a werewolf, in that it had all the features of a wolf except it walked on 2 feet and had hands instead of claws to match its snow-white fur. There were also 4 more werewolves, only these had gray or black fur, shorter snouts and smaller, less pointed ears, with smaller builds than the white one by at least 2 feet in height and even smaller in mass. The next figure was a man with gray skin and deep black hair, though his hands were oddly enough shaped like claws. Finally came a woman with deep brown hair and watch-matching brown eyes who wore a form-fitting leather outfit. I killed you," spoke the red-haired man in shock. He said nothing. Instead, to their further surprise, he began to de-age, losing years of his body rapidly until standing before them was a man with tan skin and bright blonde hair with 3 linear markings on his cheeks, though looking out at them with those same blue eyes, only a bit larger. At the sight of this, the white wolf growled and took a menacing step forward, only for his eyes to flash a baleful red and for him to snarl, forcing the beast back to its original position. "What you killed, boy, was a shadow. A clone, one of hundreds I have created and living amongst the humans. That clone, however, was unique because of the virus that had manipulated its makeup, making it as immortal as myself. Meaning I did not have to personally monitor your dumbass war, yet I could still keep your existences secret from the humans and concentrate on my other duties as well." As he said these, the 4 gray-furred werewolves pounced, only to be sent back flying and slamming into the walls of the complex before 4 long golden blonde-colored tails made their appearance, swinging behind him as if they had minds of their own. Of course, as all eyes were on him, none of them noticed the down wolves changing into unconscious men. "Just who are?" questioned the woman, eyeing him warily. "My name is Namikaze Naruto, Kyuubi no Kitsune, god of storms, and a long list of other titles. Fact is, I'm the father of these 2 idiots and ancestral father of that one," stated the blonde. "If what you say is true, then why was William left here to rot?" demanded the redhead. "Alexander could not control William. You cannot control William. Only William can control himself. Alexander could not teach him that control, could not even rein him in. I only receive memories of the clones once they have died, and Alexander had been around for 1600 years. As such, while I knew of your existence, knowledge such as the location of William's prison was outside of my knowledge." As he spoke, he began taking steps forward towards the large white wolf and the gray-skinned man who had obviously been fighting. As he approached the wolf, its ears folding back close to its head at his approach. Placing a hand upon its large head, he closed his eyes for several moments before the wolf gradually began shifting until the figure of another red-haired man was in his place, collapsing into the arms. His arms The other redhead, however, was quick to come over, and Naruto had no problem shifting his burden so that the man was supporting him. Seeing this, the gray-skinned man also began changing until he had a regular tan and his hair was a dirty blonde in color while his hands reverted to their normal appearance. Come, these five need rest and there is much to be done. With that said, all of them were engulfed in a large beam of lightning that shot back into the sky, leaving the cavern empty. Matt meanwhile found himself seated within a large hall with about 100 other people seated around him. Jax could be seen standing on a stage along with a few other people, one of which was a man who Matt noticed bore a striking resemblance to his father. Finally, the man he was watching stepped forward, and though he had no microphone to be seen, he was heard by all. Hello everyone, and thank you for joining us today. Within this room among are gathered a special group of people, some of the brightest minds in the world from MIT, some snatched from right out of high school. Others we have plucked right from the government, Army Rangers, Navy SEALs, USMC Raiders and Recon divisions, even the CIA. Some of you are from another side of life, some of the world's greatest thieves and assassins. Yet there are others among you that have dealt with things beyond the scope of the government, the supernatural world. We deal in both worlds. All of you were selected to join us and have all already been accepted, otherwise you wouldn't be here. Over the next year we will teach all of you the skills you will need to not only survive but thrive here and to mingle among both worlds. My name is Boruto Uzumaki and I am the director of this agency. Welcome one and all to the IMF. Chapter 7. Naruto hated funerals. While no one in their right mind would actually say they liked them, Naruto had come to despise the things in ways few others could understand. Ever since the first time he'd attended one for the Sandaime Hokage and those that had fallen in the invasion of his old village when he was 12, he had disliked them. Of course, after several thousand years walking the world, one would think he would have gotten used to attending them, and in truth he had. In fact, for those occasions he usually found himself relying on his old emotional training and conditioning as a shinobi while attending them. As an empath, he was extremely aware of the emotions of others, and funerals were the biggest gatherings of negation emotions an empath could be subjected to. Of course, saying he was just an empath would be understating his ability. For an empath, the most you would expect would be for them to be able to sense the emotions of others. However, over the many years of his life, his ability with the skill had increased by leaps and bounds. At first only able to sense negative emotions, he had slowly grown to be able to detect everything within the emotional spectrum, which made raising kids a bit easier in the early stages. Of course, it hadn't stopped there, and as such he had eventually found himself able to not only sense, but connect with the emotions of others. This, however, could be a double-edged sword, as even he had been overwhelmed a few times. There was after all a reason for the Dark Ages. As such, regardless of the effect that emotions could hold over him, he still attended the funerals of those humans he knew personally as friends. The funeral of Sheila Bennett was one such funeral that he attended. Of course, as she was a friend to not only him but to the Kitsune clan as a whole, his entire clan had attended. During the service he had sat with the family, with Bonnie between himself and Hinata, her arms linked with both of theirs. During the after-service, which was strictly for the witches of the Bennett line, however, he and Hinata had surprised many when they had shifted to their fox forms and led the procession of kitsunes out of the forest to the old Bennett family plot where Sheila's final resting place had waited. They had also been joined by Kurama, and while he knew that the sight of two Kyubis, one with red fur and one with golden blonde, would raise questions, he hadn't cared in the slightest. After the services he had joined his family, teleporting them all back home, as Bonnie was under a closer watch by her family for that time. That would lead him to now once again sitting on the cliff overlooking the lake. The difference was that instead of being with his kids this time, Bonnie was with him, lying with her head in his lap, allowing him to run his fingers through her hair. "You know, I offered to make Sheila a kitsune once," said Naruto, catching the girl's attention. "She was about your age at the time, a real spitfire too. Before her I hadn't seen a witch with her kind of power on this side of the line in a long time. Your Grams was a different league to the witches of today, even Emily didn't have as much power. But it wasn't her power that impressed upon me but the strength of her character. I still to this day believe she would have made an amazing kitsune," said the blonde. "So what happened?" Questioned the girl, having never heard this story before. She met your grandfather and they just connected almost immediately. I wasn't surprised when she turned me down. I had already figured out they would marry. Said the blonde. You know she left us the house. Said the girl after a few moments. Not surprising. That house sits on the intersection of three magical ley lines. It's practically a magical nexus. The trick is going to be convincing your dad to live there. Said the blonde. No, babe, she left us the house, as in me and you. Said the girl, surprising the Uzumaki. Well, at least we have a place to live when we get married. Said the blonde, causing her to sit up in surprise. I thought you were already married. Said Bonnie, confused. True, but when did I ever say I only had one wife? Questioned the blonde. I didn't think you would still want to be with me when I got old. Said Bonnie, giving voice to one of her fears. I'll age with you, and then when you pass on, you'll transform and become a kitsune. Said Naruto. So you've got it all planned out. Said Bonnie, relaxing again as he pulled her into an embrace. I have a guideline. No one has everything all planned out when it comes to life. Anyone who says they do is full of shit. Said the blonde. In yet another location just outside of town, a man could be seen standing at the door of a farmhouse. This man stood at a respectable 6 feet 3 inches with his long brown hair pulled into a ponytail, allowing for his dispassionate golden eyes to be seen. He wore a two-piece black suit complete with white collared shirt and black tie with a handkerchief tucked into the exposed breast pocket. Knocking on the door, he was greeted by an older woman with curly brown hair. Looking into her eyes, it was clear to see the compulsion she was under, as evidenced by the bite marks marring her skin. It would actually be kinder to kill the woman, he knew, but her fate really wasn't his problem. Pushing past her and into the house, the man was greeted by a speeding blur, only to catch it by the throat, revealing a male vampire before casually throwing him behind him and out of the door, where he eventually stopped, having slammed into the trunk of a tree. Making his way through the house, casually dispatching vampires as he went, he soon came to stand within a doorway for a room in which the form of Anna could be seen standing protectively in front of another woman, at least before she spotted him and relaxed. Daddy, did you have to make so much noise? I thought we were being attacked. Said Anna. Yes, well, your mother's pet vampires decided to attack me. I decided to teach them their place. Said the man before moving his attention onto the woman Anna had been protecting. Hello, Pearl. Said the man. Pearl was a woman of obvious Asian descent with long black hair to match her brown eyes. Though she was quite pretty, it was obvious she had seen better days, as she looked as if she was in a hospital. Utakata, finally remembered I was your wife. Said the woman, her own eyes locking on him with a heated glare. I remembered just fine. However, Anna told me she had the situation well in hand, so I let her handle it. Said the man. Yet she told me you didn't want her to come. Said Pearl. I said I didn't want her coming alone. She, however, ignored what I had to say, and we currently find ourselves in this situation. Said Utakata. Situation? Questioned Anna, not liking the sound. Sheila Bennett is dead. Said the man, shocking his daughter. Dead? But she was fine when we left her. Tired maybe, but nowhere to dangerous levels. Said Anna, her heart rate picking up in her nervousness. It wasn't your fault, which is the only reason my brother hasn't been to visit you yet. Causing Anna to stumble into a seat. Am I missing something? Who is this Sheila? Questioned Pearl. Sheila was a descendant of Emily's and the matriarch of the Bennett family. She was also one of Hinata's protégés. She also happened to be the grandmother of Naruto's new interest. Said Utakata. Take that and add to it the escape of the tomb vampires, which I understand was never a part of your bargain. Said the man, looking over at Anna to see her pale. Oh, Kami-sama, he's gonna come for me. I'm going to spend the next 100 years as Monaco's cunt slave. Whispered the horrified girl, though both her parents still heard it. Don't be so dramatic. Said Pearl. I'm serious. Hinata Oba has been looking for a cunt slave for Monaco for the last 2 years. Said Anna. That topic has already been covered, and such a situation will be avoided should you accept a mission assigned to you. Said Utakata. Mission? Questioned Anna. Nothing serious. Haku would just like your aid with a project at Yokai Academy. If you had told him even a few days before that one could go through an entire year in a day, Matt would have called you retarded. That, however, is exactly what had happened. His training with the IMF had been brutal, mostly because he had so many qualifications where he could apply himself. He had been trained in group special operations tactics, unarmed combat, armed combat, both melee and with all types of different firearms. However, his focus had been in singles areas because of his unique situation, and thus he was now a fully qualified covert field operations officer. Because of this, not only did he have the self-defense and weapons handling training everyone else had received, he'd gotten high-speed driving, disguise and secret writing communications, all under the umbrella of tradecraft skills. He had been taught by master spies and assassins, and things he had never done before he now did instinctively. Now whenever he entered a building, the first thing he's doing is catching sightlines and looking for exits. Even before he's entered the building, he's memorized every license plate for every car in the parking lot along with the make and model of those cars. He now pays attention to the clothing people are wearing. He can tell what someone's dominant hand is along with the height and weight of people at a glance, and even if they can handle themselves in a fight. Of course, that's not all he was taught. He was also taught how to dress, walk and talk depending on the situation and environment he was in or going to be in. He was taught how to approach and talk to women. He could now speak Spanish and Japanese. He had also determined that he would learn French, seeing as how that was Vic's cover. He'd gotten her to agree to a word game with him, seeing as she'd already been through the exact same training. Other than that, he'd gotten right back into his life as if nothing was wrong. First, of course, he'd gone to Paris and spent a few days there with Vic, which the shitload of pictures in his phone could prove he'd been doing for his entire trip. After that, he'd returned home and had a nice reunion with Caroline. While they hadn't actually had sex, what had happened had been nice. Of course, following that had been the funeral, which had forced him to find out what the hell had happened while he was gone. Needless to say, Elena was not on his contact list at the moment. Elena had called him a couple times, but he'd simply hit the ignore button and got on about his day. Of course, nothing had prepared him for what greeted him when he walked through the door today, for standing within the house like it was nothing was a woman who stood at 5 feet 7 inches with dark brown hair and green eyes. "Well, look who finally showed up, and it only took 2 months since I called," said Matt. "Yes, well, I had to come home eventually, right?" said the woman. "Did you? It's been 6 months and not so much as a phone call, even when I called to tell you Vic was in the hospital," said the teen, standing now with his arms crossed over his chest. "Well, I'm back now, okay," said the woman, causing Matt to sigh. In truth, Matt didn't even know why he bothered. By this point, he had realized that if there was one thing Kelly Donovan would never be, it was Mother of the Year. Despite all of her shortcomings, however, he was constantly giving her chance after chance, and she always managed to screw it up in the end. This time, however, he just didn't have the energy to deal with her, and made this point perfectly clear as he simply left the room, skipping the rest of what he knew would be a pointless argument. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, Stefan could be found with a grimace on his face as he slowly made his way through the boarding house. His body was racked by pain as his vampiric healing factor had been shut down, and so he was forced to contend with his broken ribs like a normal human. Things hadn't worked out the way he had thought they would when they had finally opened the cave. Anna had somehow gotten Sheila Bennett to open the cave for them, and she and Bonnie had done a wonderful job in that. Anna had managed to get her mother out, however, Catherine had not been anywhere to be found within, according to her. Damon, of course, had decided to start moping, and when the two Bennett witches announced they were losing their hold on the cave, he had rushed in to get him. They hadn't gotten out in time, and Elena had ended up begging them to reopen the cave. End result, they got out, but the act had put too heavy a strain on Sheila and she died in her sleep. Naruto hadn't been happy with any of them and proceeded to beat him into the ground. Afterwards, he had healed him up just enough to function and then proceeded to seal away his healing to normal human standards. The beating itself should have been bad enough, but the verbal chewing out he had gotten after that had really hit him worse. After that, Naruto had left and he hadn't seen him since, except for the funeral, but the blonde hadn't even spoken to him. Of course, that isn't to say there hadn't been any misadventures since that time. According to Elena, she and Jenna had come across a few clues into the truth surrounding her birth and found that her mother was a woman by the name of Isabel. After a bit of digging, which he'd been able to do even with the biting pain from his ribs, he discovered that Isabel was actually the history teacher Alaric Saltzman's wife, the same one who Damon killed. Speaking of, there was also dealing with Damon, who, having not suffered the beating he had at Naruto's hands, was dealing with a pain all his own with the recent revelation that the last 145 years of his life had been based on a lie. Of course, Damon, being who he was, had taken to drowning his sorrows in the blood of sorority girls that he'd had in the house. He'd also been tapped by the sheriff for the town's bachelor auction. Unfortunately, there is where things spiraled out of control. By that point, both Elena and Alaric had realized that Elena's mother and Alaric's wife was actually the same person. Damon had apparently also remembered the man's wife and then proceeded to allude to how he had drained her dry during the auction just to be an asshole. This then pushed the teacher over the edge, who would try and attack Damon, who in turn staked the man through the chest and killed him, only for the man to come back to life thanks to a ring gifted to him by Isabel a few years back. There was also the fact that Isabel hadn't been killed but turned, which he and Elena realized that night when a messenger she had sent was stuck by Big Rig. Evidence of this was Elena picking up the man's cell phone after he'd gotten hit and calling the number there later that night, only for Isabel to pick up. Normally this would be the part where he would try to defend him, but he was currently in too much pain from the last time he played Brother's Keeper. Naruto had said it himself. At the end of the day, Damon was a grown-ass man and all of his decisions and actions, good or bad, were his own. "So you just put her out?" questioned Naruto as he drove down the street. "Yeah, between her making out with Damon and then Tyler, I had to. Honestly, I don't have the time or desire to deal with any more of her nonsense," said Matt from the passenger seat. "I've been around a long time, but that's the first time I've ever heard of the child kicking the parent out the house," said the blonde. At the moment, the two were driving down the Las Vegas Strip, having taken the plane over. Initially, Naruto had planned to make the trip by himself, however, when Matt had called him, he had invited him to come along upon hearing the frustration in his voice. "So why Vegas?" questioned Matt after a few moments. "Actually, to visit an old student of mine. Guy actually owns the place," said Naruto. "So he owns one of the hotels?" said Matt in understanding. "No, he owns Vegas outright and as such owns either a majority or a piece of every hotel in the city," said Naruto, causing his son to gape. Finally they reached their destination, and as they stepped out of the car in the valet of Caesar's palace, Naruto took a moment to whisper a few words into the ear of the valet who came to collect the car. Less than 5 minutes later, after a rather small wait, the duo were greeted by a woman by the name of Tracy, who directed them to follow her. Naruto took a moment to look her over and found that Tracy was a very nice-looking young lady who wore a blue business suit, though with a skirt instead of pants, a white blouse, and a pair of heels that he would guess were about 3 inches. After a few minutes of riding the elevator up, they came to a stop on the 29th floor of the Palace Tower, one of the 6 towers that made up the resort. After another minute or two of walking, they came to a pair of large wooden double doors, one of which she opened and motioned the two to enter. As they entered, Matt whistled, clearly impressed by the decor, while Naruto had to admit he was also quite impressed. "Well, now if it isn't Namikaze Naruto himself. Tell me, mentor, to what do I owe the honor of your company this day?" called out a voice. As they turned to face the voice, Matt found himself looking at a man who stood at 5 feet 11 inches and has dirty blonde, almost brown hair along with dark blue eyes. He has pearl white skin and looks to be around 19 to 21 years old. Despite this and his rather delicate yet somehow still masculine face, he found himself giving this man a very high threat level. At the moment he was wearing a pair of blue jeans and a black shirt. "Ah, Niklas, I must admit I like what you've done to the place," said Naruto before the two men embraced. "So tell me, who's your friend?" questioned the newly named Niklas. "This is my son Matt. Unfortunately my daughter had classes today and thus couldn't join us. Matt Donovan, meet Niklas Mikhailson, one of my better students over the years," said Naruto. "Mikhailson, as in the originals?" questioned Matt. "The very same," said Niklas as he moved over to shake Matt's hand. "Your father is by far the greatest man I've ever known. He came to me when I was at my absolute lowest and taught me everything useful I've ever learned. Of course, most of the awful things you've undoubtedly heard about me happened prior to our meeting. After releasing the teen's hand and moving back to look out of the window alongside Naruto. This is quite the city you've built, said Naruto as the two looked out across the view of downtown Las Vegas. Sometimes it amazes even me. The place has come a long time since the 30s, said Niklas. Even more impressive is the fact that you've built this place without compelling a single person, said Naruto. My siblings of course would never believe such a thing. They would believe such things would be more Elijah's forte, said Niklas. Still playing the ruffian then? Questioned the blonde. What can I say? I enjoy being the bad guy, said the brown-haired man with a grin that was mirrored by Naruto's own before his expression turned serious. Did you know that there were different kinds of vampires around the world? Questioned Naruto. Well, I did meet a rather interesting fellow back in the 90s, went by the name of Spike, said the man. William the Bloody, he had quite the career in Europe, said Naruto. Liked to impale his victims with railroad spikes, it's how he earned his nickname, said Niklas, an amused tone in his voice. Spike is from a race of minor demons, soulless and undead. They're technically hybrids, demons possessing human bodies as it were, said Naruto, causing Niklas to raise an eyebrow. Hybrids, eh? Mused the man. In the 5th century there was a Hungarian warlord who ascended to power by the name of Alexander Corvinus. His ascension, however, came just prior to a plague that ravaged his home village. He was the only survivor. His body possessed a rare genetic mutation and thus it was able to adapt the virus, thus granting him immortality. In time he had 3 sons, 2 of them twins, Marcus and William. William was bitten by a wolf and the virus and mutation adapted and he became a werewolf. Not the kind you know of, but a raging uncontrollable monster wolf, his mind having shut itself down during his transition due to the pain, bipedal as well. As none were able to control him, William went on a rampage, eventually spreading the virus and creating more werewolves. Eventually they gave rise to a new generation of wolves known as lycans, less powerful than the first generation but possessing the ability to shift at will and retaining their minds. Then there was Marcus, who later was bitten by a bat. His body also adapted and he became a different breed of vampire, more of a hybrid really, as he has bat-like features. Most of the stories you've heard of Dracula were based on him. Marcus, in an effort to eliminate the threat of the rampaging werewolves, sought out a dying warlord and after striking a bargain with him turned not only the warlord but a vast majority of his forces as well. What's special about this race of vampires, however, is that they still retain the ability to bear children, which eventually led to a war between the vampires and the until then enslaved lycans after the firstborn lycan impregnated the warlord's daughter, said the blonde, causing his old student to turn to him in surprise. As it turns out, Alexander Corvinus had been one of my clones and had apparently been monitoring and containing the war so that it would not be noticed by humans. Of course, when he was actually killed recently, I received all of those memories, a painful experience, I can assure you. Still, it's what led me here today, said Naruto, causing Niklas to raise an eyebrow in intrigue. I currently have some of the world's brightest minds working on something I call Project Legacy. Long story short, my aim is to combine the bloodlines of the Corvinus vampires and the Michelson vampires. The goal is to strengthen both races and perhaps one day combine them all. In 1 month's time there will be a meeting consisting of myself and the remaining 2 Corvinus vampire elders, Marcus and Amelia. I would like you and Elijah there to represent your family, said Naruto. It's an interesting offer, and you even being here tells me you believe this is possible, but it seems to come with a lot of trouble as well, said Niklas after a few long moments of thought. True, it may come with a bit of trouble, but it's just what you need. Tristan de Martel has turned the Strix against your family after wresting control from Elijah. There is also the always shadow of Michael hovering over you. That's why you have that cloaking spell active in every hotel and garage and even your cars, so you can avoid drawing him here. If things work out how I plan, then those little daggers will only work for a couple hours at most, and the white oak will have an even lesser effect. If this can work, I'll be essentially taking your family into my own and give your family back the ability to have children. So what is it exactly you need? Questioned the vampire. Blood. From all of you. Said the blonde. Easily done. Said Niklas. I'll write a few more things. First I need you to have Elijah meet me at this address. Said the ancient kitsune handing him a card. Brooklyn. Questioned the man upon seeing the address. Indeed. Next I want to inform you that Michael is currently indisposed. He got on the wrong side of a Bennett witch and she desiccated and sealed him in a tomb. He's been down for 10 years now. Said Naruto, causing the man to look up at him in surprise. Before you think it. No, I'm not going to tell you where he is. His death has already been foreseen and is coming soon. I already have a plan in place for him, so don't worry, within a year he'll be dead. Said the blonde. Next the doppelganger. I already know where she is, however I'm not going to give her to you. However, when the time comes, and it will come soon, I need you to be the bad guy, put the fear of God into her, but you can't actually kill her. By all means break that little curse, but don't kill her. I have plans in place for her as well. In the same vein, I need you to leave Katarina be. Consider this project part of her repayment for your trouble. Said Naruto, causing the vampire to give a grudging nod. You might also want to gather your family before you send Elijah to meet me, and once you do, ask Finn about Freya. I'm sure you'll find it as interesting a story as I did, and while you're at it, is Elijah about the truth concerning Aurora. Said the blonde. Now that is a name I haven't heard in a long time. Mused the vampire. I remember you telling me about her. However, the information my network uncovered was quite surprising. Said the blonde. I have a feeling I am not going to like these stories. Said Niklas. Perhaps not, but you still need to know the information. Back in Mystic Falls, yet another Naruto, this one a clone, could be found in the office of the savageThor boarding house. In his hand he held a glass of dark alcohol with a bottle sitting on the desk, naming it as Hennessy. While clones normally didn't drink, the information that he'd received during the day had been enough to force him to do so. This was the scene Stefan and Damon found when they walked into the office 5 minutes later. Without a word, the blonde clone moved over 2 glasses before filling both up and motioning them to take them. I'm glad you made it. I know the both of you are still reeling from the recent events, but I just came upon some information that I felt you should both know. Said the blonde, eyeing both brothers for a few moments before nodding, seeing as he had their attention. As you both are aware, your mother died from consumption in 1858. However, I've come to learn that she didn't stay dead. Said the blonde, causing Damon, who had been in the midst of drinking, to spew up the liquid. Are you saying our mother is a vampire? Said Stefan, his tone shocked. From what I learned, she was turned by a nurse in that worked TB ward, most likely trying to save her by feeding her blood only for it to fail. The report I read goes that after faking her death, fearing she was now a threat to the family, she fled to Europe, where she apparently became a ripper. During this time she took in 6 young people known as siphons, witches. However, instead of having powers of their own, they siphoned the powers of others, and thus all were considered abominations and eventually exiled from their families. She took them all in, much like she did me, and they became a pseudo-family. In 1863 she sent several members of this new family out to check on the status of 3 of us. Of course, Damon had left to join the Confederacy under your father's orders, and I had left to Japan. However, one of them, a girl named Valerie, did run into Stefan. Said the blonde, causing a shocked look to cross Stefan's face, while Damon shot his brother a confused look of his own. Valerie was Stefan's first love, a love she apparently shared, as according to the report, after she had returned to update your mother, she had decided that her place was at Stefan's side. On her way back, she was confronted by a man named Julian, Lily's lover and the man that turned her into a ripper. In order to stop Valerie and keep her with Lily and thus the rest of the group, he beat her and she miscarried. She was pregnant, whispered out Stefan before his face contorted to one of rage, only to find himself bound to the chair he was sitting on by a glowing golden chain. The report goes on that when she recovered from her beating, unable to face Lily after breaking her trust and sleeping with Stefan, and equally unable to face Stefan after losing the baby, she committed suicide. Julian's blood was in her system, becoming the first vampire witch hybrid, apparently having the ability to channel the magic from her vampirism for spells, as she still retains her siphon abilities. Where are they now? Questioned Damon, seeing his brother unable to speak. In 1903 they decided to return to the States. According to the report, Lily heard you'd become vampires and was coming for the two of you. They were met by a coven of witches known as the Gemini and were imprisoned in a prison world. I've sent out orders to find them, but the coven was hit a few years back and scattered and are currently in hiding. Explained the clone. Stefan, meanwhile, having been released from the chain, had grabbed his untouched glass and took the entire thing straight to the head. As he sat back, Naruto passed the bottle to Damon, who refilled his brother's glass. This changes a few things. I never looked into your mother's past before out of respect, but this news has caused me to do so. Your mother was a witch of the Gemini herself, however she fled having not agreed with their policies and in an effort to live a normal life had stopped practicing magic. According to the psych report I had down, Lily, much like Stefan, was a very sensitive soul, and thus her despair for losing not one but two families might be the cause of her becoming a ripper, just as Stefan's was triggered by him killing your father. If I'd have killed him quickly like I should have and not made him suffer, by the time Stefan arrived he'd have already been dead. What can we do? Questioned Stefan after a few moments. Nothing at this point. I've had the profiles of Lily's new family sent over so you both can learn about them. You gave me a chance, so I think they deserve one too. Other that, I've got a project I'm working on, but I'm going to tweak it. Hopefully it can allow you both to tap into your own magic. Said the blonde. I know one thing. This Julian, as soon as we find him, is a dead man. Said Stefan. For once, brother, we agree. Said Damon. What have you got? The question came from the woman known as Kelly Donovan, only she looked like nothing Matt would recognize. Dressed in a gray business suit, though with a skirt instead of pants, she proved that she cleaned up quite nicely. The person she was speaking to revealed themselves to be a younger man with brown hair who turned to her, removing a pair of glasses and rubbing at his eyes. At this point, nothing. Whoever this girl is, she must be living off the grid. I've got photos of her in Paris taking in the sights, mostly from street cams, but no cell phone, nothing on place of residence either. The school turned out to be a dead end as well. They're apparently still in the Stone Age as they're off the grid. Who the hell is this girl? Questioned the man. Someone I've been looking after for a friend. Keep it at Burkhoff. Something's got to turn up eventually. Said Kelly. Amanda, it's not that simple. Shadownet can't find her. It's almost like she doesn't exist. You might need eyes on site for this one. Said the man, causing her to grimace slightly, though she quickly covered it up as she turned to leave. Oh, Percy's looking for you. Called Burkhoff, causing the woman to frown. In all honesty, she just wanted to sit back and relax. She didn't feel like dealing with any more men at the moment. Having been forced to make out with the Lockwood boy and the savageThor in order to stay in character while she was in Mystic Falls, she honestly didn't want to deal with anything else at the moment. Even with that, she knew she'd have fucked them both if only so that Matt would catch her in the act. He was old enough to take care of himself at this point. While she hadn't had to go that far, thankfully she had still accomplished her goal of separating from Matt quite nicely. After all, in division relationships were forbidden. That was one rule that everyone had to follow, otherwise things tended to happen to those people the relationship was with. Whatever the case, she sighed and quickly pushed the thoughts to the back of her mind as she moved off to see what her boss wanted. Back in Las Vegas, unknowing and uncaring of his mother's activities, Naruto and Matt could be found boarding the private plane that would take them back to Virginia. As several hours had passed, both of them had found themselves enjoying their day as the Niklas showed the two of them a different version of Vegas than most people would ever see. Being escorted by the king of the city had definitely had its perks. Vegas, they found, was truly one big non-stop party if you were connected in the right ways, and the two of them had thoroughly enjoyed themselves throughout the day. Between lunch with a still young-looking John Stamos, who'd apparently been turned nearly 300 years previous, and hanging out poolside with a few teen starlets, Matt would say it had been a pretty good day. You know, you should have fucked her, right? Said Naruto, removing his shoes as he took his seat. Who? Questioned Matt, causing his father to deadpan. Boy, you had Miley Cyrus practically sitting in your lap for an hour. Tell me you at least got her number. Said the blonde. Well, yeah, she gave it to me. Said Matt. Good, the next time you see her you fuck the shit out of her. She was practically begging for it. True enough, while they were at the palazzo they had run into the group of teen starlets. Niklas had played his role perfectly by introducing them and the girls had invited them to hang out with them poolside. Including Miley, had been her fellow Disney stars Selena Gomez, Vanessa Hudgens, and Raven Simone. Miley had been all over Matt while Naruto had occupied himself with Raven, Selena and Vanessa. Of course, being who he was, he'd gotten all of their numbers and even got some head from Selena when they had stepped away. Of course, all good things come to an end, and now the two found themselves once again heading home after the eventful day they had. Naruto had of course spent the day split between two forms, his adult form in the beginning and into lunch, and his younger teenage form by time they had met the girls. Well, she wants me to be her date to an awards show in a few weeks, said Matt. Do it. I bet you if Caroline sees that she'll practically throw you the pussy, said Naruto, getting his son to frown. Don't take it the wrong way, Matt, but Caroline is a bit insecure. Right now she thinks she's secure in her spot. Let her see you out with someone like Miley though and she'll know it's time to step her game up. If it was a regular girl or a girl that doesn't look as good as her, she'd get mad. However, Miley is an upgrade. Caroline will see you can pull that and she'll get jealous and do everything in her power to keep your attention, explained the blonde. Why are we even having this conversation? Questioned Matt. Because I can tell you're still a bit stuck on Elena. Understandable given she was the first girl you ever slept with, but there are so many out there better than her and Caroline is one of them. Granted, Elena has some serious potential, but at this point she's too much of a headache. Though he said this, Naruto would admit he wouldn't mind fucking Elena. Doing her and Bonnie at the same time would be something special, maybe even doing her and Katarina if he could. That would be like having twins. He knew she and Stefan wouldn't last. Stefan hadn't seen just how much she was like Katarina yet, still stuck as he was by her seeming innocence. While he had absolutely no plans to add her to his growing harem, he knew he was going to end up sleeping with her, if only due to his curiosity. So are you really trying to find a way to strengthen vampires? Questioned Matt, uncomfortable with the idea. Not all vampires. However, like I said earlier, Klaus is one of my favorite students and his life and that of his family hasn't been easy. Along with that, I'd also like to strengthen Stefan and Damon, so that would kill two birds with one stone. Of course, I'm not going to make them totally unkillable, but taking away a few weaknesses won't hurt in the long run. Remove the heart or decapitation will still work. Before they could speak more on the subject, however, they were stopped by Naruto's phone ringing. Pulling it out of his pocket, he smiled, seeing that the call was from Lexi, and didn't hesitate to answer. The conversation that had, however, would be one that, while he wasn't expecting, would lead to quite a few things in the future. That night, Naruto and Stefan could be found traveling the streets of New York. His clone having dispelled, he knew all the information it knew and all that it had relayed to his two brothers. Because of this, instead of returning home after his trip to Las Vegas, he'd instead had the plane refueled and went and picked up Stefan, which led them to now. So what are we doing here? Questioned Stefan as they walked the streets, having just emerged from the subway a few minutes prior. I want you to meet someone. I know you've gone through a lot, however, instead of bottling it in, it's better to talk about this sort of thing, said Naruto. A therapist, stated Stefan, quickly coming to the correct conclusion. The therapist. She was a human who transcended into a higher level being after her death. However, she still likes to help people, so she opened this place a couple of years back. Said she wanted to help even if she could no longer get her hands dirty. This place we're going, however, is new, as she moved her location 2 years back, explained the blonde. So she's a vampire? Questioned Stefan. Nothing so minor. Technically, she would be classified as a minor goddess. Her duties don't really keep her that busy, so she has a lot of free time on her hands. As Naruto said this, they entered into the doors of one of the better complex on the west side of Central Park. Stefan was awed as they entered the rather luxurious lobby and followed behind his brother to the elevators and off as onto the 7th floor. As the elevator doors opened, Naruto led him to the door where a woman was standing leaning against the doorframe. She appeared to be about 5 feet 8 and had long shoulder-length brown hair and wore a pair of blue jeans and a gray top. Cordy, greeted the blonde, pulling the woman into a hug which she eagerly returned. So who's this? Questioned the woman as they released the embrace. This is Stefan savageThor, sort of the new version of Sir Broods-a-lot, said Naruto, causing her to pop him in the arm. Stefan, this is one of my dearest friends, Cordelia Chase, said the blonde, finishing the introductions. So this is the mysterious Stefan. It's been over 10 years and this is the first time I'm meeting your brother, said Cordy, giving him a look. 10 years? I thought you just got back, stated Stefan with a frown. I did, but before that I came down in the 90s, stayed in a little town called Sunnydale for a while where I met Cordy and some of my other friends, explained Naruto. Let's head inside. Naru, there's a burger and some fries in the kitchen for you while I speak with Stefan, said the woman. Have I told you how much I love you lately? Questioned the blonde, pulling her into a one-armed hug as they entered and closed the door behind them. Monday morning found the savageThors hard at work and covered in sweat as Naruto put them to their paces. Having restored Stefan's healing factor, which had allowed him to heal right up, Naruto had wasted little time getting the both of them up and set about putting them through hell. Come on, get up. This was just a warm-up, we haven't even started any real training yet. So far he had only had them running through a few basics, push-ups and sit-ups and a couple of laps around the property. It was the very basics of the basics, however, being vampires had made them soft in his opinion, and he was determined to rebuild them both from the ground up. He had pretty much given them the same warm-ups that they'd gotten in the academy just to see what they could actually do. Stefan, go hit the shower, we've got school in an hour, said the blonde, glancing up at the position of the sun. Stefan, too tired to speak, simply nodded as he dragged himself to his feet and went to do as he was told. Once the two of them were alone, Naruto took a seat on the ground as Damon continued struggling to simply breathe. Now that I know you're too tired to think, I need you to listen. Sheila is dead and it's your fault. I told you from jump she wouldn't be in that cave, and I gave you every chance to come and talk to me about it. You didn't listen, and now you're trying to take your anger out on other people. What you did with Alaric was stupid. He has an understandable reason to hate you and want you dead, and you did yourself no favors by goading him as you did. Furthermore, all the vampires that were in that tomb are now free, and that's on you. With that said, you are going to train and give me everything you got, and then you're going to give me more. You will do nothing that is related to your first instinct again, as that will get both you and Stefan killed, as for some reason he thinks he needs to play brother's keeper. Things are changing and people are starting to pay attention. I'm going to teach you what it really means to be an immortal, not just to go around doing whatever you want as if there are no consequences. That's why your mother's in a prison world. By the time I'm done with you, when you tell someone we're brothers, they'll believe you. Meanwhile, at the Gilbert house, things were also a whirlwind of activity, if a bit more mundane, as everyone was also up and moving. Jeremy, come on, we've got to go, came the call from Elena as she moved towards the door. Forgot this, said Jenna, handing the teen a thermos before she opened the door just before someone was about to knock. Elena, hi, said the man. Uncle John, hi, said Elena, a bit of nervousness in her tone at the sight of her dad's brother. John Gilbert was a man who stood at a solid 6 feet in height with short-cut brown hair and blue eyes. Jenna, greeted the man with a smile. John, you made it, said Jenna with a tone of surprise. I said I'd be here by noon, said John, stepping into the house as Elena stepped aside. Well, what you say and what you do are generally two very different things, remarked Jenna just as Jeremy came down the stairs. Uncle John, what's up? Said the teen, patting the man on the shoulder as he continued out the door. I had some business in town, I thought a visit was in order. How long are you staying? Questioned Elena. I don't know yet. I need to see how things go today first, said John. Well, I have school, so I'll see you later, said Elena, turning and making her way out of the door into the car. What's up with Jeremy? Questioned John after a few moments after Jenna closed the door. Kid finally got out of his funk. He's trying to pull his grades up and impress his teachers. Hasn't missed or been late for a class in almost 2 months, said Jenna. So how long are you really staying? Questioned Jenna. He said his trip was open-ended, said Elena, removing her books from her locker a while later. Uncle John, I never liked that guy, said Matt from beside her, closing his own locker. Does anyone? Questioned Elena. Well, I'm here for moral support if you need me, said Matt, turning to face her. So how was your weekend? Questioned the girl, breaking the awkward silence that settled over them. Well spent Saturday in Vegas, said Matt, pulling out his phone and handing it to her. Elena took it easily enough, and having long since memorized his password, easily got in, going directly to his gallery to view his latest pictures. Oh my god, is that Miley Cyrus? Questioned Elena upon seeing the first picture. Yeah, met her and a few others at the Palazzo and got to hang out for a while, explained Matt. I see, said the girl, seeing who all he was with. Is that John Stamos? He hasn't aged a day, said Elena in surprise. Yeah, that's him. Met him at the cosmopolitan place called Holstein's. Vampire, said Matt, saying the last bit quietly. Really? Said the girl in surprise. Yeah, apparently he's not the violent type though, has a thing for the arts, said Matt, taking his phone back. She was all over you, said Elena after a few moments. That's what Pop said. I'm going with her to the Teen Choice Awards, said Matt. Sup Jeremy, how was your weekend? Questioned Naruto as he took a seat beside him. It was great, thanks for the hookup by the way, said the teen. No problem, I hear she had been missing you. Jeremy had spent his weekend in Florence with Vicky under the watch of savageThor. Naruto had sent him out first class Friday night and he'd only just returned the previous afternoon, so he was still a bit tired considering the flight was almost 10 hours. He had a good reason to be tired. So you own that place? Questioned Jeremy. Yeah, back in the 1400s I allowed my spirit to be placed in a stillborn body. No memory whatsoever, but I've since made it so that I owned all of those properties again if they hadn't stayed in the family, explained Naruto, getting a nod from Jeremy. What's it like, immortality? Questioned Jeremy after a few moments. At times it can be horribly depressing and at others it can be wonderful. Just like a regular life in a way. How long have you been thinking about it? Answered and questioned the blonde. Couple of weeks now, I guess. It's just me and Vic. We've got a good thing going, I just want to keep that going, said the teen after a few moments. You heard what happened with the tomb? Questioned the blonde. Jeremy could only nod. After Sheila died he tried to find out all of the information he could, as he had honestly been trying to keep his nose out of it until that point. Well, Damon turned for a girl. That girl was supposed to be in that tomb but she wasn't. He's spent the last 145 years with that one goal and now learned it was a lie. I'm not saying Vicky is doing that to you, all I'm saying is take it one day at a time. If a few years from now you two still feel this way, I'll turn you myself, said Naruto, standing and leaving Jeremy to his thoughts. While this conversation was taking place, Damon was making his way up the stairs of Founders Hall, nodding to the deputy at the entrance as he entered, who escorted him in. Once inside, Damon found that a meeting of the Founders Council was already underway. The coroner's office has officially ruled the death as an overdose. The family has been notified. The truth, however, will stay in this room and we can put it behind us. Thank you, Sheriff. And on to a more pressing issue. John Gilbert has asked to say a few words, said Mayor Lockwood after taking Liz's place. Welcome back, John. It's good to see you, said Lockwood, shaking the man's hand as he moved up to the front. Hello everyone. It's wonderful to see you. I wish it were under better circumstances. As a founding family member, I find it's my duty to report some very distressing news, said John. He's a Gilbert? Questioned Damon quietly into the ear of the sheriff as she came to stand in front of him. Alina's uncle. His name is John, but I call him Jackass, said the sheriff just as quietly. A hospital blood bank in the neighboring county of Amherst has reported several break-ins over the past 2 weeks. 7 hunters, 4 campers and 2 state's employees have been reported missing as well. All of this within a 75-mile radius of Mystic Falls, said John, only to be quickly interrupted by the mayor. Okay, no need to get alarmed right at this moment, said Lockwood. Meaning he doesn't want to cancel the Founders Day kickoff party, said Liz quietly to Damon. You think all of your problems are over, but I'm here to tell you, nothing's been solved, said John, causing several people including Damon to look uncomfortable. Meanwhile at the school, Naruto and the history teacher could be found alone in the classroom after class. Naruto had waited until after Elena had spoken with the man before making his way forward. "So I hear you had a run-in with Damon on Friday night. Sorry about that," said Naruto while the history teacher narrowed his eyes. Damon just found out that the woman he loved didn't actually love him. He's spent the last 145 years trying to free her from a tomb only to discover she wasn't in there. "What Damon said to you was merely his attempt to spread his misery," said the blonde. "Look Naruto, I think you're an okay guy and I can tell you're trying to stop any trouble from happening, but at the end of the day you're still a vampire," said Alaric, getting Naruto to chuckle. "Well, that's where you're wrong. I'm as far above vampires as you are an ant. I was walking this world before vampires were even a thought, let alone a reality. In fact, the first true vampire to walk this planet has only been around for about 1200 years. He's my son and he's as far above most vampires as vampires are of humans," explained the blonde. "So if you're not a vampire, what are you?" questioned Alaric. "Well, that would be telling. Besides, I can see you're a fan of my autobiography. Next book is almost done, by the way," said the blonde, glancing at the book on the teacher's desk before leaving the room. At these words, Alaric moved over to his desk and picked up the book recommended by Elena, actually entitled Chronicles of the Shinobi. "No way," said Alaric, eyes wide in surprise at this reveal. While he had picked it up at Elena's suggestion, he found that it was one that he really could hardly put down, and in just one day he'd gotten through the first one and was now into the second. This newest revelation, however, had him looking at the book in an entirely new light. Hours later, Jeremy found himself within the kitchen of the Gilbert house eating alongside both John and Jenna. Dinner that night was provided by Jenna, and in this case it was Chinese. "I've got no interest in the Founders' Day kickoff party," said Jeremy, moving his chopsticks to gather more food. "Sure you do, it's tradition," said John, placing his drink down. "Far be it for us to break from tradition," said Jenna from her place by the sink. "The Gilberts have been a part of this town for 150 years. We're one of the founding families, and with that distinction comes certain obligations, including going to the party. One day, when you can appreciate the significance, I'll tell you all about your heritage," said John. "Ah, the Gilbert family legacy. I forgot how sacred it was. I'm not a Gilbert, so I was never cool enough to hear it," said Jenna. "Why does she hate you?" questioned Jeremy. "We used to sleep together," stated John, only for her to throw at his head, causing Jeremy to laugh when it hit. "I'm standing right here," said Jenna, causing John to simply put his head down. Meanwhile, Elena and Stefan could be found upstairs, separated from each other, with Stefan panting heavily. They had been deep in a makeout session when Stefan had nearly lost control, getting too aggressive, and had to throw himself back and away from her, knocking over her lamp in the process. "You okay?" questioned Elena. "I'll be fine. I'm still a little jittery and on edge," said Stefan, causing Elena to frown. The previous day, Stefan had been briefly captured by the tomb vampires. Naruto and Damon hadn't stood for it and had stormed the house to get Stefan back. Elena had tagged along but had been told to stay in the car and out of sight. Of course she hadn't listened and had gotten out of the car a few minutes later. She'd gotten caught by one of the vampires and Stefan had jumped in to save her. He'd gotten a beating for his trouble, and though he won in the end, Elena had nearly force-fed him her blood to help in his recovery. "I thought you had already been drinking human blood again," said Elena with a frown. "In increments, small ones. I just drunk straight from the vein. It's going to take a little while for my body to readjust," explained the savageThor. Before any more could be said, there was a knocking on the door that interrupted them. That Saturday night found the three brothers arriving at the site of the kickoff party, each of them dressed in black. "Oh God, I really shouldn't be here," said Stefan as they arrived on the steps. "Come on, don't be a downer, it's a party for the founding families." "That would be us. That would be rude to skip it," said Damon. "You know I liked you a whole lot better when you hated everybody," said Stefan. "Oh, I still do. I just love that they love me," said Damon. "Stefan, seriously, are you all right?" questioned Naruto, seeing the nervous moving his brother was doing. I'm fine, said the youngest Salvatore. No cravings. No urges. Is that whiskey you've been drinking all day doing its job? Said Damon, causing Stefan to give out a mock laugh. We are who we are, Stefan. Nothing's gonna change that, said the dark-haired vampire. He's right, at least with the last bit. Sometimes what does us the most harm is rejecting who and what we are. Look at Lexi, you can embrace what you are and still be a good person, said Naruto, unknowingly echoing words from Stefan's earlier session with Cordy. After their first session the previous week, Cordy had told him to come and see her every Saturday until they could work through his issues. Today she had told him about her friend Angel, who had gone through a similar experience as a vampire that had stopped drinking human blood. Knowing that he wasn't the first to do this and what all could be possible had definitely helped. However, Cordy had also told him that he could be excused for drinking from a blood bag as long as he learned how to control himself. The fact that Naruto figured it was a psychological issue, however, had both of them agreeing it was something that could be put off until they had managed to work through his issues. Right, well, I'm going to find Elena, said Stefan, breaking himself from his thoughts and separating from his brothers. Don't embarrass us, young man, said Damon as Stefan walked off. Minutes later found Naruto standing at the top of a stairwell overlooking the party as he came to settle next to John Gilbert, who was in a black suit with a white shirt. Hello John, I heard you were back in town, said Naruto, leaning on the railing. Naruto, it's been a while, said John. True, saw you at the funeral but thought it would be bad taste to speak at that point, said the blonde. I figured you were there, just couldn't figure out who, said the man. Still trying to figure out what I am? Questioned Naruto. A devil, stated John, causing Naruto to laugh. Angel, devil, why choose when I can be both or neither? Why do you even bother with this world? Questioned John. Honestly, because I used to be human, said Naruto, surprising John. Yeah, I was born human thousands upon thousands of years ago. When I died, old age mind you, I became what I am now. So every once in a while I pop back in to see how things are, make sure the world keeps spinning, explained the blonde. So why Mystic Falls? Questioned the man. Why not? It's as good a place as any. Hell, it's better than most. You have no idea the power this place holds. People have been living here as far back as the 1st century, if not further back. The Bennett family is closer to being a founding family than yours is. Salvatore family has roots here as well from back then. That kind of power, it can be a powerful draw for someone who can feel it. Is that the cause of our infestation? Questioned John. No, though the first vampires were created here 1,000 years ago, said Naruto. So why are you here now? Questioned John. Check on Elena mostly. Well, that's how it started. Now I'm just hanging around to enjoy myself, said the blonde. What do you want with Elena? Questioned John, his eyes narrowing as they cut to look at him. Elena is special. Right now I'm just watching to see if she comes into her heritage. The blood running through her veins is old and powerful. If she could ever access that part of who she is, then she'd be interesting. What do you mean? Questioned John, worried. Well, that would be telling. All you need to know is I'm not interested in her sexually, yet. I'm going to fuck her eventually, but not now, maybe after she matures some. I know she's not actually Miranda's daughter, but I can't help but wonder if she'll make the same noises when she comes, said Naruto, causing John to glare as his hands grip the railings hard. Do mind the temper, John, and those emotions. You know I warned your namesake not to cross me and he didn't listen. Elena is mine whether you like it or not. Every woman with Gilbert blood in their veins is mine. That is the price your family pays for its disrespect. Be grateful I haven't touched her and I don't make you watch it happen as I did your namesake. As he said this, he had moved so that he stood shoulder to shoulder with the man, whispering quiet enough so only John could hear him. The men in your family have always had this arrogance about them. It's a good thing Jeremy doesn't, as he's dating my daughter. Otherwise I may have killed him instead of helped him, said the blonde. Jeremy knows what you are? Questioned John. As does Elena, though neither will be able to tell anyone who doesn't know. I've already taken care to make sure of that. Have a good night, John. My date's waiting, said Naruto, walking off and down the stairs to where he could see Bonnie. The rest of the night went off pretty much without a hitch. Naruto enjoyed more than a few dances with Bonnie and even Caroline and Elena. Damon, who he was keeping his eye on, had struck up a conversation with Liz, who he would admit looked great out of her uniform even still. Stefan, it seems, had been the life of the party for once at least, until he settled down and became more like himself. At the moment Naruto was outside with Bonnie gazing up at the sky. "So did you enjoy yourself tonight?" asked Naruto as they sat looking up at the stars. "Yeah, it was nice. No worries, just a night out with my friends, I needed it," said Bonnie as she leaned into him. "I noticed that moment between you and Elena's uncle. What was that about?" questioned the girl. "He's worried I'm only here to fuck Elena," said Naruto, causing Bonnie to sit up to look at him. "I have a lot of history with the Gilbert family, most of it bad. Over the years my clones have decided to teach them some respect and humility. For nearly the last 300 years my clones have been sleeping with the women of that family," explained the blonde. "And he knows this?" questioned the young witch. "A while back John and his brother started putting the pieces together and confronted one of the clones with the usual Gilbert arrogance. The clone responded by fucking Miranda and Jenna. It hadn't been the first time, but by this point she and Grayson had been pretty far in their relationship. In fact, I'm pretty sure they were engaged by that point," explained Naruto. "Do you have any plans to sleep with Elena?" questioned Bonnie. "Not at this point. Why do you want to?" returned the blonde. "What?" questioned the girl in shock. "Well, if I did, the only way it would happen is if you were there. So the question is, do you want to fuck Elena?" stated and questioned the blonde. "Would you really do that to your brother?" questioned Bonnie, dodging the question. "No, but those two aren't going to last. Elena isn't the one for him, and I can see that plain as day. He folds to her and doesn't offer her any challenge. She won't be able to grow as a person like that. Besides, Elena needs someone to tell her what to do, not bow to her whims, yet at the same time will push her to challenge herself," explained the blonde. "What about Caroline and Matt?" questioned Bonnie. "Also won't last. At least I don't see it happening right now. Matt's still a bit hung up on Elena. Caroline isn't going to settle for being second best or a conciliation prize. I've been trying to help him, but he's young. He'll learn in time," explained the blonde. "So how can you be sure we're going to last? You've got plans for us to go on into eternity. How can you know that's possible for us?" questioned the girl. "Simple. Out of the three of you girls, you're the most mature. You have an idea of what you want, and I know I can help you get there and even further. However, most importantly, I think you know I've already given you what you want most," said the blonde. "Really, and what's that?" questioned the girl, arching an eyebrow. "Someone who loves you." At these words Bonnie smiled and leaned in as he pulled her in for a kiss. "I love you too, you know," said Bonnie as they broke apart. "Yeah, I know," said the blonde, pulling her back into his side and looking back up at the starry night sky. "It really was a good night." Chapter 8. It was a beautiful night. From his position of his penthouse balcony and under the light of the full moon, Niklaus Mikkelsen took in the sights and sounds of the city he called home. Las Vegas, Nevada, known as the gambling and entertainment capital of the world and Sin City, with a population of over 583,700 people and still growing. It had been almost a century since he'd come here, and in that time under his hand the city had grown and flourished. He had come here, and his vision that he'd had for New Orleans had been realized on an even grander scale than he had even imagined, and he was king. "So this is where you have been all this time?" came a new voice, breaking him from his observation. Turning towards the voice, he found himself looking upon a man who stood at 5 feet 11 inches in height, possessing a thin, yet muscular body. He possessed short-cut brown hair to go with his hazel brown eyes and appeared to be perhaps in his mid-20s. He stood well dressed in a black dress suit with a white shirt, a slim necktie and a pair of black leather Oxfords. "Elijah, it has been some time," said Niklaus, moving away from the balcony. "Indeed, though I must admit I was surprised by your invitation," stated the newly named Elijah. "My last project was something I felt I needed to do on my own. The artist in me needed to be free to design without worry or distraction. said Niklas, motioning the man to follow him. I see. Then for what purpose would you call me now? Questioned Elijah, following Niklas as he left the main room. Patience, dear brother, there is much to discuss. However, it is not a discussion meant for just you and I. For several minutes after this they walked in a companionable silence, with Elijah taking in the design of the penthouse. Finally they stopped in front of a hallway wall on the second floor of the penthouse. He watched silently as Niklas lifted the frame of a picture before pressing his hand to the spot, causing the wall before them to open inwards. Following him inside, Elijah found himself within a well-lit room with 3 half-closed caskets resting inside. In the center of the room rested a table upon which a metal bucket rested, and a closer inspection revealed it full of ice and blood bags. The figures within the caskets were some he was intimately familiar with. In the center was a young woman with pale blonde hair. He knew she stood 5'7" and had blue eyes behind her closed eyelids. On her right was a young man who appeared to be about 18, at just the cusp of adulthood. Like Elijah, he had brown hair, though his eyes were also brown, and he knew that the young man stood at 6'1". Finally, on the left was a man who appeared older than Elijah by a few years, definitely in his late 20s. Like Elijah, he also has brown hair and hazel eyes, though his with a green tint to it. The most stunning thing about their appearances, aside from the gray skin, were the daggers embedded in their chests. While Elijah was taking this all in, Niklas made a quick lap around the room, easily removing the daggers and placing them on the table before removing 3 blood bags from the bucket. You know, over the last 8 decades of isolation, I have had much time to think things over. 8 decades. The blink of an eye to those like us, but living though it unbothered by Michael was quite liberating. I was free to paint to my heart's content, free to build what I liked without fear of it burning down around me and once more being forced to flee. Over time I'd thought about waking them, especially Rebecca, but I could never quite bring myself to. There was still much to be done, and Rebecca, much like me, yearns for freedom, as does Cole, and I would bet even Finn to some extent. Said Niklas as he walked around, calmly opening the blood bags and putting it to the mouth of each coffin's occupants. Unfortunately, unlike you, Rebecca and Cole have not yet learned patience. I would hand Rebecca the world for the asking, and Cole has not yet learned to rein himself in while having fun. Then there is dear Finn, who, while not as fun, I feared would be an even bigger threat if awakened. If for no other reason than he hates what we are. I feared he would even team with Michael if it meant freedom from what he views as a curse. Regrettably, while it meant they would have to stay here, it also meant our creations were free to run around unguided. They need leaders, and I cannot do so. I may be an original, but I'm the original hybrid, and I cannot lead the lines. That is where you all will come in. It is time for you to take the children in hand. Explained Niklas, returning back to the center of the room and leaning against the table. A nice sentiment, but you and I both know it is one doomed to failure. Aside from that, what's to stop you from daggering one of us whenever we disagree with you again? Stated Elijah, quickly following up with a question. It's simple. Soon enough those daggers will no longer work. Even the white oak stake would not kill us permanently. Said Niklas, enjoying the shock he read from the widening of his brother's eyes. You'd really give up such a thing as control over us? Questioned a new voice. Turning towards the right, they were just in time to see the younger man move to sit up in his coffin, whom Niklas tossed another blood bag, which was easily caught. To be honest, I'd happily be rid of them. As you have been here, so have I. My work office is on the floor right under this apartment. I have literally not gone anywhere since the 3 of you were moved here. Explained Niklas. And how is it you can accomplish this feat? Questioned the young woman, also sitting up from her own coffin. Do you remember my mentor Naruto? Questioned Niklas. Nick, the guy's pretty hard to forget even if I've been asleep for some time. Stated the young man. Naruto is an immortal, though a higher level existence than our own. Technically speaking, he is classified as a god. Anyway, one of his sons is a different breed of vampire unaffected by the white oak. Naruto has come up with a way to combine the lines. This would give us a boost in the physical department and limit our weakness to the white oak. This would also in turn give them our magical abilities. Explained Niklas. Nick, we don't have magic. Trust me, I would know. Stated the young man somewhat bitterly. Well, it turns out we still have access to some magic. compulsion, dream manipulation, illusions. It's part of what he calls mind magic. The rest of our magic is tied up in maintaining our youth and physical abilities. The theory is, should this work, it could give us a bit more access to magic. Explained Niklas. I could have my magic back? Questioned the eldest man in the room. Not sure yet, it's still just a theory at this point. Before we get into any of that, there are more important discussions that need to be had. You, Finn, will tell us what you know about someone named Freya. You, Elijah, will tell me the truth regarding Aurora. We will all bare our souls this day. No more games, no more deceptions. This family feud ends today. Meanwhile, in Mystic Falls, another figure was also peering upon his surroundings from a balcony. It had only been a few days since the Founders Party, and Naruto could tell that things were coming to a head. From what he gathered from the clone squad he had guarding the tomb vampires, it looked as if they were close to recovery after the beating they'd taken at the hands of Utakata. Considering that a few of them had robbed the hospital's blood bank just a few minutes ago, he knew that their recovery would be completed soon. At the same time, he knew that with John Gilbert still in town, the Founders Council would still be up in arms about vampires. No doubt a meeting would be called in the morning because of this latest action, but that didn't really bother him, as he could use that to his advantage. In fact, to be perfectly honest, he was actually putting in more thought to the meeting between the Michaelsons and the Corvinus vampire leaders. According to the reports he'd received, Marcus, William, Michael, Celine and Amelia had gone home and immediately put brakes to everything. William and Michael had rather easily taken control of the Lycan Den, while Marcus and Amelia had returned as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. From what he'd learned, the only difference now was that it was now Celine in the position of regent. More importantly, his mind was with the scientist working on the formula that would bond the two bloodlines together. From what he'd read, the last few tests had gone pretty well, as with the addition of a small bit of pure Corvinus blood, the two distinct strains were able to combine into one more powerful strain. His thoughts on the matter were cut off as his phone began ringing. "Hello," answered the blonde before a frown covered his face. "There's a safe house at 1643 West 36th Place. When's the funeral?" answered and questioned the blonde, only for his frown to become more pronounced. "Okay, I'll be there. Listen, the feds are going to be crawling all over that place looking for you, so be careful. Hey, you do what you got to do. Just don't hesitate to call if you need something, alright? Later, Dom." As he hung the phone up, a pair of arms snaked themselves around his waist and he felt a head leaning into his back. "Did I wake you?" questioned the blonde. "No, I couldn't sleep. I'm not sure I can deal with those two yet," said Bonnie. Frowning himself, Naruto turned so that his arms were wrapped around her and she could rest her head on his chest. "What you're feeling right now is a natural part of the stages of grief. Anger is a natural part of the grieving process, and Stefan and Elena are more than a little deserving." When he learned the two of you were losing your grip on the spell, Stefan panicked and ran inside, thus trapping himself. When this happened, Elena panicked and begged and pleaded until the two of you reopened the cave. Now looking back on it, what would you have done differently? "I'd have left them both down there until she was ready to get them out," said Bonnie. "Exactly. Take this as a lesson, never overstress yourself unnecessarily. Though you have some power at your disposal, you still run the risk of harming yourself by overdoing it." With that, Naruto led her away from the balcony and back to the bed. It took a few moments, but eventually they settled, with Naruto wrapping his arm over her side and Bonnie sighing in contentment at the security she felt in the position. Once they were settled, Naruto, unknown to Bonnie, ran through a quick series of one-handed seals before sleep overtook her. That done, the blonde allowed his own eyes to close, breathing in her scent before slowly sleep took hold of him as well. The next morning the two were up bright and early as they set about returning to their regular schedules. For Bonnie, this meant returning to school, which she'd taken some time away from. After a quick shower, which they each had to take separately for fear they wouldn't leave it, the duo had quickly gone about preparing for the day. Though they hadn't planned it, the two dressed matching each other, with Bonnie wearing a blue skirt and a black shirt to match Naruto's blue jeans and black shirt. The only difference between the two was that Naruto's had a large skull logo on the front, the logo of the comic book character known as the Punisher. "Do you have any plans for later today?" Questioned Naruto as they pulled into the school's parking lot. No, not that I can think of. Okay, there's some people I want you to meet while they're in town. I'll call and set up the meet and we'll go after we get out. Said Naruto. Alright. I'll see you in class 1. Have to go see Turner and get my new schedule. Said Bonnie, leaning over and giving him a quick kiss before hopping out of the car. A little further in the parking lot, Stefan had just climbed out of his own car when he was met by Elena. Nice car. Well, I thought it was a waste to leave it sitting in the garage. Replied the vampire before giving her a kiss. I didn't know you were coming back today. Well, I woke up this morning and I was feeling great and decided it was time for me to get outside. Said the savageThor. So you're okay, right? No cravings. Well, the worst part is over with. As for cravings, they never go away completely, comes with the territory. However, now it's easier to manage and I figure now I could spend as much time with you as possible. I'm okay with that, said Elena, giving him another kiss. So how are things with you? Questioned Stefan, wrapping his arm around her waist as they began the walk towards the buildings. Still pretty much the same. Bonnie and Matt are pretty much ignoring me for the time being. Jeremy is speaking to me now, if barely. Well, at least there's a slight improvement. Said Stefan with a frown. I talked to Naruto yesterday though. Said Elena, causing Stefan to give her a questioning look. We had a good talk. He says I need to start thinking rationally though. I hate to admit it, but he's right, it's pretty much my fault Sheila's gone. Said Elena. I got the same speech. According to Cordy though, he's being tough so we don't make even bigger mistakes like he did when he was younger. She told you something? Said Elena, looking at him with wide eyes. Nope. His original life is a mystery to her too. She says she prefers it that way though, as there are no spoilers. Said Stefan. Damn it. Meanwhile, Damon found himself once more within the Founders Hall preparing for yet another meeting. However, he was currently in a private meeting with the sheriff, who had pulled him over to the side. There was a disturbance at the hospital blood bank last night. Some of the supply was compromised. You mean stolen? Said Damon with a sigh. We almost missed it. The inventory records were altered, but when the night manager was questioned, he had no recollection of changing them. Explained the sheriff. Meaning the vampire who stole the blood used mind control to hide the theft. Stated John Gilbert, making his way over with a drink in hand. I know what she meant. Stated Damon, barely keeping his irritation from his voice. We wouldn't have noticed had John not alerted us to recent discrepancies in other hospital blood banks in the county. Continued the woman. How lucky for us, we have John. Said Damon with false cheer. We're stepping up security at the hospital, giving the guard vervain to prevent this from happening again. Said the sheriff. Sheriff, may I offer a suggestion? Why don't Damon and I put our heads together? We can track down whoever is doing this. Said John. Truthfully, I can use the extra hands. Is that something you would be willing to do? Questioned the woman. We already know who's doing it. Said Damon, shocking both of them. What? Questioned John. The Battle of Willow Creek. In September of 1864, during the midst of the battle, the council at the time, led by your namesake Jonathan Gilbert, captured and detained a group of vampires within Fell's Church and burned it to the ground. The fire was used as a cover. Instead, they approached a witch who, in return for the protection of her family, agreed to seal the vampires inside, thus creating a tomb. The spell used would ensure as long as there was a matriarch around, the tomb would remain sealed. Unfortunately, the last matriarch recently passed away with no successor. The tomb was opened and the vampires escaped. How do you know this? Questioned John with a frown. The deal was made by Giuseppe Salvatore. Said Damon. How many vampires? Questioned the sheriff. At least 24 according to what I was told. Told? Questioned John. Zach has the journals. I talked to him a few days ago. I just didn't want to say anything until I knew for sure. Said Damon. And you know for sure? Questioned the sheriff. Not 100% about the number. I was going to ask you to look into the tomb actually. I don't particularly want to go in there on my own and you have the manpower. Said Damon. Yeah, I'll put a team together to check it out. Later in the day, found Elena and Bonnie standing in a darkened room. Of course, while both of them had known of the room's existence, neither of them had even ventured inside before, and both thought it was a little weird they were in there together. "You hurt me," said Bonnie, breaking the silence that had descended on them. "I know, I never thought something like that would happen, or even could happen for that matter. Elena, I love you like a sister, but we will never have this conversation again. Wise up, because if something like this ever happens again because of your selfishness, you and me, we're done," said Bonnie, causing Elena's eyes to widen. "Our families go back over 1,000 years. Your ancestor was once a friend to mine, and eventually we always meet back up. Bennett and Petrova, or whatever name we go by then. Don't ruin things between us." For a moment Elena was stunned before Bonnie opened her arms and Elena stepped into a hug. They held each other tightly and after a few moments stepped outside where Caroline was waiting, and all three walked off with arms linked. "So what did it look like in there?" questioned Caroline as they walked. "It was dark," said Elena. "Seemed a bit cramped too. There was junk all over the place," said Bonnie. "Maybe I'll take Matt down there one day," mused Caroline. "Can't you keep that in the bedroom?" said Elena with a sigh. "Well, you have to spice things up sometimes," defended Caroline. Later in the day found Naruto, Bonnie and Caroline moving down the streets of Virginia Beach. What had started out as just a trip for Bonnie and himself had ended up adding Caroline, as both she and Bonnie needed to go dress shopping for the Founders Court, during which they would be deciding who would become the next Miss Mystic Falls. Bonnie had promised Caroline to go dress shopping before everything had happened with her grandmother's passing, and Caroline hadn't wanted to say anything due to said event. Now, however, as they were coming to the deadline, Naruto had relented to allowing Caroline to tagging along with them. "Okay, here we are. Before we go in, make sure your phones are on silent or turn them off. Also, when we get inside, keep your voices down as there are a bunch of people working in here," said Naruto, taking his own advice and quickly switching his phone to silent. Seeing the girls ready, Naruto hit the buzzer before looking up at the camera above the door. A moment later a buzz was heard as the door was opened and the blonde allowed the girls through before following and closing the door behind them. The girls followed him as he walked the halls, nodding to the guard as he passed by him, until eventually they came to a dead-end hall with only a single door in the center. Moving towards the door, Naruto held it open, allowing both girls to precede him inside. As they entered, they were assaulted by a wave of music. However, it was the people sitting out bobbing their heads that caused both girls to go speechless. "Timbo," called Naruto as he entered, causing the man to look up. As the man looked up, Bonnie's guess was proven true as the man revealed himself to be none other than super producer Timbaland. Upon seeing him, the legendary musician got up and actually gave Naruto a bro hug before the two stepped away from each other. The other person was a woman who both girls recognized as none other than Missy Elliott, who Naruto proceeded to pull into a hug before releasing her. "Sup bro, when do you get back in town?" questioned Timbaland. "Been a couple of months now. I've just been taking the time to relax mostly," answered Naruto, getting an understanding nod from the man. "Anyway, introductions. This is my girl Bonnie and this is Caroline," said Naruto, motioning to each of them. "Bonnie, she's the one with the golden voice you told me about?" questioned Missy, looking at Bonnie. "Yup. I figured I'd bring her to you guys and let you check her out," said Naruto, causing Bonnie's eyes to widen in shock. "You're a Bennett witch, aren't you?" questioned Missy. "How'd you know?" questioned Bonnie, taking a half step back. "You've got the features of the Bennett line that, and your grandmother was quite proud of you. My condolences, by the way, I really liked her." "How'd you know about witches?" questioned Caroline. "Well, both Timmy and I come from old magic lines ourselves, not as old as the Bennett line, but our families have been around. We just prefer music over magic for the most part," explained Missy. They ended up sticking around for a little over an hour, during which times the girls learned that Naruto was a very popular songwriter who had written for artists at the very elite levels. Apparently he had written for Usher, Destiny's Child, Beyoncé as a single artist, Justin Timberlake and Chris Brown, just to name a few. By the time their visit ended, however, Timbaland was very interested in Bonnie, to the point where he wanted to sign her to a development deal. By 8 o'clock that evening, Elijah McCalson found himself standing outside of an apartment complex in Brooklyn, New York. Before he could wonder too much on why he was there, a rather familiar figure came out of the building and stepped up to him. "Elijah, it's been some time," stated Naruto in his adult form. "Indeed it has. I must admit I was rather intrigued by this particular invitation, however," said Elijah, following Naruto as he turned and motioned him into the building. "Yes, well, as you were always the most level-headed of the bunch, I decided you were the one that would have to be here tonight." Elijah said nothing following this admission and instead followed Naruto as he headed down to the basement, raising an eyebrow as the blonde placed his hand against the wall to reveal an elevator. As they got off of the elevator, the two found themselves within a nondescript hallway with simple white walls and a gray marble floor. "Ah, Lord Naruto, just in time. Lilla, thank you for joining us," stated Naruto. "Sir, after all you've done for me, this is the least I could do," said the newly named Lilla. "Elijah, this lovely young woman is one of our lawyers, Lilla Morgan. She will be acting as mediator today." Elijah took a moment to look over the woman. She stood in business attire consisting of black pants and a purple top that had a fairly deep neckline exposing just a hint of cleavage. On her feet she wore a pair of black heels that were perhaps 3 inches in length, which would put her around 5 feet 7 height-wise. True to Naruto's words, she really was quite the looker, with brown hair that fell just past her shoulders and deep brown eyes that were quite captivating. "Mr. McCalson, as Lord Naruto has just stated, I will be acting as mediator today, as from this point forward I will be taking over all legal duties concerning the McCalsons as a family, as well as the legal affairs of the Corvinus family. However, before that I will be flying out to meet with the rest of your family so that we can iron out all of the details," stated Lilla. "You're human, curious," stated Elijah. "That I am. However, before you get any ideas, you should know that I have danced with players much bigger, scarier and far more powerful than the members of your family," stated Lilla. "She's not kidding there. I stole her from one of the biggest law firms on the planet who did business with serious players. I'm talking guys who could bring on an apocalypse level of power. A lot of those players she really helped out over the years, so you don't want to be getting on her bad side," said Naruto. "I meant no threat, however it is curious to me that a human would deal knowingly with vampires," stated Elijah. "That sentiment there shows that you haven't stepped into the big leagues yet. A word of advice, there are plenty of humans who know about the supernatural. My last law firm was all about dealing with them, from witches, warlocks, vampires, werewolves and demons of all kinds. The fact you don't know about it means the firm still hasn't seen enough to approach you," stated Lilla. "You can fill him in later. Let's get down to business, shall we?" stated Naruto. "Very well, this way please, gentlemen," said Lilla. The two followed her down that hall for about 3 feet, where she placed her hand on a wall, causing part of it to slide upwards, revealing a doorway. As she motioned them to enter, the two did so before she followed them inside. Seated already, they were greeted by 2 more people already in attendance. One was a man with long red hair and blue eyes who stood wearing black slacks and a collarless dress shirt. The other was a woman with black hair and dark eyes who was clad in a deep red dress. "Lord Marcus, Lady Amelia, this is Elijah McCalson, who will be representing the McCalson family," stated Lilla as she took a seat at the head of the table, putting her between the groups. "Lord Naruto is here as a witness only. As such, by his very presence, should all terms be agreed upon with the addition of your signatures, everything becomes binding. Violation of the terms of this agreement will cause immediate and harsh reprisal for the violating party." Seeing she had the understanding of all 3, she placed her briefcase on the table and from within drew forth 2 folders, handing one to Elijah and one to Marcus. For several minutes the 2 men were silent as they set about reading the contents of their respective folders. "Lilla, I'm confused. This bit about property, it was my understanding that vampires could not own any without the wards that create the barrier failing." "Ah yes, that's a new discovery. As it turns out, a Corvinus vampire isn't dead. Marcus, as the first of his kind, was bitten by a bat which turned him due to the special properties of his blood. Considering he never died, he can own property and the barrier would stay in place. Once everything is settled and you take the formula, you will be revived, working organs and everything, and thus would become a living vampire. Explained Naruto. Wait, so they're not demons? Questioned Lilla in curiosity. No. The Mikhailson vampires were created by magic, and thus it is magic that is sustaining them. As for the Corvinus vampires, the proper term for them I am told is biologically immortal transgenics. Their bodies aren't inhabited by demons, nor are they sustained by magic. Instead, their genetic structure was altered due to the mutated virus contained in Marcus's blood. Explained Naruto. So say we agree to this and merge our bloodlines, what exactly will happen? Questioned Amelia. Well, we ran some tests on vampires from both bloodlines. After the serum was applied, the Corvinus vampires developed the mind magic abilities of the Mikhailsons. On the other hand, the Mikhailson vampires developed physical changes. Increased physical abilities, and their organs returned to a functional state. For the basic serum, we thought it was pretty good. Said the blonde. Basic, as in more than one? Questioned Elijah. Indeed. You see, while the serum may have been good, it didn't do everything. I needed something that would put all of you on the same level as Marcus. This second serum does that, giving you all of the perks that Marcus enjoys. This serum will basically work, giving you boost to match your age. As for Amelia and Marcus, I needed something that would put them on the same footing as you. This was accomplished by tweaking the immortality spell that was applied to their serum. It will have similar effects for them as yours will for you, with all the perks as well, including creating a sire bond with each person that they have sired until now and each one they sire going forward. However, as Marcus is my son, there were some other things needed as well. As such, the serum will unlock parts of him that had until now remained dormant. To give you equal footing, I altered your serums just slightly so that you could receive that as well. Because of that, I'll have to have someone come and teach you to use those abilities. Explained the blonde. Meanwhile, at the Gilbert house could be found within the kitchen, phone in one hand as she pulled a bottle of water out of the fridge and closed the door. I'm sorry for the short notice. I didn't even remember that the contest was coming up, much less that I would be in it. It's fine, I'll be happy to escort you anyway. Came Stefan's voice over the phone. My mom was really into this Founders Day stuff. She was even Miss Mystic in her day. I kind of want to do it for her. Explained the girl. It'll be great, we'll have fun. Responded Stefan, causing her to smile. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow, I love you. I love you too. Came the immediate reply before Elena let the call end. Well, and here I thought you were sad before. Came a voice, causing Stefan to frown as he hung up the phone. What do want, Damon? Said the teen, an exasperated sigh escaping him. Oh, I don't want anything. I was just passing by when I stumbled across your latest sad attempt to ignore reality. Stated Damon, leaning casually against the doorway. Really? Questioned Stefan, the sarcastic tone of his voice not going missed by Damon. 169 years you've been walking this earth and you still don't see it. Love is a lie, Stefan. It is a cosmic joke played on the gullible and the weak. People are selfish creatures. I thought by now you would have figured it out. Said Damon. As he finished, he pushed off the doorframe and left the room, while Stefan could only shake his head at his brother. Catherine had really done a number on him that he had come to this point. If there was only one thing to take away from the 100+ years that he had walked this earth, it was that without love there was no reason to do so. However, right now Damon was still hurting from Catherine's betrayal of him. He would give him time, and perhaps one day they would have this conversation again. The next morning, the savageThor house had the rather unwelcome fortune of receiving a visit from John Gilbert. As he opened the door, Damon found himself rubbing the bridge of his nose at the sight of the man. John meanwhile raised an eyebrow, finding Damon to be from all appearances covered in sweat, apparently from a workout. What do want, John? Questioned Damon, in no mood at the moment for the man's antics, closing his door after the man casually walked inside. You haven't returned any of my calls. Stated John. Most people take that as a hint. Stated Damon. Where do we start looking for vampires? How do you act, John? You obviously don't care about catching vampires, you're here talking to me. The fact that John knew that he was a vampire was something of a sore point with Damon. In fact, John had revealed his hand and told Damon he knew so at the Founders' Ball. John had been rather blunt and heavy-handed after his conversation with Naruto, and as such Damon, already in a bad mood, had made his displeasure known by killing the man. Unfortunately, the man had pulled an Alaric and risen from the dead as if nothing had happened. An action which he now knew was due to a ring he now wore on his finger. "Actually, I care very much," stated John. "What's Isabel say about that? I mean, considering that she is one." The man's relationship with Isabel was something he had let slip when they had begun this little game they were currently playing. "Isabel and I share a mutual interest. The original Jonathan Gilbert has an invention that was stolen by a vampire. That vampire was then burned alive in Fell's Church, or so Jonathan thought, and the invention was lost forever. But then the vampires got out of the tomb, which means the invention is retrievable," stated John. "What is it? The only thing that matters is that I want it back, and you're going to help me if you want your secret safe," stated John, smiling pleasantly despite his words. "Why bring me into it, John? I mean, I don't know what you are talking about, much less who has it." "Oh, come on, Damon. You were around back then. You know who these people are, what they look like. He was friendly with a woman who turned out to be a vampire. Her name was Pearl. Does that ring a bell?" After these words there was a long pause in conversation, the two men staring each other in the eye before Damon's facial expression, once covered with slight amusement, turned serious, causing John's expression to shift as well. "I'm not playing anymore. Get out. Get out," stated Damon, turning and motioning towards the door. "I beg your pardon," stated John, surprised. "You know, I only entertained this whole blackmail scheme thing of yours because I thought that you and Isabel could lead me to Catherine, but see, now I know you've no idea where Catherine is. Because if you did, you would know that Catherine and Pearl were best friends. The fact that you just said that tells me you don't know everything or even have much of a clue, do you, John? I'll tell the entire council what you are," stated John, taking a few steps forward. "Go for it. I'll kill every last one of them. Then I'll sever your hand, pull your ring off, and I'll kill you too. Do you understand that?" stated Damon, taking his own steps forward until he was right in the man's face, showing just how serious he was. Once the man was gone, Damon sighed before removing his phone from his pocket and calling Naruto. He would need to learn about their latest hiccup. "So according to Naruto, you've got a good grasp on a few things but no grasp at all on others. That's not so bad. You're in a better position than I was when I started, and younger to boot, so that will definitely help," stated a woman as she sat in a chair across from Bonnie. The two of them were currently seated within the living room of the house that Bonnie had inherited from her Grams. Initially Bonnie hadn't wanted to set foot in there, but Naruto had managed to convince her that for these purposes it would be worth it. The woman stood at 5 feet 3 inches with dark brown hair that fell down to her shoulders and deep green eyes. She had tanned skin, though she wouldn't be mistaken for anything but white. However, it was the power that this woman exuded that really caught the attention, if one could feel it. The woman was clearly a very powerful witch, one who went by the name of Prudence, Prue Hallowell. Unknown to Bonnie, however, they weren't the only ones there for his lesson, as the presence of this legendary witch had many departed members of the Bennett family watching them from the other side. Apparently Prue was once part of the legendary Charmed Ones, a group of sister witches and the eldest of the sisters. However, about 3 years into their stint, Prue had been killed. However, unbeknownst to anyone at the time, Prue had been saved by Naruto and taken to his home, where he had explained the situation to her. Apparently the Angels of Destiny had decided that she wasn't meant to be the leader of the Charmed Ones, she was meant to teach them to be strong. Once she had accomplished her task, she was supposed to be killed. Naruto, however, had taken exception and stepped in on her behalf and simply removed her from the board of play. Deciding to stay with him in his realm, she had eventually been apprenticed under his wife Hinata, who would teach her much about magic. Eventually she too would fall in love with Naruto, and with Hinata's consent had mothered 3 kids of her own, in the process becoming a hybrid half-witch and half-kitsune. Basically she was for all intents and purposes another of his wives. The fact that this remarkable witch had consented to stepping in and training her for the time being spoke quite a bit. "So I know you recently begun training under your Grams. However, the magic your family knows is incomplete. You see, your family has been around for a long time and is what is known as a traveler family. Now the travelers, while quite powerful, have missed a lot when it came to magic's evolutions over time. While the only witches powerful enough to override traveler magic would be my younger sisters working together, the travelers have missed other important facets of magic. Explained Prue, shocking not only Bonnie but all of the ghosts currently watching their session. Because of this, I want to start off at the beginning. Now then, magic, also referred as the craft and the occult, is a supernatural energy that originated from the all and can alter the fabric of reality and defy the laws of nature. Being a mere act of manipulating reality, magic is amoral, though its users can be split into either the good, evil and neutral categories. That is the textbook definition of magic. In true, magic is the pure spiritual energy of both oneself and the planet. As you know, one who is born with and practices magic is usually called a witch. However, aside from witches, there are many other magical beings that exist, such as demons, warlocks and whitelighters. We'll cover all of them in more depth later down the line. Now, what are the 3 essentials of magic? Lectured Prue, finishing with a question. I've actually never heard that phrase before. Stated Bonnie, frowning. Not surprising, like I said earlier, your family, like many traveler families, missed a lot of magic's evolution, even after you deserted them. Anyway, the 3 essentials of magic are as follows: timing, feeling and phases of the moon. Uzumaki Hinata created magic and championed so that magic would take up the void left by the loss of chakra. It is because of Hinata that the phases of the moon are so entwined with magic. Explained Prue. Now then, I know you've been mostly focused on the usage of magic so that you could learn control of your active power. However, while having an active power is all well and good, a truly powerful witch is one who has mastered the basics, which include potion and spell creation. Now, my sister Piper is a renowned potions mistress as far as our society goes, while my sister Phoebe is a master of spell creation. This stems from Piper's love of cooking and Phoebe's gift of creativity. I was always more of the muscle of the group. My active power were stronger and the spells I used had greater effect. Now my youngest sister Paige, she has her own special skill, but she's no slouch when it comes to potions or spell creation from what I'm told, and considering she was taught by Piper and Phoebe, I believe it. Now then, most witches believe that spells have to be done in Latin or other old languages. However, this is a false belief. Neither I nor my sister started out with spells outside of the English language. This brings up the second essential feeling. Magic is about intent. You have to want something to happen. The language used is simply a tool used to aid in bringing your desires to life. By this point in the lecture, all those present were listening to Prue's lesson with rapt attention, and none would notice the passage of time as they listened and learned, with many like Bonnie actually taking notes. Time moved on, and before most realized it, the day for the judging of who would become the next Miss Mystic Falls was upon them. Elena and Caroline, along with several others, had been made to attend several classes including dancing and etiquette lessons. Elena and Jenna had been driven to the even by Alaric, surprising John, who had thought that he would be the one driving, that he had ended up taking Jeremy. Alaric had cleaned up quite nicely in his black suit, and though both were still unsure as to their own relationship, Alaric and Elena were clearly growing closer. Jenna actually thought it was a good thing, as Elena needed a father figure, and Alaric, whether he had known or not, had become her stepfather the moment he married her mother. At the moment, Elena could be found getting ready for the event which was taking place at Founders Hall. At the moment, Elena could be found sitting in front of her aunt as the woman set a curling iron to her hair. "Thanks for helping me," said Elena as she sat looking in the mirror and doing her makeup. "Don't thank me until you're sure your hair isn't gonna burn off," retorted the aunt, having never been one for doing hair. "You know, I remember when my mom and I were first applying for this, she was so excited," stated Elena, sitting her makeup brush down. "So were you, if I recall," said Jenna, sitting down the iron. "I was." She just made it sound like so much fun. "A lot has changed since then. Well, I hate to break it to you, but it's a little late for cold feet." "I don't have cold feet. I think I'd be enjoying it a lot more if she was here." "Well, I can tell you one thing. Your hair would have a better chance if she was." "Okay, I should go put my dress on. Be careful with that thing. Don't hurt anybody. With that said, Elena stood and left to get dressed, neither of the two seeing Caroline looking sad as she sat alone in front of her own mirror. Well, you look miserable, said John as he approached Jeremy outside the venue, causing said teen to chuckle. Are there really a whole month of these events that I'm supposed to show up at? Questioned the teen. You could fight it if you want, but it's part of being a Gilbert. Yeah, you mentioned you know a lot about the family. You know anything about our ancestor Jonathan Gilbert? Prolific writer, crazy inventor. Why do you ask? Well, I read his journal. Is that right? Questioned John, now very interested. Yeah, I actually found it in all Dad's stuff. Well, that's surprising. Most of them are locked away, said John. There are more of them. Jonathan Gilbert journaled his whole life. Right down to the bitter, insane, drunken end. He had a lot of demons. And did you read them? I've browsed. Yeah. What did you think about what he wrote? Questioned Jeremy, causing his uncle to sigh. I knew we'd be having this conversation soon. I just didn't think you were in that deep, that it was a rush, stated John, surprising Jeremy. Look, there's a lot that you, Elena, Jenna, and I need to discuss. What I can say now is that a lot of stuff that was written in those journals are based in fact. However, that's the most I'll say here. We'll discuss everything tonight once I get you guys home, deal? Stated John, getting a nod from his nephew. A few minutes later, everyone was called into the entrance as the contestants were set to make her appearance. Of course, not all things were fine. One of the contestants, Amber, had disappeared. Stefan had gone to find her to reassure Elena and was still nowhere to be found, and finally Elena and Caroline were currently having a heated discussion after the former had mentioned quitting, which Caroline was not about to allow, rightfully pointing out that she was doing this to honor her mother, Ms. Caroline Forbes, and her escort Matthew Donovan. As Caroline appeared at the top of the staircase after her name was announced, Matt found himself gasping as his breath caught in his chest. He had always known that Caroline was cute, but it was only seeing her now in her dark green strapless dress that he really beheld her beauty. Caroline herself smiled as she spotted him dressed in a black suit, only accented by the dark green tie that went quite well with her dress. Standing at the base of the stairs, the two met, and the casual ease that the two stood together, with Caroline easily slipping her left arm into his right, had been noticed by many of the women present. Naruto, meanwhile, in the crowd, had also noticed his younger brother's absence, and after a quick word with Mayor Lockwood about the situation while Caroline was coming down, shook his head at the man's look. Ms. Elena Gilbert and her escort Naruto savageThor. Upon hearing this, Elena took a deep breath to compose herself before releasing it and moving to the top of the stairs, where her appearance was met with applause, much as Caroline's had been. As she reached the end of the staircase, accepting the hand that he held out for her, she had to fight to keep her smile in place. Still no sign? Questioned Elena in a whisper. No, I'd have sent Damon out, but I don't want John following him and stumbling into something, stated Naruto, holding her hand and escorting her outside, where all the other contestants and their escorts were waiting. What are we going to do? Questioned Elena in yet another whisper as they bowed to each other from their respective places in their lineups. Focus on the here and now, I've got the rest covered, stated Naruto as they both stood to their full heights. As the music played in the background, Elena gave a subtle nod of her head, both of them like the others holding their right arms up in a 90-degree angle, palm out and hovering over the other before taking several steps until they circled into their previous positions. Once done, they switched to their left arms and once again walked the circle, only this one counterclockwise, and then once more with both hands now hovering. Finally they touched as they began the dance itself. Damn, they look good together, stated Bonnie from within the crowd. Regretting your decision? Questioned Prue, both of them wearing gray dresses. No, Elena's one of my best friends, I just didn't think they'd look that good together. She'll be one of us one day, stated Prue. How can you tell? I thought you didn't get premonitions, returned Bonnie. I don't. But Hinata once said the same thing about me. Get used to it, Bonnie, if you plan to make a life with us. Our family is quite big. How many of us are there now? Questioned Bonnie. Not that many, not that can say they are his exclusively. You actually make number 6 in a few who only had a passing interest or desire, an itch to be scratched. Others were the results of drunken mistakes. Explained Prue. How do you handle it? Questioned Bonnie. I love him. Just like I'll eventually grow to love you. I make love to him just as one day I'll make love to you. Stated Prue. Are you proposing a student-teacher relationship? Questioned Bonnie with an amused tilt to her lips. What do you think of her? Questioned Prue. Like I said, she's one of my best friends. But she's also selfish and doesn't think at times. Said Bonnie. Can you see yourself with her? Can you see yourself loving her? Questioned Prue. I don't know, I've never thought of us that way. Said Bonnie. Neither had I a few years back. But those are questions you need to answer for yourself. If you can one day answer that yes, you could one day love her as more than a friend, then we'll work with her, and when it's time we'll invite her to join us. Said Prue. John Gilbert. Called a voice, causing the man to stop and turn to face it. The man who called him appeared to be a little over 6 feet in height with oddly enough short-cut white hair with. He wore a black suit and had quite fair skin with golden eyes with slit pupils. As he approached, John watched as a large purple crescent moon appeared on his forehead along with 2 magenta stripes on each cheek and each eyelid. Who are you? Questioned John, eyes narrowed. My name is savageThor. I believe you know my uncle Naruto. Stated the man, causing John to take a half step back, causing him to smirk. Truly, you humans haven't changed much since I left this world. Alas, that is not why I am here. I believe you have been inquiring about a woman named Pearl. Stated savageThor. I have. Stated John warily. You will cease in your endeavors at once. She has left this world in order to recover due to your ancestors' blunder. After you contacted him, Damon reached out to us. I am here to correct you on several points. First and foremost, Pearl has not now nor has she ever been a vampire. Your insulation that she could be something of such a lowly stature is an insult to our family, and we do not take insult well. Furthermore, the fact that your ancestor imprisoned one of our mothers for nearly 2 centuries puts your family in a very bad light with mine. Stated savageThor, causing the human to frown. Furthermore, I have been informed of the artifact that you seek. Pearl is no longer in possession of it. However, I know where it is, and if it will aid in the elimination of such abominable creatures as your world's vampires, that I shall inform you of its location. Stated savageThor. So I take it you have no love for them either. Stated John. Of all the vampire races, the ones that plague your world are little better than vermin. True vampires are noble creatures and have no need to interact with such a weak species as yours. The lack of power in your blood would not sustain a true vampire. Stated savageThor. There are different breeds? Questioned John in surprise. Indeed there are. The ones you are familiar with were created by magic. The other, well, your best bet for finding information on them is located in England at this point, though I doubt they'll be very receptive of you. Stated savageThor. If you don't mind me asking, what are you? You're obviously immortal, but I don't understand how that's possible if you're not a vampire. Stated John. There's a lot of information that you humans have dismissed over the years as inconsequential. I suggest you look my name up. It's all over the internet these days. My dear sister was quite accurate with our descriptions. Stated savageThor before tilting his head and frowning. They talked for only a few moments more before savageThor ended their meeting and then proceeded to vanish in a ball of light. As the light shot through the ceiling, John was brought back to Earth by a group of people rounding the corner. There you are. Have you seen Damon? Questioned Liz as she saw him. He was still out with Elena a few minutes ago. Stated John. Good, come with me. Stated Liz before turning and heading back down the stairs. Back outside, the festivities had been brought to a halt as the contestants were once again lined up. There were more than a few people eager for this bit, as it was now time for the announcement of the winner. Jeremy had been quite surprised to have been joined by Anna, who had informed him she had actually come just to see him. She had also told him that she and her mom had been evacuated for home, but she had jumped at the opportunity to see him when it presented itself. He had told her again quite clearly that he was still with Vicky, only for her to inform him that if he ever made the transition she would not mind sharing him. Since then they had been engaged in conversation, but nothing so heavy, just getting to know each other better. Still nothing? questioned Caroline quietly from her position in line next to Elena. No, and I'm getting seriously worried. Before I crown the winner, I'd like to offer a personal thank you to all of these young ladies for their efforts to better our community, stated Mayor Lockwood, getting a nice applause from the crowd. So, without further ado, it is my honor to announce our very own Miss Mystic Falls, Miss Caroline Forbes, announced the man, causing the crowd to applaud while Elena pulled Caroline into a hug. Damon, called Liz quietly as she approached him, getting the savageThor to look away from the scene. Come with me, quickly. They walked quietly, with Damon developing a really bad feeling before several minutes later within a wooded area well away from the party area. However, upon seeing what they were headed to, Damon found himself running as he spotted Stefan slumped against the trunk of a tree. What the hell happened? Snapped Damon. We don't know. One of our search teams found him, and while one raced back to get us, the other went further ahead in search of Amber, stated Liz. They won't find her, stated Stefan weakly, opening his eyes. What happened? Questioned Damon. I found Amber. Vamps weren't through with her yet, and well, you see, this place, there's really no cover. I was able to get one of them. Don't know if I dusted him though, stated Stefan. How long have they been gone? Questioned Liz. Don't know. I passed out almost as soon as I hit the tree. How bad was it? Questioned Damon. Bad enough I can't go to a hospital. I had to ingest. Shit. What's going on? Questioned Liz. Vampire blood has a healing property to it. During the fight, Stefan was hurt bad enough he had to ingest vampire blood. Stuff's a miracle cure, but if you die with that shit in your system, you wake up in transition, explained Damon, surprising the group with him. How do you know that? Questioned one of the deputies. Stefan was in a car accident once. His best friend turned out to have been a vampire. When the doctors started doubting his survival, she snuck in and fed him a bit of her blood. We'll need 24 hours for it to work its way out of his system. I need to get him home. Why not the hospital? Questioned Liz. Hospitals are public places. Stefan just faced off with a few vampires. They could walk in there any time and finish the job. If I can get him home, they have to be invited in. The three of us can keep ourselves indoors for a day, stated Damon. All right, Johnson, you and Rhodes help him get Stefan to their car. Be discreet. Once done, I want you to sit on that house. I'll have a squad relieve you in a few hours. Damon, they'll only be there in case there's an emergency, in which case they'll radio me and I'll have one of our doctors racing over, stated Liz, getting a nod. All right, buddy, let's get you up and out of here. I'll have Elena come play nurse in the morning, said Damon, making a show of getting his brother off the ground. The next few events that happened would be monumental and change several lives. Naruto. Damon and Stefan were forced to lay low within the boarding house. Both Damon and Naruto, however, had been impressed with Stefan's acting to explain the healed injury to his head, the back of which had been busted open as evidence by the blood staining the tree where his head had been resting. From what they later learned, a meeting had been called by the council, during which time a vote had been made to use vampire blood for critical injuries, of which those whom injected it would be strictly monitored. The motion had only barely passed by a single vote. Of course, despite the fact that they were held up, the world kept spinning. Alaric, thanks to a friend, had managed to get a trace on Isabel, which led him and Damon to Grove Hill. While they hadn't managed to find Isabel, they did find a tomb vampire named Henry, who also apparently knew John. In the end, Alaric ended up staking Henry when the vampire lunged at him, much to Damon's frustration. Eventually being confined to such a small space as the house had also forced a sort of reconciliation between Damon and Stefan. Apparently Stefan had felt guilty that he had forced the transition on Damon after Catherine's apparent death, while Damon was being a dick simply because Catherine chose to turn Stefan as well instead of just Damon on his own. Of course, Elena had also gone through her own stuff in that time as well. As it turns out, that while they didn't have it that night, John had called the meeting the next morning and spelled everything out for them. The existence of vampires and the Gilbert family history for Jenna especially. Jenna had been pissed that such things had been kept from her for so long when there was apparently vampire activity going on around her. Both John and Jenna had been surprised to learn that Elena had already taken steps to protect the family. John had then told them about the rings that had been spelled to protect the Gilbert men from vampires, of which both Grayson and John had possessed. John had apparently lost his and had been surprised to see it being worn by Alaric. Grayson had worn his until his death, upon which point John had started wearing it. However, it had been when Elena had revealed her knowledge of the Petrova family that John had been floored. It was at the school the day after that when they had been informed about Alaric's meeting with his now ex-wife Isabel. Apparently Isabel had used him as a messenger, stating that if he didn't arrange a meeting between her and Elena, people would start dying. The meeting had been devastating to Elena, who had clearly been a wreck and had to be taken home by Bonnie. As it turns out, Isabel was after the same device John had been after, which Anna had given to Damon during the Miss Mystic Falls stuff while everyone was mingling. Bonnie, who apparently had been gifted with all of Emily's knowledge of magic, had only needed to take one look at it in order to figure out what it did, the information just popping up in her mind. Upon finding out its effect, Naruto had requested Bonnie not to take any further part of things and instead continue learning under Prue, something Bonnie was all too willing to do. The next day, while they were working on a float for the Founders' Day parade, Isabel had made another appearance. Only figuring her point had not been made, had sent one of her compelled servants to attack Matt within Elena's view. Matt had whipped his ass in everyone's view. After the man had literally tried to crush his arm, which Matt had only barely avoided, he had needed to be physically pulled off of the man when he tried to attack him again. Eventually the man was taken away by the police. Unfortunately, Jeremy was taken by Isabel. Of course, this had only happened after he had allowed Damon to go and confront Isabel. At the end of the day, they had ended up trading the device for Jeremy, however. At the moment, Naruto could be found in a large room built underneath the savageThor boarding house. On one wall could be seen a few sword racks, each holding 5 swords. Another possessed a few staffs. There was a stand which held his hammer. There were also a few more swords that were unable to fit in racks as they were too big, and as such were simply hanging on the wall. At the moment, he was getting some last-minute training in before he had to leave. Today was Founders' Day, and because of his clone spies, he knew that today would be when both the tomb vampires attacked and when the Founders' Council activated the Gilbert device. Standing up after completing push-up 5,000. He had gone to both Stefan and Damon and sealed away their enhanced hearing so that when the device went off they would be unaffected. Moving over towards the wall, he allowed his power to flare for just a few moments, and when it died down was satisfied he was completely clean. It was a little trick he'd picked up over the years, flaring his power and quickly covering his body with water and wind chakra, giving the effect he'd just taken a shower. As a bonus, it also had the effect of washing and drying his clothes so he didn't have to change. Now standing before the wall, he allowed his Rinnegan to flare his eyes, allowing him to see the keypad built into the wall. While not an actual physical keypad, the one he was looking at was made entirely of chakra and thus not visible to regular eyes, even his own enhanced ones. With the Rinnegan, however, its ability to see chakra allowed him to create hiding spots out in plain sight. For a moment he was still, his thumb and index fingers framing his chin as he stood in thought before finally hitting a trio of digits. Once that was done, a panel in the wall slid up, showing empty space, at least before a clothed old-fashioned mannequin shot up to fill the space. On the mannequin was a white hooded jacket. As the hood was drawn over the mannequin's head, he could see that the hood had 2 red stripes on it that started from what would be the top of the head and went down to the edge of the hood, getting slightly wider as they went. The center of the hood itself remained white and ended in a point. The rest of the jacket was mostly white, while the cuffs, the center which framed the zipper, and the bottom end were all red. Removing the jacket from the mannequin, he quickly threw it on, noticing absently that the mannequin shot slid back and a mirror came up in front of which were a pair of shoes. Taking a moment to admire himself, he was pleased with the selection of the jacket as it went quite well with his white polo shirt and the light blue jeans he wore. To finish the look, he soon wore a pair of white and varsity red Jordan 4s. Now for weapons, mused the blonde. While Naruto was still getting dressed, the rest of the group was pretty much already prepared and present at the high school. Both Matt and Stefan were there in black suits, as they would be a part of the parade, with Caroline as Miss Mystic Falls and Elena as the runner-up. The 2 girls were in period dresses apparently made to resemble the style of the 1860s. Carol Lockwood, however, was in full form, throwing out directions to everyone in sight, from those working to set things up to those who would be riding the floats. "Well, look at you, all retro," came Damon's unmistakable voice, causing Stefan to sigh. "I'm surprised you came," stated Stefan, causing Damon's face to immediately become serious. "Well, you and I both know things won't get interesting until dark. By that point I plan to be home with a bottle, quietly celebrating," stated Damon. "Really?" stated Stefan, his tone intrigued. "Think about it. There's over 20 guys out there that want our heads. Guys that are older and stronger than us, might I add. The council has a neutralizer. I say stay out of the blast zone and let them solve our problems for us," said Damon. "Well, I suppose Elena and I could slip out early for a private celebration," mused Stefan. "See, now you're seeing things my way. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off for a meal." As he watched his brother go, Stefan reflected on just how quickly things could change. He and Damon had been making each other miserable ever since they turned, and yet ever since they learned the truth about their mother, things had been different. Before, Damon had always been purposely antagonistic, but now it was almost as if they were settling back into their old relationship. Of course, things weren't exactly the same as they were before, as they were still distrustful of the other, but no longer were they really set on killing each other. "Stefan." Turning towards the voice calling him, he was slightly surprised when Carol Lockwood came up to him. "Listen, I know about the hit you took the other night. While I'm sure you know a fair bit more about that remedy you took for your injury, there'll be chairs on the float just in case. Caroline, Matt and Elena already know to watch you in case you move to sit, so the three of them will as well," stated the woman. "Thank you for the concern, ma'am," stated Stefan. "No, thank you for what you did. Still, I'm sorry you got pulled into this mess, but it will be over soon, hopefully," stated Carol before turning away to issue out more orders. While all of this was going on in Mystic Falls, in Las Vegas, a meeting was taking place. In that meeting were the Michaelsons, Lila, and Amelia and Marcus. Lila had been in town for the last 2 days taking stock of the family's holdings. Apparently, while she specialized in law, she was also qualified in estate management as well. She had been forced to admit she was impressed by the way Klaus had taken ownership of the city. While he didn't own the hotels, Klaus made his money by owning the land. As such, he was being paid a rental fee by each property in the city. While she had seen the like of it before, she had never seen it done to the level that Niklas had done it, acquiring wealth quietly, allowing the human hotel owners to act while he silently pulled the strings from behind the curtain. As for Amelia and Marcus, they had been in town for a few days before Lila arrived, enjoying the hospitality of the Michaelsons, as neither of them had experienced the place beforehand. They also had the experience of touring the place with the rest of the Michaelsons, who aside from Niklas had never seen the place before. At the moment, however, none of that really mattered, as all of them were now sitting and going over the particulars for their merger. As it was, each of them had and was currently reviewing copies of the contract at their own pace. "I believe everything is in order here," stated Elijah. "I agree," stated Marcus, sitting down his own copy of the contract. "We are in agreement that human feeding will be kept to a minimum going forward?" questioned Finn, getting nods throughout the room. "Your thoughts?" called Elijah towards his siblings, who had been silent for quite a while. "You realize, of course, this will change everything," stated Rebecca, catching the room's attention. "I do not mean just our family dynamics. Out there we are most feared due to our absence. If we come out now, our enemies will confront us. Not just Michael, but all of them," concluded the young-looking immortal. "For nearly 1,000 years Michael has hunted us. Throughout that time, due to his actions, our list of enemies have grown and we have been forced to flee time and time again," stated Klaus, catching the room's attention himself. "I am sick of running and hiding. It is high past time these fools were reminded they fear us. My curse will soon be broken, and once that is done, all of them will learn what it is to truly fear my wrath," stated Klaus. "Where are we on that front?" questioned Elijah. "The doppelganger and the moonstone are still outside of my grasp. The doppelganger has been found, however Naruto has not disclosed her location to me. So we are in agreement. We will all take the serum and Niklas will take his own once his curse has been broken," stated Marcus. Agreed, stated Klaus. Then there is only one last piece of business to conclude before we sign then, stated Marcus, causing Klaus to raise an eyebrow. Meanwhile, back in Mystic Falls, the group was still waiting until it was time for the parade to begin. However, while everyone else was for the most part running around and taking pictures, Stefan had managed to pull Elena into a classroom for a very important talk. Are you sure? I mean, John. Is that even possible? Questioned Elena. There's no proof, but both Naruto and Damon believe it. Plus, he dated Isabel when she was a teenager and he was the one who brought her to your dad's office for the delivery, said Stefan. My whole life I've never liked him, and now you're telling me he could be my father, said Elena. I'm sorry. I just felt it would be better to tell you before Damon sprung it on you in some inappropriate way. No, I'm happy you told me. I just really hope it's not true, said the girl. Outside of the classroom, unknowing of the situation that had unfolded inside, Caroline, Bonnie and Matt were taking pictures as they prepared for the parade. As she was not in costume, Bonnie wore a pair of blue jeans and a red shirt with the Wonder Woman logo in gold. Well, now I see you lot are having fun, said Naruto as he made his appearance. Hey babe, you're late, said Bonnie, greeting him with a quick peck on the cheek. Yeah, well, I had to pick up something. Sheila bought it a while back, but we had to wait for it to be done. Wrapping his arm around her waist, he guided her back towards the door, motioning Matt and Caroline to follow with his head. Confused, both teens began to follow after them while Bonnie was quietly walking alongside him, in one part shock but mostly melancholy. As they exited the building through the front doors, Bonnie stopped as she laid eyes on what was obviously her gift on the empty street. You're kidding me, stated Bonnie. Oh my God, exclaimed Caroline upon coming to the side of them and spotting it. We figured you'd like it. Have fun, stated Naruto, fishing a key out of his pocket and handing it to her. As one, the two girls squealed, with Bonnie taking the keys and dashing for the car with Caroline hot on her heels. Camaro. Nice, stated Matt. Especially since it doesn't come out until next year, stated Naruto, smiling as he watched the girl. The car in question was indeed a Chevy Camaro, painted hot rod red with gold racing stripes along the hood. The decals, however, instead of sporting the Chevy emblem on the front grille, instead sported the Wonder Woman crest in gold, also replacing the emblem that would go on the trunk space as well. So what's the specs? Questioned Matt. Super Sport. V8 engine. I gave it some work so it'll do 22 miles per gallon city, 30 highway. It can switch between auto and manual with a 6-speed transmission. Before any more could be said, Elena emerged from the building, followed by Stefan. Seeing the girls hanging out of the car, Elena ran to join them. Once the trio was gathered, Bonnie started it up and took off. Several hours later found the group gathered at the grill. While they were having fun for the most part, Matt was not currently ignoring Caroline. The reason behind this was actually found at the pool table in the form of one Tyler Lockwood. As Matt and Tyler hadn't spoken since the night Matt caught Tyler making out with his mom and subsequently beat him up, Caroline had been trying to get the two once best friends back on speaking terms. Bonnie had already left for home a while ago, as she had another session scheduled with Prue, while Damon had long since left for home. From his position by the bar, he had a good view of Mayor Lockwood entering and making a beeline for Tyler. Allowing a small bit of chakra to enter his right ear and sharpening his hearing nearer to his natural level, he was able to easily hear the man badgering Tyler to go home. After a few moments, Tyler was soon leaving along with Caroline and Matt. Nodding at that, the blonde stood from his seat and made his way over to Elena and Stefan. Get your things and wait for me in the back, stated the blonde seriously, getting nods from both of them. That done, he searched the bar and found Jeremy in a group of his own friends. Making his way over, he quickly had the teen gathered, and as such the two made their way towards the back, spotting Stefan and Elena just outside the door. All right, looks like the party is about to start. As such, it's time for you lot to go. I'll be orbiting all of you home, so join hands, stated the blonde. Once they did so, the blonde surprised them by creating a clone who grabbed hold of both Jeremy and Stefan's shoulders before the group vanished in a swirl of lights. Naruto stood alone for but a moment before he pulled his hood over his head and vanished. Several minutes later, the blonde was positioned on the roof of a building overlooking the town square, and Mayor Lockwood wrapped up his speech. As he stepped off the stage and joined hands with his wife, Naruto watched them as they quickly walked away. His eyes sharpened. He watched as several people suddenly collapsed, screaming and holding their heads. Eyes moving quickly, he made a quick head count and was surprised upon seeing the mayor was one of the heads he ended up counting. Still, he was surprised as there were several more than he had initially suspected, as there were now almost 40 counted. Still, he didn't move, instead watching as deputies were quickly leaning over the collapsed figures and injecting them with what was likely vervain, which knocked them all out. Before he knew it, Naruto had followed the deputies to the Gilbert clinic where Alina's parents had worked. Knowing that the device had long since died, the blonde allowed his hearing to come out in full, but suddenly paused as he heard a familiar voice. Tilting his head, he could hear both Carol Lockwood and Liz talking. Apparently Carol had found Liz unconscious and handcuffed in her office. He was about to move on when he heard Liz curse and immediately was in motion. Meanwhile, on the ground, the two women were backpedaling as they found themselves surrounded. Liz was especially in a foul mood, as John's plan obviously hadn't rooted out all the vampires, as the two of them were now surrounded by 10. As the creatures closed in on them, one of them suddenly stopped before it toppled forward, hitting the ground face first. Several of those present blinked at the sight of what looked like a shuriken embedded in the back of his head. Before anything could be done, however, there was a loud thud and everyone turned to see a hooded figure crouched over two of the vampires behind Liz and Carol. As the figure stood, those watching could see a pair of blades being removed from the back of the necks of his two targets before the blades retracted into the sleeves of his jacket. "Bastard, who the hell are you?" spoke the one Liz assumed to be the leader. "Death." The word was spoken so softly Liz had almost missed it, yet could only narrow her eyes at the familiar tone. As if to make his point clear, he drew his sword from the sheath at his left side. At the sight of this, both Carol and Liz almost had to do a double take as they realized it was a real sword. When it happened, it did so in an instant. There was no warning or signal given. He was simply there one instant, and in the next he vanished before appearing behind the squad of vampires a few moments later. For a second it was silent before the two ladies watched in horrified awe as the group of vampires began to fall apart, only for their vision to be blocked before it could get too bad. Still, while he blocked that sight, the two ladies were still able to see and hear the spray of blood his actions caused. "Who are you?" questioned Liz while Carol was still trying to find her voice after what she had just witnessed. "A friend. Sheriff Forbes," came the call from the woman's radio before she could say more. "Go," stated the woman, pressing the button quickly and then releasing. "Sheriff, this is Daniel Bradley. I'm part of the emergency response team with Mystic Falls Hospital. I wanted to inform you that there was an accident and we are currently bringing in your daughter along with the mayor's son." At this, both Liz and Carol went wide-eyed and immediately began to double back towards the office. Neither of the two women noticed the hooded figure vanish in a plume of smoke. Later that night found Elizabeth Forbes taking a heavy seat within her daughter's hospital room. Unlike Carol Lockwood, she had been unable to drop everything and run to the hospital upon receiving the news. No, instead, as the sheriff, she had been forced to try and get things in some semblance of order and figure out a plan. Thankfully, there hadn't been too much damage done for the night's events, though she'd had to wait until the fire department had been able to put out the fire that had been set to the Gilbert clinic. Of course, one of the biggest problems with the night was that some overzealous idiot had mistaken Mayor Lockwood for a vampire. They'd found him in the basement of the clinic with his neck snapped. They had found him surrounded by half-burned vampire corpses, their bodies the only thing keeping the mayors from being burned as well. That had been horrible news to break to Carol and Tyler when she had arrived. Caroline had needed surgery due to internal bleeding. However, unlike Stefan, there would be no vampire blood to speed her healing up. The corpses she'd found with the mayor she had already ordered destroyed before she'd arrived at the hospital, and it wasn't like they kept a supply of blood on hand. Matt and Tyler had stuck around for a couple of hours, with Tyler especially feeling horrible about what had happened. When he had explained that there had suddenly been this intense noise in his ear, she had understood how it had happened. Still, she couldn't help but wonder how a device designed to use against vampires had affected two people she had known weren't as it was the doctors were telling her that Caroline may be staying for a while depending on how long it took her to wake up, and how she felt once she did as such. She was now settled down to wait. "Oh, you scared me," stated John, having jumped a bit upon seeing Elena standing there when he closed the door to the fridge. "Sorry," said Elena with a shrug. As they stood there, John felt slightly awkward with the silence between them. Earlier in the night, while she had been away from Stefan, he had tried to get her to leave and head home. She'd fought him. Eventually he had threatened to inform the deputies that they had missed a vampire. She had asked him not to, and when he'd bluffed and said that meant nothing to him, she'd told him that as her father it should. The words had stunned him, and he'd been even more stunned when she revealed it had only been a suspicion until he'd verified it. Finally he sighed, and as Elena moved to start doing the dishes, decided to speak up. "You know, I first met Isabel when I was a teenager. I fell in love with her instantly, although now I'm pretty sure she never loved me. She was special. A part of why I hate the vampires so much is because of what she became, how it ruined her. And I never would have sent her to Damon had I known she wanted to turn," stated the man, getting her to pause in her actions. "It's my fault. I'm telling you this because I hoped maybe you'd understand," finished the man, coming to stand by her at the kitchen's center counter. "Thank you," said Elena, finally looking up at him. "Can I help?" questioned the man as he turned around, causing Elena to glance down for a moment before looking back up to him. "Sure." John smiled at the word, however before he could react she was in motion, using a butcher knife to cut off the fingers of his right hand, including the one that was sporting his ring, causing him to scream before it stopped as she slammed him against the fridge. "Catherine," said the man in shock. She smiled at the name as veins protruded from her eyes and the whites bled red for a few moments. "Hello John." "Goodbye John," said Catherine before stabbing him in the stomach. A few minutes later Elena entered the house, calling out to see if anyone was home. Hearing no response, she was about to head up the stairs when she heard groaning coming from the kitchen and began to make her way inside. In no way was she prepared for what she would find.